Chapter 251 Commander Karl. As they stood in the snow near the foothills of the mountains, Karl checked his body for obvious changes and immediately noticed the differences. His power had made a notable jump, likely when Hawk advanced at least 20% from where he was before, and the feeling of his power was slightly different, the same way that Hawk and Ray had changed when they advanced. "How can you tell that without a test?" Rose asked skeptically. She still viewed Karl with a level of distrust, but it didn't seem personal. She treated all men the same way, just not as obviously as with Karl. "He feels like a commander rank beast. If I wasn't familiar with him, I would think that one of the local monsters had just advanced," Prince Corbin explained. That was what one of the nearby elite groups had thought as well, and they came running into the area, searching for the beast that had just advanced, hoping to catch it while it was still vulnerable during the aftermath, the way that Ray had been when she shed her chitin. "Where did you all come from?" "We were informed that everyone else had evacuated from the mountains. We're just here to prevent the spread of the anomaly monsters," the team leader, a commander rank warrior, asked. Karl's group was larger than usual, 9 people, and the Spellblade outfits suggested that it was 2 groups mashed together for safety. To the patrol, that meant their information that the region was clear of elites was incorrect, and they needed some answers. "We were on a mission in the mountains. Dispatch code 025678. Prince Corbin replied. The team leader punched the code into his phone, sending a text message to someone, and promptly got a message back. "I see the issue. You've been gone 10 days, and were presumed lost when the monsters surged. It's good to have you back, Prince Corbin." The commander replied. "Not it," Karl shouted as the man finished speaking. "Not what?" he asked, confused. "I'm not taking the blame or doing the paperwork for this one. It's someone else's turn." Karl laughed. There were definitely going to be questions about what they were doing for 10 days, though it only felt like 2 in the minds of the group. "I will call for an extraction team. Where will you all be returning to?" the commander asked. "My team will be going to the Golden Divine Academy, and I believe the others will be going to the capital," Alice announced. That would be a change. Karl hadn't been back to his room in ages, and he could use a nice long rest. They simply waited as the extraction helicopter came to pick them up. Karl knew there would be all sorts of questions when they got back to the academy. Like how he made it to commander, how Dana made ascended so fast, where all this new gear came from, and what they were going to do with him now. That reminded Karl of the warning that Prince Corbin had given him. Once he was back, he would have to learn to stand up for himself. Even if he was still a student, he was also a commander rank elite, and theoretically on the same social standing as the professors of the academy or even Alice. He might not have the usual record and accolades to go with it, but he did hold the rank. Their ride was one lone helicopter, a smaller one and not one of the larger cargo helicopters that would transport 50 elites at a time to multiple locations. Everyone piled in, and the co-pilot made a motion for them to buckle up. The large sliding doors on the sides were open, so they could attack out of the vehicle if there were flying threats or ranged attacks, but the pilot was keeping fairly close to the treetops. That wasn't normal from what Karl knew. It was safer to be way up in the sky, where attacks from the ground couldn't get to you, and this only made sense if you were hiding from a threat in the air. They were unable to hear anything being said over the noise, but the helicopter was headed straight for the academy, if his sense of direction was correct. Karl was in the middle seat at the back, so he chose to meditate while they flew, establishing the power level of his newest space, and getting to know Remy. "So you're a shaman. What sort of skills can you use?" Karl asked the tiny spirit snake. Her rich blue scales faded to pale gold along her belly, with black swirling patterns on her back, making her look a bit like a python, though the pattern of the black markings wasn't right for a python and the blue of her scales was more like a gemstone than the camouflage of a common snake monster. "I know minor water control and chain lightning and blizzard and healing splash. It's not a big healing spell like the cleric's use, but it closes cuts well," she announced proudly. Hawk was glaring at her from the moment that she said blizzard, but he wasn't trying to break into her space, and he wasn't hurling mental insults at her. At least not anymore. Remy was still hiding under the plants in her space, in case he came for her, but Thor had been sneaking her chunks of meat, and Karl had just realized that he had stolen a corpse from Hawk's space to get it from, as his didn't have any. Remy made sure to dip them all in the water and wrap them in leaves from one of the tall grasses before eating them, like she was making sushi rolls out of meat bits that she chopped with her spear. It was adorable, and it didn't interfere with her mental communication. Thor gave her more plants to see what she liked, and the Naga got very excited, before folding one of them into a simple leafy crown that she tied with vines. Ray donated some bones to the cause, and the little shaman added them to her crown, then made a necklace of them. Even Hawk, though he pretended that he absolutely hated her, donated a few small but shiny stones to her outfit. "I will get you a proper hat later, so that you don't destroy your leaf crown," Karl informed her. The supply room at the school would have something for her that was rank appropriate and would hold up to combat damage. "Thor will give me a lightning barrier, and that will protect it for a while. There are lots of the big leaves. They're growing here." Remy dismissed the concern for her decoration, which would likely fall off her head the moment she came out into the open anyhow. She didn't actually care about the coverage, it was the decoration she was after. She was a spirit snake shaman, not a common monster. She needed pretty things, so everyone knew she was impressive. Once she had filled herself with the meat rolls, Remy promptly passed out on a rock with a large leaf bent over herself, so she couldn't be seen from above. "You scared her," Thor chastised Hawk. "She was supposed to be food, not friend." Hawk retorted. "But she's a friend now," Ray countered, ganging up on Hawk, who was still upset about the incident. Fine. I will be nice. At least she's only part water magic. She's got lightning as well, and lightning is warm." Hawk reluctantly agreed. Karl meditated the next 4 hours away, waiting for them to reach their destination as everyone rested. The amount of power flowing both into him and into his spaces was twice what it had been a few days ago, when he last had time to properly meditate. The feedback from the 2 commander rank beasts had proven to be a real boon to his development. The energy level in both Thor and Remy's spaces was growing at a noticeable rate, as was the newborn snake. She had been absolutely tiny when she hatched, and the influx of food and energy had grown her by about 1/3, to the point that she would actually fill Karl's palm now. She was still no thicker around than his pinky, except at the base of her head, where the hood flared out like a cobra or a naga. When she was asleep, the hood of scales around her head was gone, tucked flat instead of spread to make her look larger. Or perhaps it was more than a threat display and worked like ears for a naga. Karl didn't know much about their biology. Hopefully, Sergeant Rita would be here already. He couldn't wait to tell her about all the things he had seen. But any side quests would have to wait because there was a large group of government vehicles sitting next to the helipad on the academy grounds as they approached. Karl hadn't really had to deal with them before, other than Colonel Valerie and her people from the Bureau, who wouldn't need to assemble a group to greet their team, unless there was some formality to welcoming Prince Corbin and the Spellblades. Chapter 252 Government Officials. The helicopter landed, and the co-pilot motioned for them to wait inside until the blades spun down. That gave them time to see who was waiting for them, and it appeared to be a rather illustrious group of dignitaries from every branch of the government. "Remember what I told you. You're going to need a backbone here. Firm but polite, or they'll walk all over you and treat you like an unruly child," Prince Corbin whispered to Karl. Alice gave him a questioning look, wondering what he was talking to Karl about. But before she could ask, the royal rank mage stepped down from the helicopter and greeted the crowd. "Ministers, Chief Researcher Davies, generals, what brings such an illustrious group here today with their assistants?" Corbin asked as he walked toward the crowd. Corbin had been seated next to Karl, who followed Alice out of the door, with Larry right beside him. As he turned, Karl could see that the staff were holding the others back, having everyone disembark by rank, so the ascended would be at the back of the group. When they reached the gathering, they held those ranks. Prince Corbin was in front, with Larry and Alice flanking Karl, and the others in behind. Lotus and Tessa didn't stay there long, and went to greet a high priest in the crowd personally. That gave the teachers the opportunity to whisk Dana away along with Rose and Daryl, leaving just the 4 senior members to greet the politicians. "Oh, have you found a promising junior to introduce to us today, Corbin?" one of the men asked. "Who? Commander Karl?" "Yes, he is quite promising, but hardly a junior anymore. ascended Minister Gerald. From the look on the young minister's face, you would think that Corbin had slapped him. Karl guessed that bringing up the fact that he was ascended was considered to be an insult, despite his position as a government minister, which was among the highest of appointed positions. "Oh, a young commander, is he? I'm certain that we can find some suitable work for him." The minister simpered in an unsightly display of sucking up that made Karl's skin crawl. "I will see where I can fit you into my schedule, minister. Thank you for the offer." Karl replied politely, and saw the split second where Corbin's neutral look flickered to a smirk. In his peripheral vision, Alice was doing a much worse job of hiding her amusement, while Larry was stone-faced, simply standing there like a statue, perhaps hoping that they would forget he was present. A man in a general's uniform stepped up and shook Alice's hand. "Agent, good to see you again. Tell me, how is the colonel?" Alice gave him a genuine smile. "The last that I saw her, she was dealing with an incompetent forward operations base manager. She wasn't in a good mood, but her health has been well." A rather fragile-looking person in a vibrant peach-colored suit stepped up, holding a clipboard. "Prince Corbin, would you like to sign up for one of the assistance groups? I have all the paperwork prepared for you, ready for signature," they asked with a tone of demand in their voice. "No, thank you. I am quite busy with the Spellblade training program, you see." Karl was beginning to see what he meant. If you didn't say no to them, they would monopolize every minute of your day with their pet projects, using your power and reputation to earn themselves bonuses at work. Alice was relatively safe as a member of the Bureau, and Larry had Prince Corbin as a shield, but Karl would have been thrown to the wolves if anyone had known in advance that he had made the commander rank. "Should we proceed to the official commander rank testing, Elite Karl?" A deep voice asked from behind him. The voice was familiar, and Karl turned to find Tank, the Berserker training instructor, standing there with a smile on his face. "That sounds good. It's best to get the little formalities out of the way first." Karl agreed. Tank smiled as Karl made his escape, headed back toward the warrior training grounds. "You don't need a mage area, do you? I don't know what you've been up to since you left here," the big Berserker asked. "No, a warrior training area should be just fine," Karl agreed. He must have called ahead because they were already setting up the energy measuring equipment when the pair arrived. "You know the routine, power up, no summon creatures. Then activate your skill against the target and we will measure the energy output." The instructor who was manning the station informed them in a dry tone. At first, Karl thought that the man didn't know or care who it was that had made commander. Then he realized that there were whole lines of students awaiting tests. It was exam week, and he just happened to be here for it. The examiner didn't even look up as Karl grabbed the two-handed training sword and activated Refreshing Lightning and Flame Body. "Pass, low commander," the man informed them in the same bored tone. "Respectfully, I haven't even activated an attack skill yet," Karl informed him. That made the man look up and see the energy-coated weapon still tipped down against the ground. He gave an odd look for Karl being in armor with a backpack on instead of in school uniform, but didn't comment on it before getting back to business. "Oh, sorry. Please, proceed." Karl focused and added Shred to the ability stack, then realized he had gained new abilities from Remy. He could use her Chain Lightning, which seemed as if it would go better with Refreshing Lightning than Shred did. So he switched and slammed an attack into the armored plate. "Pass, still technically low commander energy, but the damage output is mid-commander." "Thank you, examiner," Karl replied, then put the test weapon back. Tank smirked and handed Karl a golden badge. "You can put those on your uniform when you change back. You will need a fresh set. By the way, as commander rank students wear the teacher's business suit around the academy, not the plain black school uniform. If you make it to Royal before you graduate, you get a cape." "Well, I'll try to escape to my room and get changed. What time of day is it? It should be almost dinner, right?" Karl asked. It had been daytime since they got out of the portal, so he wasn't entirely certain what time they started their day. "It is almost 5 in the afternoon. We got the message that your team members were coming back just after lunch." Karl smiled. "Perfect. Then I will be done changing just in time to eat." Tank shook his hand and looked toward one of the other testing areas. I will go register your results. You go get changed. Wandering around the school in armor and a backpack attracts attention. Karl made for the supply room and found the halls of the dorm building curiously busy with gawking students. Sure, class would be out, but nobody hung out in the hallways like this. The rumors didn't take long to reach his ears, that he was the next famous prodigy of the school, reaching commander in the first year, and that he was the reason all the government people were here for the exams. Of course, that was unlikely to be true. They had gone straight to trying to wrangle Prince Corbin into deals when they arrived, but that didn't change the students' rumor mill. Hi! I'll need a new uniform. Karl greeted the older man at the counter. Wrecked one during exams, did you? No worries. I've got plenty. He replied. Actually, I passed the commander rank test, so I need a change of uniform. Karl replied, holding up the golden school badge. Oh, easy peasy. They might be dusty, as I don't go through many, but they're always in stock. The old man took out 2 bags, then looked over Karl and changed them for 2 others. There you go, a new uniform plus a formal suit. These ones will bond once you wear them, so do take care of them, as they'll cost you to replace. The daily wear uniform is black, and the other one is the formal white for official events. The clerk explained. Thanks. I will see you again soon. I will need a few equipment pieces when I have a bit more time to talk. Karl replied, with a subtle nod toward the students openly eavesdropping. Of course. See you soon. Chapter 253 Special Treatment. Karl checked on the plants that filled his balcony and found them freshly watered, then changed and showered quickly before trying on the 2 new suits. As promised, they bonded the same way that armor did, allowing him to dismiss them with a thought and get dressed again just as easily. Now, he wouldn't have to worry about the spare clothes in his bag, as he had something to change into other than armor for when they got back to town. But he did notice that there was one oddity about these 2 outfits. The badge, the golden emblem of his commander rank, bonded separately from the suits. He could take it out and show it to people without changing, or put it on whichever outfit he wanted. That was truly convenient. It still marked him as a student of the Golden Divine Academy, which should be no shock to anyone, given his youth. However, the mirror on the wall was showing him a much less childish face than he was used to. That babyish peach fuzz was becoming a proper beard, and the childish look was fading toward what he would call young adulthood. Like his beasts, the advancements had helped him through the adolescent awkward phase, and he was looking more like a proper adult. He quickly shaved, and put a bit of pomade in his hair as he brushed it, keeping it in place now that it was beginning to grow out from the crew cut that he had finished middle school with. His parents would be proud of how far he had come, so Karl sent a message to them, as both would be out of the house at this hour of the day. When he went downstairs in his suit, none of the students recognized him right away. They simply nodded politely as he walked by, mistaking him for one of the part-time teacher's assistants that came and went. But the cafeteria ladies weren't nearly as easily fooled. Student Karl, welcome back. We've got some ascended rank bear meat in, if your wee beastie would like to give it a try. Hawk wasn't feeling enthusiastic about the prospect with all the meat he already had, and Remy wasn't sure what a bear was, so Karl shook his head. We were lucky enough to stock up on meat while we were out, but I could use a double serving of your shepherd's pie and a coffee. The worker nodded happily and gestured toward the seating area. You can take a seat, we will bring it out. Or are you going to be in the staff lounge? I'll sit here. I must say, I'm getting all the special treatment today. Karl replied. You're all fancy now, you get the privileges. She laughed, then waved him over to the tables. The students were beginning to realize who he was, and the excitement to talk to him was building. To prevent utter chaos in the cafeteria, Karl picked a table in the corner, where he would be able to talk without being surrounded. Having to turn around to answer questions from behind would be a pain, as well as blocking most of the room, so it seemed like the best option. At first, it was the generic congratulations on having made commander from people whose faces he barely recognized. Then some of the mages from Hawk's training class came in to have dinner and saw Karl in his suit with the gold badge. What the hell? How is that even fair? I haven't made it to Ascended yet, and he already made commander. One of the water mages complained. Karl felt Hawk's smugness in his mind at the man's comment. The victory over that particular bit of water was complete. What are you going to do now? I mean, once you are as good as the teachers, is there really much that you can learn in the academy? One of the other mages asked. There's always more to learn, and combat isn't the only subject that we need to know. Sure, I could and will likely spend a lot of time doing mercenary hunting jobs because I have beasts to feed. But the other courses, martial arts training and theory classes, are all still valuable. Karl replied. The mage laughed. I suppose that's right. They'll expect big things of you now. But did you hear the news while you were away? There's a big thing happening with the Frost Giants nation. Apparently, they've been using some sort of ice magic to attack neighboring countries and spread their borders. I saw it on the news the other day. That got Karl's attention. When they were sent, the thought was that the anomaly was what was causing the cold in the region, but the anomaly ended up being some sort of dark elf village trial and a Naga dungeon. Neither of those was of the ice element, though there were frozen battlefields in some of the trials that they faced. Finding out that it was most likely the beginning of an attack by the Frost Giants along that border made sense of a number of things. Like the fact that when they came out, the mountains had been evacuated, and the people left behind were feared dead. With an ongoing conflict between them and the Frost Giants, it wouldn't be safe to go train there for the foreseeable future. The staff brought his dinner while Karl answered questions, and after a few minutes, Dana came to join him at the table. So far, nobody else had been brave enough to take a seat, but Dana looked more concerned about the meal on her plate, while her curly hair slowly dried and turned into a giant mass of frizz. We've been in the field too long. It's weird seeing a meal with no rice and beans, she commented as she began to eat. It was, actually. They were such a common staple in Lotus and Tessa's cooking that he didn't even think about it. But they were missing from the academy meals. Karl cut up a bit of roast chicken and wrapped it in lettuce, then brought Remy out of her space to say hello to everyone. The baby spirit snake was growing fast, now over 30 centimeters long, and starting to take on more of a dull sheen, which Karl suspected meant that she would be shedding her skin soon. Is that Remy? The baby Naga spirit snake? Or whatever she was? Dana asked. She is. Remy, this is Dana. Would you like to say hi? He asked as Remy grabbed a chicken ball and maneuvered it toward her mouth. Remy flicked her tongue in greeting and used minor water control to make a pair of tentacles to wave at the mage before filling her mouth to prevent any more questions. Wow, I didn't think that you could bond a spirit snake. They're technically magical beasts since they can't speak a language and they're not much smarter than dogs, but still, when they evolve into Naga, they grow up to look partially humanoid. A mage from the morning training commented. Dana looked up. The ones we saw in the dungeon could communicate well enough. That startled the mage. They were speaking? Like hissing at each other to coordinate attacks? I grew up near the swamps, and there is a theory that in ancient times Naga were semi-intelligent beings, but now they're basically snakes with arms. They can't even be trained to perform labor tasks. Dana nodded. There was a whole village full of Naga in the dungeon, complete with tents and furniture. That's wild. I wonder if Remy will be that smart, or if it was just the magic of the dungeon making a home for them. Remy looked up at Karl. Slap him for calling me a snake with arms, she demanded. Karl chuckled, catching the mage's attention. She is quite insulted to hear the Naga called snakes with arms. But I can communicate with my beasts much more clearly than with regular animals, so being bonded to me most likely brings up their intelligence level. Hawk speaks in my mind, speaks in a human language which his body could never make, so it's hard for me to say how smart the other Naga actually are. But Remy, for certain, knows when people are insulting her. Remy nodded as she ate, and took out her spear to wave it at the mage using the water control tentacles. It should have been menacing, but given her size, it was smaller than a chopstick, and much of the effect was lost in translation. Got it, no insulting the tiny snake girl. Is she a warrior, then? I see that she has a spear already. The warrior beside the mage asked. If Karl was going to be sending his pets to train with the other students again, he wanted to know how long he had before some crazy snake girl with a spear was coming to beat his classmates up. She's actually a shaman. The spear was a birthday gift. Karl replied. Dana hid her laughter with a mouthful of food. Yes, a birthday gift. On the day that she was born, from the dungeon that she was born in. Chapter 254. Rita. Once dinner was done, Karl took Dana back up to his room to relax, away from all the excitement of the academy on exam day. Ray came out as soon as they opened the door, and went to improve her living space using the new design ideas she had gotten since they left, including the forts they had been sleeping in. She had the space, and she could attach them to the whole wall of the building, since she didn't care about anyone else's windows. Unfortunately for her, Karl caught that line of thought and stopped her before she could web up the entire side of the academy to make herself a mansion. She did upgrade their hammocks and check on the plants she had been waiting for. Some of them had been picked by whoever was watering the trees, but there was a lot of ripe fruit here for her to stuff in her space for later. That gave Ray a great idea. Hawk threw Remy into the space and they got to keep her. Ray walked over to Dana, picked her up and then vanished into her space, leaving Dana behind to drop back to the ground. 3 times in a row she tried before giving up and complaining to Karl. If Thor gets to pick a Naga egg, why can't I pick a Dana? Karl and Thor both laughed, while Hawk rolled his eyes. Thor mumbled a response, half asleep in his pond. Karl is a beast master, not a Dana master. If you find a way to turn Dana into a puppy or a kitten, then you could probably keep her. Karl really wished they would stop giving each other strange ideas. Remy was already wondering if shaman magic could shapeshift people, so they could invite friends over to show off their homes, and Ray was making plans to find a way to turn Dana into a tiger. Don't you think you should ask her before turning her into a tiger? Karl teased Ray, disrupting her train of thought. It's easier to ask forgiveness than permission. I read that in the ethics textbook. While he was fairly certain that Ray had misinterpreted something in that textbook, Karl left them to their own devices and pulled Dana down into the newly expanded hammock. It's good to be home. We can finally get some real rest, and maybe we might even sleep in, he whispered to the mage in his arms. Dana just laughed. Did you forget that Sergeant Rita and Jill are both here at the academy? We're guaranteed to be pulled out of bed at the crack of dawn. With all the stress of the long trip, they both drifted off to sleep early that night, still sharing a hammock. That was where they were found when Sergeant Rita and Jill came looking for their students the next morning. Karl woke up to the sound of careful footsteps on the balcony. Agent Jill, good morning, he whispered. You have good hearing. I was coming to wake you up, but I didn't want to wake Ray. Jill quietly replied. She already knows you're here. Don't worry. She's not going to tie you up today. Karl joked. Not that she hadn't considered it. Karl equipped his new uniform as he swung himself out of the hammock, waking Dana up when she suddenly found her arms empty. Rita shook Karl's hand when he reached her, and her usually stern look turned to a big smile. Well, it looks like you've outgrown my tutelage. I remember when we first met, Hawk said that one day he was going to be more powerful than I am, and what do you know, it hasn't even been half a year and he's already there. She informed him with a mixture of sadness and pride in her expression. I take it that you're being reassigned now that I've advanced? Karl asked. Rita nodded and gestured to her uniform. They've made me a warrant officer, and I'm being reassigned to the Ministry of Education as a liaison officer. I will be tasked with helping rare classes and special cases make their early benchmarks, in the hopes that I can replicate your success. How much time do we have? Or have you already been reassigned? Karl asked. I meet my new student today, a transfer from out of the country who will be moving here. I think you might already know her. Rita replied. I might know a foreign transfer student? Karl asked, confused. He didn't know many people at all, so the odds of him meeting a random transfer student in advance were pretty low unless... It's Rose, isn't it? The ascended rank spellblade. Karl asked. Good try, but not quite. Rita stepped out into the hallway and came back in with a young teen girl who looked oddly familiar to Karl. He had seen her somewhere recently, but it was taking him a second to figure it out. The Seminary Academy. You were serving breakfast, Karl announced once he put the pieces together. But how does that make you a foreign transfer, sister? It's not that far to the Seminary Academy. The girl smiled. My name is Cora, and I'm not a sister of the orders. I grew up in a Red Dragon Priestess-run orphanage, and I was in the process of transferring to work at one near here when you came through the seminary academy with Thor. Since I'd only missed the injection by a month, they decided last week to give me the shot early instead of waiting for next year. They didn't want to risk letting me go through training, then losing me if I gained a class marking. Is Thor here somewhere? Can I meet him? Dana laughed. That's the answer I was waiting for. Everyone loves Thor. Karl nodded in agreement. What class did you get? Hunter. The one with the bow and the wolf head. She announced proudly. That mark should be for a type of hunter that summoned a companion animal. The summoned pets were not strong combatants in the long term, as they never left the common rank, but they could be very useful in many situations. Do we have any feathers? If I can get a feather quill and some ink, I will make you a skill book with my talents as a welcoming gift. Karl offered. Rita blinked slowly, staring at Karl. Right, he had a bird. Hawk. Have you molted a feather that I can have? I want to make her a skill book for Rend. Hawk pointed to a feather sitting in his space, which Karl pulled out before realizing it wasn't one of his own. It was a feather from one of the damaged Naga necklaces that Hawk had been hoarding. Broken magical items had been useful before, so he didn't want to let them go to waste. All right, I have my quill, I have ink in the school supplies, I have paper, and this is an easy one, only 4 pages. I hope everyone can wait a minute. Karl explained. He quickly wrote out Rend and passed the thin manuscript to the newly minted hunter. It vanished from her hands as soon as she tried to open it, and Cora pulled Karl into a hug. Thank you so much. That is an incredible skill, and it's going to work so well with my night vision skill. Hawk made a happy noise. That was all that a true hunter needed. Rend and good eyesight. Every windspeed Hawk knew that. All right, Commander Karl. I think we've taken enough of your time, and Jill needs to bring Dana to be tested for her Ascended rank badges this morning. We will see you around the academy, but you are welcome to drop in to give lectures if you have some spare time. Rita announced. I will see you soon. The ladies all left, and Karl realized that maybe he really would be expected to give lectures about something. He was a commander rank elite, he knew his skills. Asking him to teach others who had similar skills didn't seem too outlandish, and they would likely give him school credits for it. Left alone in his room, it didn't take long to discover that he had no plans at all for the day. He could go get breakfast, then just relax and meditate, catch up on sleep, and get reacquainted with the pace of life in the academy. It didn't sound half bad, and Thor was on board with the idea that there was no harm in a little more sleep. Chapter 255 Bossy Bureaucrats. Of course, simply sleeping the day away when you were the talk of the academy was easier said than done. Karl hadn't even had time to sort through his gear to see what was depleted and what needed replacing before there was someone knocking at his door. Then another, more insistent knocking. Good morning. Was there something you needed assistance with? Karl asked the stern-looking woman at the door. She was wearing a visitor's pass, which she would have needed to get up the stairs without being redirected by the spell, and she was holding a briefcase in one hand and a clipboard in the other. Wonderful, you are still here. Come with me and we can get started, she announced. Started on what? Perhaps you can explain what you are talking about over breakfast. Karl responded. I'm afraid that our time is short, so if you would, we need to be going. She replied. Madam, I have no clue who you are or what you want. If you wish for me to go anywhere except to the dining hall for breakfast, you are going to need to provide more details. Karl retorted, exasperated by this stranger, who wasn't even authorized academy personnel. If she had been clergy or from the Bureau of Elite Development, she would have gone to the headmaster and had herself put on the staff list, so she would have a staff badge and wouldn't need the visitor's pass to get around. It didn't take long to realize what she meant by time being limited, though. Karl could already hear running down the hallway, and it was hard-soled shoes, which only an office worker would wear. The students wore running shoes or boots, and the staff wore either soft-soled shoes or military boots, depending on their preference. The woman looked annoyed as a half-dozen more government workers ran up, all wearing visitor passes with their clipboards and briefcases. One night was more than enough time for their departments to find out about the new commander, and come up with a plan to try to rope him in. Karl looked at the massed group of recruiters with his best fake smile. Wonderful, we can all go for breakfast together, and you can make your pitches, he announced, closing and locking his door behind him. He started to walk, and one of the men in the back, with a nasal voice that made even Thor wince, asked the question that was on all their minds. Who might we be competing against? Has anyone already made a pitch for your time? Karl turned to smile at him. Indeed. One high priestess of the Blue Dragon clerics, no fewer than 2 bishops, 1 Spellblade clan, and the Bureau of Elite Development have all beat you to the punch and are in consideration. If you don't think that you can compete with what they are likely to have offered, I won't be offended if you choose to withdraw politely. All but one of them looked a bit nervous at that list of names. They were from smaller special interests. They couldn't provide the sort of benefits that the church or the bureau could. The best that they could hope for was that one of their projects caught his interest. They had been counting on the fact that students are generally naive and unprepared to get him to sign on to a time-intensive commitment, but if he was already calling them out, then the bumpkin from the mines wasn't nearly as clueless as they were led to believe by his background report. That had to be that damnable bureau agent's fault. If she had prepped him for this situation before they returned, of course the bureau would have a head start. The fact that they were competing against the church was a given. The clergy used the blanket method. All-inclusive recruitment, everyone welcome. Everyone who was anyone, and some who would never amount to much, were all approached by the church, and every elite tried to keep friendly ties with them because they had all the healers. Little did they know that it was the church or the bureau, but a rather jaded Prince Corbin who had warned Karl that saying no was in his best interests, and then proved it when they got off the helicopter. The fact they were still going after Corbin, despite the fact he had a faction and commitments, showed Karl very clearly that they would never give up. Alice was waiting at the bottom of the stairs with a gentle-looking high priestess of the green dragon, the nature god. The high priestess smelled heavily of giggleweed smoke and incense, and her eyes were slightly glazed, but her smile was warm and friendly. Alice nodded to Karl as he came down. Do we have room for 2 more for breakfast? I didn't hear screaming, so I assumed that things went fairly smoothly upstairs. Karl chuckled. If I had gotten frustrated, I'm quite certain there would have been screaming, yes. I would love to have you and your friend join us for breakfast. High Priestess, you must be hungry. As hunger was a side effect of the herbs she had been smoking, that was guaranteed. But the High Priestess curtsied quite formally as she looked up at Karl. That sounds lovely. I have brought some tea. Alice led them to the staff dining hall, which was nearly empty already, and away from prying ears. Once they were seated, Alice gestured for the staff to bring them all the breakfast special and drinks, then turned to get the morning chaos started. Colonel Valerie will be here in an hour, but she has asked me to inform you that she's looking to formally recruit you for the Bureau. I don't know the terms, but it would be full-time agent status with conditions, probably including finishing your classwork to cover the core subjects. A few of the others saw that as a chance to challenge the Bureau agent. If they were just trying to hire him, that wasn't much of an offer. He made commander as a first-year student, not like Alice, who only made it to commander years after graduation. The green-robed high priestess sipped her coffee, then poured herself some hot water from the insulated pot on the table into a teapot and started to steep her tea. I'm sure Agent Alice is omitting some important details because that sounds boring. Even I can offer you a generous stipend and a cute cleric to play with. The others looked scandalized, but Karl laughed. And did the cleric in question phrase it exactly that way? Or did she say that she was bored this morning and wanted to go to the woods with Ray and play instead of whatever she's supposed to be doing? The high priestess looked thoughtful. It might be the second one, but if you're Ray, it's the same thing, really. She's out in the yard somewhere, exploring. Ray, go find Lotus and keep her from getting lost or injured, Karl instructed. The recruiters hit the ground, diving out of their chairs when the enormous spider suddenly appeared in the room. But Ray just ran outside, looking for Lotus so they could make a fort in the woods and look for flowers. What in the 7 hells was that? One of them wailed, her eyes tearing up in fear as she cowered under a table. Oh, that's Ray. She's my partner, and the one that the team's nature priestess wanted to play with. The high priestess pointed at Karl as if he had just made a great revelation. You know, that makes so much more sense. Nature priestesses rarely want to play with humans. The man with the nasal voice glared at Karl and the high priestess. If you just wanted us here to mess with us, we can come back later. I would rather you didn't. Now, please, feel free to make your presentation, and I will give you some warning before more giant monsters appear in the room. The high priestess smiled. You should warn them about little ones, too, because even if they insult the little spirit snake shaman, it will still be prohibitively expensive to have them resurrected. The man cleared his throat. As I was about to say, I represent the 7th Bank and Investment Conglomerate, who are working on an expansion into the Southern Wilds, and we think you could be just the person to head security for our new facility. A banking conglomerate could likely put up some decent pay, but full-time compound security for a Southern outpost? No thanks. Chapter 256 Contracts. Sadly, that might have been the best out of the 6 proposals, but they only got through 4, as 2 of the others excused themselves to take a call and didn't return. I appreciate you all taking the time to make your presentations today, and if you will leave a copy with me, I will look them over at a later date, when my time is not so limited, and I can properly consider their merits. Karl informed the remaining 4 recruiters once the final pitch was done. Thank you, Commander. We look forward to your positive response. A young woman, who had tried to sell Karl on spending 3 days a week being the spokesperson and security chief for their exclusive gated community, replied. The others offered similar sentiments as they left, and the Green Dragon High Priestess turned a smile on Karl. Well, that's the nicest way I've heard to tell someone to go fuck themselves all day, she announced. Which implies that you've heard less polite versions today. Karl replied. The aura of inebriation suddenly vanished, and the woman's sharp eyes turned on him. We really did suggest that Lotus should stay and entertain you to keep you aligned with the church. Alice cleared her throat. For legal reasons, I am going to pretend that I didn't hear any of the questionable implications behind that comment. But I don't think that he's ruled out keeping the clerics around yet. They work very well together, and they have both made good friends with his beasts. The High Priestess shrugged. They're too young for what you're thinking that I'm thinking. Dirty-minded elite. But where did that spider go? Did you really send her to find Sister Lotus? Karl nodded. With instructions to take her to play in the woods, but not to let her get lost or harmed. The High Priestess sighed. Great. Now we're going to have to look for them both at the end of the day. Karl chuckled and did his best to imitate his uncle, who had 7 children of his own. They'll come back when they're hungry. They relaxed for a few minutes and finished their coffee before anyone came up with another good reason to bother them. That ended up coming from the church, in the form of Tessa and a Red Dragon High Priestess. Good, we found you together. Have you come to an arrangement? The muscular High Priestess asked. Karl had never seen muscles like that on a woman before. She was built almost like Tank, the Berserker. Her arms were the size of Lotus' torso, and she was wearing her robe parted up one leg, showing off a massive, muscular thigh. Sort of. Ray and Lotus are out playing in the woods. The Nature Dragon High Priestess replied happily. I should have expected that it would end up like this. I will make our proposal much simpler. The Red Dragons would like to leave a War Priestess with you to assist your adventures. Specifically, this one. If you agree to take the deal, you will be responsible for ensuring that she has the chance to serve her goddess, while we will provide her with the standard stipend for her living expenses. With this, you will get priority access to church missions you wish to take. The Red Dragon High Priestess explained. Church missions with no forced dispatches. So we can take them on my schedule, and at my discretion? Karl asked. Her eyes flashed red as the woman glared down at him, but Karl waited patiently, hoping that she was just communing with her goddess and not looking for reasons to squish him like a melon. He still had the giant strength ring on, but he wasn't convinced that it would be enough. After a few seconds, her eyes faded. The goddess wants a minimum commitment, either to war or to caring for orphans from wars. If you agree to either at least one mission every 3 months, of your choosing as long as it pleases the War Dragon, or foster an orphan child under the age of selection, it will meet the requirements of the goddess. The muscular woman smirked. There really was only one option there, unless he was going to become foster parents at 14 with Tessa. If you draw up the contract, I will read it over and consider it carefully. Karl agreed. The High Priestess' eyes flared red again as she nodded, and then she took a rolled contract in a red jade tube out of thin air. Karl took the tube from her hand and rolled it out. The details on the scroll were actually simple and specific. Karl agreed not to leave Tessa in danger except in life or death emergencies. To ensure she was receiving proper treatment, take at least one mission that pleased the Red Dragon every 3 months. And then the contract guaranteed that the Red Dragon's followers would provide her living expenses. Karl couldn't see a reason not to agree to the deal, but he read it over again, just to be certain that he didn't miss anything. The delay made Tessa laugh quietly. The Red Dragon wasn't big on tricks and doublespeak outside the battlefield. He hadn't noticed that Dana and Lotus had come back in while he was reading, or that Ray had returned to her space. "What's all this, then?" Lotus asked as she saw Karl holding the scroll. The Red Dragon High Priestess shrugged. "You went to play, so we came over first. And you were just going to leave us out of the deal? Party foul," Lotus announced. "You want in on the deal?" The Red Dragon High Priestess asked, intrigued by the unexpected actions of the Nature Priestess. They were notoriously flaky, and getting one to go along with a deal that lasted longer than 1 day was sometimes an issue. Lotus nodded happily, and her own High Priestess gave her a stern look. "This is a long-term agreement. It's not for 1 or 2 trips, it's a magical contract, so you will have to pay a penalty to break it in less than a year and a day." Lotus gave her a thumbs up, and the Red Dragon High Priestess turned to Karl. "Is that everyone in agreement, then?" she asked. "Agreed." Karl, Lotus, Tessa, and Dana all replied at the same time. The scroll flashed red, and a red ring appeared on the wrists of the 4 teammates. Dana smirked, as Tessa and Lotus realized that she wasn't just here to watch, and that she had gotten herself attached to the deal. Now they couldn't leave her behind to train with the other students, or to be reassigned to other missions. Karl looked at the 3 girls and smiled. "Well, it looks like we will be working together for some time. It's a pleasure to have you." Lotus giggled. "How about you show us to our room? I want to see the plants." "Our room? I'm fairly certain that the Academy can manage to find you a room of your own," Karl reminded her. "But it wouldn't have silk hammocks or a balcony full of magical plants. I don't really care where I sleep, but I want to see the room," Lotus countered. That was when Alice, Colonel Valerie, and what looked like half the staff of the Academy burst in. "Stop before you sign. Let us see that contract," one of the professors shouted. The Red Dragon High Priestess laughed. "Too late, we got verbal agreement. But it's not a work contract, at least not in the conventional sense." She turned over the magical contract, which Colonel Valerie grabbed from her hand and rolled out for the others to see. "No leaving them in danger. Ensure proper treatment." "All right, it's not as bad as we had feared," the professor who had shouted replied with a sigh. Colonel Valerie glared at Karl. "I thought we had something going here?" Karl smiled back. "I think we do. There's nothing in that which prevents us from having an arrangement, only that once every 3 months or less, it must please the Red Dragon." Colonel Valerie smirked. "Well, isn't that a coincidence? Because what I have in mind just might please the Red Dragon. How would you like to lead a team back into the anomaly area and find out what the Frost Giants have been up to, and where the extra ice is coming from? It might take some time, but it will please the god of war. They made a formal declaration of war less than an hour ago." Chapter 257 Learn When to Say No. The words that Prince Corbin had spoken to Karl while they were on night watch suddenly came back to his mind. If you don't learn to say no, they will keep sending you on nearly suicidal missions until one actually is. That advice seemed to fit this situation very well, and the pressure to please so many important people and go along with their requests was strong. "I am going to need some more details about this mission and the situation in the area before I can agree to go anywhere. The last I saw, that entire region was unfit for human habitation, and that was before the Frost Giants showed up," he replied. One of the ministers gave him a disgusted look. "Refusing your first mission as a commander doesn't portray your character in a very good light. Cowardly, some might call it." Karl rolled his eyes at the man, who was no elite, just a pencil pusher. And what words do they use for a commander who takes his team into a war zone without a clue or a care in the world? The minister stammered for a second before Karl continued. "A martyr, that's what they call them. because they wind up dead. Now, who has the details? Or am I headed to the church's mission board to occupy my time? For a second, he thought that he saw respect on Colonel Valerie's stern face. But when she motioned for someone to bring forward the map, that was long gone and her standard working glower was back in place. The official who brought forward the map rolled it out on the table between Karl and the high priestesses, and Karl immediately noticed that there was almost no detail on it. This is the most recent official map, the man insisted. With no troop deployments or enemy combatant numbers? Karl asked. Tessa looked over at the map and shook her head before turning to her order's high priestess. Do we have numbers for this? If they're not cooperating, it might be better to go through you, the war cleric asked. We were speaking to the commander, the official informed her in a dry tone. Karl shrugged. And we operate as a team. Now, are you going to quit messing around? Or are we going to have to decline your request? If you want us to deploy, you're going to have to share enough intel for us to make a proper combat assessment. Colonel Valerie raised her hand to stop any more arguments and took out a small box from her pocket. Inside were 2 sets of rocks, one in light blue and one in green. First, she set out about 100 blue stones near the border. Then she began setting out green stones of various shapes and sizes. This is the current deployment situation, as of my last meeting. The stone sizes are the maximum detected rank within the enemy formations. Each stone represents roughly 100 frost giants. The round green stones are elite teams, the diamonds are military elite companies, and the squares are conventional artillery batteries. Karl looked over the map and did some basic math. They were screwed. There were more stones measuring frost giants by the 100 than commander rank led teams in the area, and Karl wasn't certain how useful artillery was going to be. It was great against common grade and awaken threats, but there were royal rank giants in the frost giant nation, and they were commanders when fully grown. The teams that are already there, are they being sent 10 or 20 at a time? Tessa asked. Valerie remained silent for a few seconds while the cleric waited. It was the official who brought out the map that cracked first in the tense atmosphere. They're being sent in 5-person teams. That was just an all-around terrible idea in Karl's opinion. But they could link up once they were in the field and make stronger teams for actual operations, the same as they had to do last time. Why are we so pressed for numbers? There are far more commanders than this, and there aren't even a significant number of soldiers. When is the rest of the army being mobilized? Tessa asked. The official looked to Colonel Valerie, as he wasn't approved to give out that information. The other giant clans have been pushing the borders as well. They have declared a grand alliance of the giant tribes, and we believe that they intend to take the entire Golden Dragon Nation in one offensive push. Valerie informed them. Then Prince Corbin? Karl asked, digging for deployment information, as there were no larger stones along this border. Has been deployed next to the Stone Giant clan's border. That is where the Spellblade Sex Towers are. So he has chosen to defend his home territory along that stretch of border. You couldn't fault him for that. The lithium mines were near the center of the nation, so they would be one of the last spots to defend, unless there was some massive breach. Karl's family would be one of the safest. Colonel Valerie took out another map that had hundreds of marks on it, and showed the entire nation's borders. There were only 3 spots that they weren't under attack. The magical nation had marks noting that they were deployed along all the borders they had with monster-populated nations. The Beastkin nation appeared to be in full lockdown, and the Divine Beast nation had no marked forces deployed anywhere on either side. That was still the vast majority of the border under attack at once. If they were using this angle to guilt the more powerful elites into fighting, they had a pretty good sales pitch, now that they actually started to show the details and not just try to demand that he help out without any information. My team will need a 5th if we're going to agree. Karl sighed. If things got any worse, there would likely be an official draft, and then he would really get thrown into the worst of it along with all the bookish sorts like the ones at the last deployment with the Mackenzie family. Alice nodded. You have your pick of the ascended rank students to fill your team with whatever role you think that you need. She already knew that Karl had a fairly well-rounded set of pets, so they weren't particularly short on anything if the 2 clerics and Dana were all going with him. She assumed he would pick another mage to take her place, as she would be taking care of more official government business and arranging deployments of their agents with Colonel Valerie. "Can you give us a few minutes to discuss this in private?" Karl asked. "Of course. We will be waiting here when you return." Colonel Valerie agreed easily. Karl led everyone up to his room, and Lotus immediately flopped on his bed. "Well, this is a clusterfuck, isn't it? We will all be fighting soon enough, so it seems better that we pick the spot we want to fight from the start," the tiny nature priestess announced with a deep sigh. Dana nodded. "She has a point. I definitely didn't expect to be sent straight to war the minute that we agreed to stay together. But if we are going to have to go, we should pick our spot." Tessa smiled at her. "You're still a student, so it would be an option to stay here for likely another year before you got too close to the commander rank, and they started pushing for you to go wild with the supplements. Sure, stay here as the second-string genius, falling further behind by the day while the other students only look up to me because the one with real power is gone? I don't think so." There was definite bitterness in Dana's tone. It made Karl wonder how often she found herself compared to him and his insane growth rates. It was just unrealistic to expect any other elite to keep up with this pace. He not only had the beasts pulling him forward, but he had more access to the system interface than most. He could see his skills and add them. He even had enough to get another one right now. He could actually get two, if he picked from the defensive side, or the first rank of the offensive side, but he wasn't sure what they would need yet, and he didn't want to leave his team unbalanced. Chapter 258, and when to say maybe. Tessa cleared her throat. "The real question is, what sucker are we going to take to their death with us?" Lotus giggled. "As much as I appreciate your optimism, I don't think that any of the mages would actually agree to go with us. Even the tank-type warriors wouldn't fall for that, and we can only pick from the ascended ranks, so we can't recruit an experienced commander from the mercenary groups. That rules out calling for any powerful old friends or connections." Karl had considered that for a moment as well, but Bob Mackenzie would be too powerful to be pulled into their team, and if Karl's guess was right, the entire family would be out somewhere already. "Then who can we even get?" Dana asked. Karl smiled. He knew just who to ask. "I think I know who we can get." Thor learned Earthquake from the Berserker class. "I bet that we can get one of their ascended rank members to come along with the promise of battle and rewards. The Berserkers don't get out much during class because they're a bit wild in combat, and teams with no healers can have issues. But we have all the healing that we could need, and Thor's refreshing lightning spread over everyone. So we don't have to worry too much about them taking damage, unless we find an overstrength enemy." Lotus looked pensive. "How are your credits looking? You've got a beast of a weapon, and you can code it in attack spells all the time. But not everyone can do that. We might need to equip a new member before we head out. I don't know exactly now that we're back from this mission and those rewards will be processing, but buying armor didn't change the first 2 digits on the balance, so we should be good for me to get someone ascended armor and a weapon if they don't have a good one." Karl agreed. Tessa frowned. "All right, we will go talk to the Berserkers. Does that mean we're going to agree to this idiocy?" "I have an idea. There is a spot in the mountains not too close to where we were earlier, but not in the most populated passes. I don't want to go into an abandoned area that just seems like idiocy, but if we go somewhere near the edge of a secondary pass, we can aim for their scouting teams. They should be smaller and weaker, as they will need to be agile and able to make it through the mountains. Giants shouldn't be good at that when they're excessively large. There are obvious clusters to their strength on the map, and as long as we avoid that, we can do a lot of damage and help everyone upgrade their gear and skills before anyone tries to change our mission." Karl offered. Lotus raised her hand. "It's all well and good to say we're bringing a berserker, but I'm not traveling with some creepy guy who thinks that sweat is a form of shower." Dana smirked, knowing that described a lot of the berserkers, and Tessa nodded her agreement with Lotus' sentiment. "Then I will leave it to you ladies to find our 5th member, while I deal with the details of the deployment. If you need to bribe them, let them know I will find them armor and a new weapon." Karl agreed. Before going back down, he spent a moment mentally preparing himself for the influx of questions and pressures to go to the very worst of the combat zones to add bodies to the main lines. The group had gotten even larger when he got back down, and there were 2 groups of senior class students added to the chaos, all ascended rank with a commander from the Bureau of Elite Development leading them. Namely, Jody and Josh, two of the team members who had gone with Karl to go looking for his second pet. Jody, Josh. Good to see you two gentlemen again. Karl greeted them as he entered the room. Jody smiled back. You've gotten all fancy on us. Tell me, how is that bloodbath spider doing? Ray? She's doing wonderful. Commander rank already, and she made good friends with a nature priestess so they can play in the woods together. Thor, the lightning Sarrow, is also doing well, and Hawk is making the best of the evolutionary resources we have found. Karl informed them. Where are they sending you? Josh asked, concern obvious in the blue eyes that looked much too old for his youthful face. We were just about to discuss that. I have a particular spot in mind, where my group composition would be well suited to hunting scouts from the frost giants, and to prevent the movement of surprise forces around the main battlefields. Karl explained. And what makes you think you have a choice in your deployment? An older bureaucrat, decades past his prime, demanded. Who are you to think that you get to tell me what to do? Will you be joining us on the front? I don't think so. Now shut up and let the warriors speak. Karl replied. The room fell silent as the man's face turned red in rage. Even Alice backed away from Karl, seeing that this was going to do downhill fast. I am the Undersecretary to the Deputy Minister of Defense, the man shouted. Then, dear Undersecretary, get your boss's boss here, and we can speak on even terms, Karl replied, emphasizing the man's junior role. That was a bit harsh. Jody noted as the Undersecretary was hauled away by other government officials before he could start a fight he couldn't possibly win. Karl shrugged. He knows nothing of our capabilities, nothing of our personal experience, and he has never seen combat in his life. He shouldn't have been here in the first place, puffing up his chest and making demands above his station like a newly promoted shift manager. And if I made a demand as to where you would deploy? One of the elites from the government, a commander in his late 20s who would have been one of the earlier graduates, asked. Then we can discuss the reasoning behind it. I am not part of the military to be ordered around, and we all know that ordering students to the front lines would require an official decree, as we're still underage. I came down to tell you that my group has gone to look for our fifth member, not to pick a fight. Now, would you like to hear what I had in mind? Karl replied. There was a new map on the table, and it had 10 large red rings placed on it, one of which was over where Karl was planning to have his team deploy. These are the spots where we need teams. What were you planning to request? The elite asked. This spot here is close to the mountains and challenging to scout by normal elites on foot, but not too far from reinforcements if we do find something we can't handle. That is the spot that I was going to request, based on the troop deployment map. The government elite smiled. So you did have an actual plan in mind, and you weren't just pulling the elite card on the Undersecretary. All right, we can grant you that deployment area. A quiet voice cut through the conversation, and a sense of power filled the room as someone entered unannounced. Dealing with rogue and unaligned elites is always a tricky matter. It looks like some of you underestimated the situation at hand, but I commend the others. The man spoke. Overlord. Alice greeted the man while the other elite bowed. Minister of Defense. The man who had shown Karl the map greeted their new arrival. Like Drake, he must have been one of the early test subjects for the divine injection, as he was at the overlord rank and well into his 30s, meaning he was much older than usual for recruits when the injections were made public. At first, they had given them to anyone under 18, but that was still only 10 years earlier, so very few of the elites were over 30. The minister held out his hand to Karl. Congratulations on making commander while still in the academy. I don't believe that we have met. I am Defense Minister Orleans. Karl, first-year student, originally from the lithium mines, and the academy's newest headache at the commander rank. That made the minister smile. I got a missive from Prince Corbin, asking that you be assigned to his battlefront, so I had the Mage Council send me over to see what was so special about you. That man lives to be a pain in my ass, but his clan has the skills to back up their arrogance. Chapter 259 Cold Front. Do they need us over there? Karl asked. Overlord Orleans shook his head. They have 3 times as many defenders per likely enemy unit as this front does, And the Spellblade clan has a number of old masters who they can pull out of retirement if they are in real danger. So, he was still on the worst front, just in a decent spot along it. That should be all right. From what he remembered of the giants, they should be near his own team's power level, mostly ascended, with commanders leading larger teams on occasion. But there was one more question that needed to be asked. Other than what was on the map, what is the strongest frost giant that has been seen in the past few years? Not what we know is deployed, but what could be coming at us unexpectedly. Karl asked the defense minister. There are royal rank frost giants, nearly 30 of them within the nation and 3 known monarchs, but their immortal king, as they call him, is a totem rank monster, one step above the overlord rank. He has been alive for hundreds of years, and we are unsure of his combat power these days, but there is a theory that they organized this alliance with the other giants to eliminate the threat of the humans before the immortal king succumbed to old age. The leaders of the other giant nations are similarly impressive, though the stone giants are taking the majority of our strongest warriors, as they have dozens of overlords in their ranks, and their average warriors can grow to royal rank in later adulthood. Karl nodded and made notes as Defense Minister Orleans outlined the issues. Now it made sense that there weren't any overlords on this front. They had all been deployed to keep the stone giants and hill giants at bay. The frost giants were more numerous, but not as domineering at their peak strength. The other 2 teams looked a bit relieved at the news that there weren't many frost giants above commander rank, but Karl had already seen the deployment numbers, and no matter where they went, it was not going to be an easy battle. What are the chances that they are going to stand down after a prolonged stalemate? Should we be aiming to push them back, or just to limit casualties on our side? Jody asked, distracting the minister from his explanation about the difference between giant nations. Limited losses are the aim right now. If they make a full offensive against the artillery lines, that might change. The artillery is powerful enough for the awakened giants, and will have some effect against the ascended beasts as well. But if they make a full push, none of our conventional weapons will be able to hold against them, and it will be up to the brothers of the church and their blessings to allow our line infantry to fight back. He was obviously trying to push them to do as much as they could to keep the giants from attacking, as the casualties involved in regular infantry fighting giants were guaranteed to be catastrophic. That was just basic history, and for millennia, that was how the less magical nations of humans had survived. During those times, even when the average family had 10 children, the nation had barely managed to increase its population after casualties in the wars against the monster tribes. In the last 10 years, they had made huge strides in the stability of the nation, and it was honestly surprising that the giants had waited this long to start to team up to eliminate the humans' power base. The rest of Karl's team came in with a rather unassuming-looking girl in an ascended rank school uniform. He had thought that they were going for a berserker, but if she was their choice, Karl would work with it. The most important thing was that everyone got along, and she didn't look like she intended to cause any friction among the team members like some flirtatious male warrior might. Karl, this is Bear, an ascended rank berserker from the senior classes. Lotus introduced their new member. Bear? Karl asked. I am a bear totem berserker. I transform when I use the enrage skill and the nickname kinda stuck. My name is Ophelia. Good to meet you, Ophelia. Now that our team is ready, we can head to the supply room and start packing. I have arranged our deployment point already, and the government sorts will inform us when our ride is ready. Karl explained. He led them out of the room, along with Dave, Jill, Alice, and Daniel. The 4 agents from the Bureau who had been looking after Karl and Dana were rightly concerned to be seeing them going to war so early into their training, but they were also going out to make sure that other promising talents had a bit of extra protection when they were in the worst spots. So, this would be the last they would be able to see each other for a little while, unless the situation near Karl changed. It looks like you've formed an enviable group. Take care of them while you're out, and we might see you soon. We're all being assigned to strike teams to rescue elites in trouble. That's one of the primary duties of the Bureau. It's difficult to have elites develop if they're dead. But you're in a good position, so as long as you don't get into the main lines of the Frost Giant army, you should be all right. Don't try to play hero and... I'm sure there was something else I wanted to say. Alice ranted. Daniel patted her on the back. They will be fine with Karl along. I have read all the reports, and I don't know many who have more skilled scouting abilities than him and Hawk. When it comes to avoiding ambushes, They're top-notch. He comforted his partner. Jill smiled at Dana while pulling her blonde hair back into a ponytail. Are you certain that life as a pop music idol sounds that bad? It's not too late to back out and find a replacement to go to the front lines. The mage joked. Dana nodded enthusiastically. Anything sounds better than that. As Daniel said, we will be fine. I just hope that Jody and Josh will be. They're taking student teams out, and it sounded like they weren't going to get to pick the good locations. They will be all right. They're going to be attached to military units, so they're not out alone. The lines are dangerous, but there is support. Most of us have been there before. That's how Rita got all but her last promotion. It's not as bad as the historical battles were. Alice assured them. A call from inside the meeting room drew the agents away, and Karl led the team to the supply room, then looked at their newest member. Does your transformation preclude wearing armor? He asked. The berserker shook her head, knocking some of her straight brown hair loose from its tie. Not if it's bonded. Sister Lotus said you would splurge and cover some bonded armor for me, and a new weapon. Karl smiled. Of course. We all need to be equipped to go to battle, and I will check on the others as well. What is your transformed shape like? Ophelia made a vague gesture upwards. I'm about 250 centimeters tall, standing on my back legs, half bear, half human. I can still hold things, but I've got claws on my hands, and a bare head. It's the rage that causes problems because I can forget who is an ally if they look too much like the enemy. That shouldn't be a problem while fighting frost giants, but we can put you on the far side of Thor if that makes you more comfortable. I don't think anyone has ever mistaken him for a frost giant. Karl laughed. There is another member? She asked. Karl turned to Lotus. Did you forget to give her details? The nature priestess just shrugged. We got the important parts. Karl sighed as he turned back to the berserker. Thor is a lightning Sero, one of the 4 beasts I am partnered with. He's full-grown, bright green, and provides everyone a lightning barrier that refreshes stamina, as well as providing basic healing. Then we have Hawk, our scout, who is a form of dragon hawk, and Ray the bloodbath spider, who usually fights with 2 spider golems made of vines at her side. She nodded along, then counted on her fingers. You said 4, that is 3. Karl called Remy out into his hand. The little blue and gold snake looked up at Bear, then activated minor water control to make herself a pair of arms to wave hello. Oh my goddess. She is adorable, but I can see why you don't count her as a combat pet. Why did you pick a common grade water snake? She asked. Remy is a Naga spirit snake. When she grows up, she has a high chance to evolve into a Naga, but she is an ascended rank shaman already. Her skills are limited due to her age, but she isn't entirely incapable. In fact, as she can cast Blizzard, she might even help us blend in with our surroundings on this mission. Karl explained as they reached their destination. Commander, what brings you back so soon? The supply room manager asked when the group entered the room. We're heading out on a mission, and one of our team members needs gear. Possibly 2, if Sister Lotus has been worried about everyone but herself. Karl replied, We've got just what you need. Just give me a moment to pull up the inventory. Chapter 260 Bear Chops. The screen changed a few seconds later, and there was an assortment of plate armor displayed. This should all bond to the user as Miss Ophelia will need. Now, were you fronting the credits? Or did she need to take a battle credit loan? The staff member asked. I will be purchasing her new armor and a weapon to match. There are also a few items we will need for our packs, which Lotus will inform you of later. Those can all go on my tab. Karl explained. All right, I will let you sort out the repayment terms on your own. It's not like you're hurting for money the way that you keep turning in reward materials. But speaking of which, do you have any more of the tea moss? We're running low, and it has been in high demand since the first outings members began to run out. Karl checked Thor's space and then Ray's space where it was actually growing in abundance on the trees. He collected a few kilos of fresh moss and passed it over to the supply room clerk, along with some of the herbs that were growing within Thor's space and beginning to spread beyond their intended area. Here, you can put those on my account to help offset the cost. If you need more of anything that might be growing along the border with the frost giants, just let me know, and I will see if I can bring any of it back when I return. The staffer nodded as he sorted through the various armors that were available. This one has a flame enchantment on it. That will be good both for hunting frost giants and for keeping warm in the mountains. Did you have a mobile source of heat? The clerk asked. Karl smiled and activated flaming body over his hand. The clerk nodded. That will about do it. No need to worry about freezing when you can just set yourself on fire for fun. Alright, why don't we have Miss Ophelia try this one on? If it bonds, she will be armored, and then we can move on to finding a suitable weapon. What are you using now? Will it hold up to the rigors of commander rank combat? Karl took out the two-handed blade, and the berserker gave it a look that Karl could only describe as lust. That was definitely her preferred weapon, but the energy leech effect that it had was really pushing Karl's beasts forward with all this fighting. His mental spaces were almost ready to be equalized again, and that should push Thor nearly to the commander rank, as the spaces naturally tried to push the beasts to the same point. The supply clerk frowned as he examined the blade. It's not particularly high quality, and I'm guessing that you use a skill to protect it from direct damage, but it's not going to hold up to your increasing abilities for much longer. The enchantment is strong, but the material quality is definitely on the lowest side of awakened, so even as sturdy as it is against physical strikes, too much skill power being channeled through it will damage the weapon. Karl sighed. It was a bonded weapon, but if he was going to outgrow it, he would have to find another weapon to use in general combat, and leave it to passively draw the life force of their enemies. He had the bow now, so he could fight at longer ranges, but depending on the fight, he might still be needed as a frontline combatant. Possibly not if they used Dana's golems with Thor, but they would have to adapt their strategies. I have this bow as well, but I'm more often needed to hold back the enemy, so I haven't had a chance to use it, Karl explained. The clerk assessed it with a trained gaze. That's a good one. Low commander rank, infinite arrows, and it will grant your strength modifier to the arrow damage. As I recall, you had a strength ring. Karl nodded. Indeed, it's a good item, but I could likely use another sword, as the only other one I have is also getting outdated. It was still strapped to his pack, but he rarely used the short sword for anything. It was just an emergency spare. The clerk went into the back and came back with a cart full of weapons. I don't have much at the commander rank, but I have one that has a life-steal ability that should be similar to the one you're using. The rest of these are all for Miss Ophelia to choose from. Karl refrained from mentioning that it wasn't exactly a life-steal effect that his existing blade granted, since they only had one similar quality weapon anyhow. If he had one that healed and one that granted life force to help them grow, that was twice as good. Karl went to pick it up to check it out, and energy sparked from his hand, forcing the weapon away and nearly knocking over the rack. The clerk hurriedly saved the weapons cart from tipping as he cursed. I was afraid of that. Some equipment will interfere with others and prevent you from bonding them. Could be that the two blades are too similar, and the old one won't let you replace it. If that's the case, just keep a spare of some sort and use it until it shatters. He explained. The blade looked better than when Karl had gotten it. Much better, in fact. If he kept using it and letting it absorb energy, he might not need to replace it. It was falling behind his power level, but as long as it wasn't so far behind that his skills broke it, the blade should be fine to keep using. Bear chose a pair of matched axes which granted fire damage on hit, a perfect counter for frost giants, and suited to her fighting style. They could be used both in her normal form and in her werbear transformation, and they bonded to her so they could be safely stored when not in use. Everyone else had ascended rank or higher armor on already, though Dana wasn't particularly happy about her incredibly ornate mage robes from the Naga dungeon. They were good robes, though, and she wasn't willing to give them up for an inferior option just because of the style. What is your frontline combat formation? The backroom clerk who brought out most of the weapons asked. Thor, who is near peak ascended rank, and 2 ascended stone golems with the durable constructs bonus. Then we have 2 commander rank attack golems. Karl explained to the aging veteran. The man considered it for a while, then nodded. So, you count on the weaker golems to hold the line, while the more powerful ones are able to go all out on damage. That's not a bad plan. You've got 4 constructs with the group after all. I was going to recommend something to add barriers, other than your 1 mage. Karl smiled back at him. We have a group, refreshing lightning, and a circle of protection, as well as the holy protections from the war priestess. That should be enough to hold. Dana actually had a very advanced barrier that she used on her golems. It was just that until recently when she made it to ascended rank, she was so far behind the group leaders that the main threats could shatter it faster than she could rebuild it. It simply wasn't mana efficient when they had Alice's golem there as well. As long as you are sure the barriers can hold. With no commanders to take the brunt of a charge, it could get dicey for your tanks. He replied. If needed, I can join them, and the 2 commander-rank spider golems can as well, but it shouldn't be necessary most of the time. If I can stand back of the fight, I should be able to greatly increase my damage instead of spending all my time blocking strikes and keeping targets occupied. Karl explained. Lotus sneaked up to the counter with her wish list of supplies for the mission, which the other clerk quickly filled, then swiped Karl's card to pay for everything. The supplies you provided covered 3/4 of what you spent today. Not a bad deal if I do say so myself. Good luck on your mission, the clerk announced. Thanks. We will see you when we get back. The old man laughed. Kind of a commander like you to come make a pity visit to this old man. Just bring back the young ones in one piece, and we will call it even. Chapter 261. Back in the snow. 2 days later, Karl found himself standing in the snow at the base of the mountains again, just as he had been on his last mission, only this time, instead of the frigid cold and silence, he could hear the distant sound of frost giant war horns, the sound carrying over 50 kilometers through the hills as they staged for an attack along the front lines. The group had just landed, and the intelligence on their area looked good, but the numbers that his keen eyes had detected along the main lines were far larger than the number of stones that had been placed on the map. If each blue stone had been 500, not 100, it might have been an overstatement, but much closer to the truth of the situation. While here in the hills, their newly arrived group had yet to spot anything threatening. Which way should we search first? Bear asked as she surveyed the trees in front of them. Like Lotus, she was more comfortable here in the wilderness than she was in the academy or in a city, and Hawk wholeheartedly approved of her naming sense. Karl, on the other hand, preferred to use her actual name, so he didn't get into the habit of treating her like one of his pets by calling her Bear. Karl brought out the folded map from under his tabard. The first sweep should go east, away from the frost giant front lines, to see what might be coming around to look for better routes. Then we will double back and check for hidden scouts before the sun goes down. I got them to agree to allow us to operate in a wide area, so we're not going to be easily tracked back to the same routes. But that will also mean that we need to set up multiple camps and be finished with our route before the sun drops behind the mountains. That doesn't leave us a lot of time to do our work, so we might as well get to it. What he had failed to consider was how much the magic of the frost giants had changed the area from its natural state. There was normally no snow in the mountains within the Golden Dragon Nation, but now, even in the middle of the afternoon, the temperature was below freezing. Hawk was out, sitting on Dana's backpack and surrounding them both with flaming body, which was generating an area of warmth that the others were standing in, while Karl kept his own active and moved ahead. You're going to have to go scout soon, he reminded the bird, who was just getting comfortable on top of the mage's backpack. As a replacement for Hawk's warmth, Karl lit his sword with flames and passed it to Ophelia, who was the largest of the group other than Karl, even when she wasn't transformed. Here, that will stay lit as long as my barrier is up. The effect should be enough to keep the team warm if you hold the blade in the middle of the group, and you're the only one in the group that has superhuman strength other than myself. Karl quietly informed her. Got it. I'll take good care of your sword. We're gonna have to work on something for the future, though. My armor keeps me plenty warm, but the others will need regular breaks, even with the winter gear they packed. She replied. The Golden Dragon Nation did not have great winter gear, Karl would admit that, but he hadn't mastered the art of spreading the flaming body ability, which Hawk could only do by touch, so they were going to need to stop and warm up every few hours. I will think of something. If there are caves nearby, perhaps we can set up in one of them to make it easier to sleep at night. Karl agreed. Hawk disappeared over the trees, and within minutes he was sending back reports of frost giants moving near their path. 3 ascended and 7 awakened in this group. They look like trainees. Hawk reported. Anything else nearby? Hawk paused for a moment. 1 commander and 2 ascended about 4 kilometers past them, moving south along a trail. All right, we have our first targets. A training patrol with 3 ascended giants and 7 awakened rank juveniles. If we can make a quick and clean job of it, there is a commander-led smaller group a few kilometers beyond them. Karl explained. Thor and the golems were all being held in reserve, only to be brought out to fight so that the group could move silently through the woods. Karl had gained the skill silent movement, which allowed him to lead from well in front of the group without alerting the frost giants, whose sense of smell was no better than a human's. But the sound of a sarrow or a stone golem in the woods would give them away far too early. Karl paused and motioned for the group to come forward when the patrol came in sight. Ray will move up on the left flank with her golems. Ophelia, prepare to rage and charge with Thor and Dana's golems toward the pack. Sisters, you are with Dana. Just get close enough to keep them in healing range. I will circle right and keep them from running when they realize they're in trouble. Karl whispered. He didn't have much training with a bow, but this one didn't need it. Once you activated it and drew the magical string, it gave you a mental impression of where the arrow would strike. Karl silently raced through the trees, getting in position as Tessa rode Thor into battle, with Ophelia in her half-bear form running alongside them. The golems were still a bit slow, and would arrive a second or two later, but that gave Karl time to prepare for his first-ever combat shot with the crystalline bow. The bowstring appeared as Karl made the drawing motion, and the solid crystal flexed as he aimed the shot. Since it was a day for firsts, Karl decided to use Remy's chain lightning, the one skill he gained from bonding the Naga spirit snake. It made the arrow crackle with energy, and Karl released, hitting the closest giant square in the chest as it turned to scan the area. Skill he gained from bonding the Naga spirit snake. It made the arrow crackle with energy, and Karl released, hitting the lightning spread through the entire group, leaving them shaking and partially paralyzed, as if they had been hit with a taser, which allowed Thor's charge to shatter a giant's femur, while Tessa's flanged mace glowed with golden light and crushed its sternum. Ray was there before the giants had realized what was going on, and Ophelia only had time for one swing of Karl's sword, cutting deep into a frost giant's chest before everything was dead. Karl went to rejoin the group, and Tessa gave him an enthusiastic thumbs up. Was that a new skill from Remy? I like it. Stunning the enemy makes the fight so much easier. The war cleric congratulated him as Ray began to rifle through the bodies, emptying them of loot before stealing the bodies for her art exhibit. One each went to Hawk and Remy, so they couldn't complain, but the rest were scheduled to be strung up in the trees for Ray's diorama. I didn't know that it would stun them. I was just going for the damage. That arrow hit a lot harder than I expected, though. It punched through armor and all the way through the frost giant. Sure, it was awakened, but still, Karl replied. There was a lot of blood on the snow, but Remy had a plan to fix that. Once the group started to move toward the second group, the commander with the 2 ascended frost giants, she cast a blizzard over the battlefield, freezing the blue blood and covering it in a fresh layer of snow. That was enough to satisfy her that nobody would suspect that there was a battle until they actually stepped on the location and revealed the blood. She wasn't a cleanup specialist, but hiding your kills from sight was just good practice in her mind. The second group was facing away from them when Karl reached their position, so he didn't wait for the others and unleashed an arrow into the leader's back. The chain lightning spread, slowing the others, but the commander shrugged it off. It bellowed in rage and turned just in time to catch an arrow to the chest, which caused a fountain of blood before the third arrow struck home only a few centimeters from the second. By now, the other 2 were twitching on the ground, and the spider golems raced in to finish the job. Make it quick and hide your tracks. That shout brought more patrols this way. Hawk warned as Ray borrowed the bodies and Karl picked up what couldn't be brought into her space. Remy, work your magic on the battlefield. Ophelia, these are for you. Vambraces of giant strength. I've got 2 strength-type items already, so these are all yours. You will make good use of them in combat. Karl whispered as he motioned for the group to retreat from the forming blizzard. Chapter 262 Hunting Frost Giants. Hawk led them away for a few minutes, then directed them to turn left to hit another of the weaker patrols. The stronger groups had gone toward the shout, while the weaker one had carried on their mission. Hit and run was the name of the game that day, and Karl was intending to do as much damage and make as many groups go missing as possible. The second awaken group went down even more smoothly than the first had, as Karl got used to his bow, and the others got used to working together without Prince Corbin or Alice around. Being without the spell blades and their rapid movements and magic changed the way the group had gotten used to fighting, as did having Karl in the distance instead of right up close. Interestingly, while Ophelia couldn't store the blade the way that Karl did, it had no resistance to her using it in combat, and it happily transferred Karl the energy from the monsters that died near it. That was far better than he had expected, and with Karl's newfound ability to stun or slow the frost giants, the use of a single large weapon wasn't a hindrance to the survivability of the berserker. Remy had refused to come out and see things with her own eyes. She was a monster, but a cold-blooded one, and she would have to burn mana to keep from freezing. She could extend her powers out just enough to cast Blizzard when needed, and that was enough for her as she hid in the tropical heat of her swamp. Thinking about that made Karl realize that the others were getting cold, so he instructed Hawk to find them somewhere to hide and reheat. Go north. There is a small cave in the mountains there. It looks dry and unoccupied. Hawk instructed. Follow me. There is a cave ahead, and we will rest for a while and warm up before we head out again. This cold is unnatural, and I don't want anyone getting frostbite. Karl instructed. Hawk settled into a tree outside as they hid in the cave behind one of Dana's barriers. It didn't have the illusion factor that Prince Corbin's did, but there had been vines partially obscuring the cave entrance, and the barrier would keep any nearby monsters from smelling them inside. Karl turned up the heat from the sword to warm the small cave, and took out his map to note the battles that they had been in. The instructions were to make reports no more than once a day, and only right before you moved on from a location, in case the frost giants had found a way to track communications. They weren't known to have any such technology or really any technology at all, but if they had gotten their hands on one of the military radio phones, they might be able to decrypt all the nearby messages or even track the source of the signal. That could be disastrous for the teams who were operating in the field, so the standard procedure was to send the message then move on, leaving the area where they might be able to track the team to. Of course, this didn't matter to the main lines, as they weren't hiding from anyone, but for Karl's team, anonymity was their friend. Even just being able to collect the bodies of the fallen frost giants and have Remy coat the area with new snow would make it incredibly difficult for the enemy to track their movements. They would know that their teams were missing when they didn't sound the horns at the next random interval, but they wouldn't easily stumble across them either. Hawk, what else do we have in the area? Karl asked once the group was beginning to get warm again. Nothing close. You've only got an hour and a half until it is dark, and the closest group is over 6 kilometers from you now. All right, you can come into your space to rest or stay in the tree, whichever you prefer. We will stay here the night, and then go hunting again in the morning. Karl agreed. Short day, everyone. There is nothing close enough to hunt before dark, so Hawk recommends that we stay here. We will head out in the morning and get back to work. Karl explained. They had 2 communication devices on this trip, the emergency phone and the standard open-channel radio. The first was safely stored in his pack, but the second was tucked into Karl's armor, with the earbud in one of his ears. That way it wasn't loud enough for anyone else, or any nearby enemies, to hear, but he could keep up to date on what was going on around them. The battle lines were active, but there were no major changes that day, just a few skirmishes. What he was waiting for was a report of an enemy troop drawdown, or a redeployment, which would likely mean more enemies coming through their patrol area. As long as the frost giants were busy on the main battle lines, he would only have to deal with scouts here. But there was a second part to their mission, and it was to try to determine how they were spreading the frozen area out of their nation and into the Golden Dragon Nation. The hope was that it was some sort of device that could be destroyed, forcing the weather back to normal and putting the frost giants at a disadvantage. There wasn't any sign of that within the patrols, and they were deployed well within the frozen area, so if it was something that happened near the edge of the advance, it would be beyond their reach. But what they could do was keep hitting the frost giant scouts until they started to send more troops into this area, weakening their front lines and giving Karl and the others the chance to earn a massive amount of rewards once they were back home. Dreaming of being able to advance beyond commander in one deployment was insane, but that didn't mean that they couldn't gain anything. For one, there was the credit for the kills that they could trade for resources, and the other was the Skill Master upgrade that Karl had chosen during the dungeon hunt. Skill Master rank 2, usable only by those with the Skill Master ability. Allows learned skills to improve to 1 rank above the bonded partner's current rank with practice. That was his goal on this mission. The beasts were going to be using their skills nearly constantly, and finding new ways to expand their combat skills. That meant abundant practice opportunities, and the chance that one of the commander rank skills might actually improve in power by a rank. If Ray's golems improved, they would have something akin to low royal rank combat power, without having to wait for Ray herself to improve. Then, when she did improve, the skill should improve along with her, and she would become even more deadly. Or perhaps it would be Thor's refreshing lightning or Hawk's flame body that advanced first, as both were in constant use. The condition of practice wasn't all that clear, so it could mean just keeping it active, not actively trying to improve it. Though Thor had proven that he was improving it, when he learned to expand his skill to everyone, and step into his desired role as the team's healer. Tessa laid the sword flat on the floor of the cave and gestured for Karl to turn up the heat. It was already reasonably warm inside, but she didn't want to waste their precious fuel canisters, and there was no wood in here to create a cooking fire from. All right, I'm not going to do anything that will mess up the dinner schedule. We've got a long night before we have to move again, but while you cook, we should come up with a better plan for dealing with these groups. I am thinking that we have Hawk scout a larger area tomorrow during the early morning hours, and then he can inform us of their general movement patterns, and where they are likely to be so that we're not wasting time looking for them. We will be able to go out, hunt, and then return somewhere warm to rest before we go out again. Karl suggested. Lotus nodded. That's not a bad idea. We could also have Ray set up a spot in advance if we knew that we were going to be circling back to it later. It would allow us to go straight inside without waiting around. I'm not sure the forts will be the best option, though. The cold is getting insane out there, and spending the overnight in a cloth fort, even with the blade for heat, might not be the most comfortable thing ever. If we can keep returning to caves that we can properly heat, that might be best. But like a heated tent, it is possible to keep the forts warm. Ray thought about that for a while. If I double the layers used to make the fort, we can keep the wind out, and the floor will stay warm under everyone's bodies. That will keep the wine down, and the blade will keep the inside warm. Ray says she can make a fort that will be warm enough. Once Hawk scouts in the morning, we will start making plans for where we will rest tomorrow. I think that switching between caves and forts hidden high in the trees would be a smart move, so the frost giants don't have as easy of a time guessing where we might be hiding. A few more days of eliminating their patrols, and they are going to start trying to do something about it. Chapter 263, Taunt the Giants. The next morning's scouting report revealed that the frost giants had caught on to the problem much faster than Karl had been expecting them to. They were not known for being particularly bright, but this morning there were no fewer than 20 teams in the area, and it appeared that they were doing a methodical search for the missing teams. From Hawk's report, they had spread out along a ridgeline very early in the morning, and they were moving south through the valley and past the cave now. If the team moved out in 20 minutes, they would be attacking the giants from behind, and they could kill multiple groups quickly before retreating. That seemed like a good plan to Karl. If they picked one of the stronger groups to eliminate as a group, Ray could use her golems to take out a weak group nearby, starting with their ascended leader, which would leave the awakened giant trainees helpless. I can play too, Hawk suggested. True, but you're our scout. I don't want them associating you with the missing giants. Can you do it cleanly enough? Karl asked. No problem. I will wait for them to get close enough to you that I can throw the bodies in my space. We're going to need to do something about all the excess frost giants before they start getting in the way. Hawk reminded him. Oh, don't worry about that. I have just the plan to get rid of them, which will ensure the giants are in chaos when the main line decides to advance. Karl led the group out of the cave toward the closest powerful group, which was flanked by 2 weaker groups. The patrol line went on like that all the way across the valley they were working in. 1 group with a commander leading it, and then 2 groups of ascended and awakened. That should realistically give the commander and his smaller group time to react to any attacks on the weaker groups, but with Karl's divide and conquer strategy, it was about to become a feeding program for the beasts. Remy was already overjoyed by the amount of commander-rank food that she could gorge herself with as she waited for her body to grow up to fighting size, where she could crush and swallow her prey whole. That was an odd bit of logic for a venomous snake, but that was how she preferred to eat even after biting them. Biting was actually a last resort for the spirit snake, as she insisted that it made the food taste funny. But if she was threatened and her magic wasn't doing enough, she had no problem getting physical. But for the most part, she didn't come out of her hiding space and just poked her head out to cast blizzard after fights. "Remy, how long can your blizzard spell last?" Karl asked. "About 5 minutes if I need it to, then I will cast it again," she replied. "In that case, cast it at the start of the fight and just let it continue as we move away. Keep it centered on the group, and it will hide both the fight and our footprints so the other groups can't find us as easily." "Got it, boss." The next group was just coming into sight when Karl caught a change in Ray's thoughts. Tremble before the coming darkness. She was laughing at her hapless targets. Ray found her group. "Let's get to work. Remy, you're up. Keep us hidden," Karl instructed. He charged forward with Thor, and the roar of the frost giants who were being damaged by a snowstorm out of nowhere echoed through the valley. That might not have been his best call, but they were already damaged when he made it to combat, and Dana's twin golems had no problem holding off the 2 ascended frost giants while Karl fired arrows into the commander's chest and Thor prevented it from going after any of the other group members. Ophelia had no problem assisting the golems with one of the frost giants, and even Tessa had dismounted and come forward into melee range, attacking with her mace while Dana cast magic missiles and Karl's chain lightning slowed the giants. Karl felt 2 groups of giants reach his space, one from Hawk and one from Ray. That was their signal to move, and Karl quickly stripped the giants of anything of value and threw the corpses into Remy's mostly empty swamp. Tessa identified the items left on the ground and stuffed the magical ones into a pair of pouches that she slung over Thor's back. "We can sort them later. Where are we off to now?" she asked. "There should be another 3 groups like those on their way here. Remy is keeping the blizzard active to hide our movement, and Hawk is scouting their locations as they approach," Karl explained. The groups had moved into the same formation as the ones they had attacked, weaker groups on the flanks with the stronger one in the middle as they searched for the attackers. Same pattern as last time. "Tessa, did you want to ride Thor into combat?" Karl asked. "Sounds great. I will start with the commander, and Dana can focus her attacks on one ascended, while Bear gets the other." Tessa agreed. Ophelia made a pleased grunt at the plan, still caught in the berserker rage, and still transformed into her half-bear form. As she fought, small wooden totems would appear on the ground around her. Karl wasn't certain if they were buffs or some sort of skill, but they vanished after 10 seconds or so and didn't seem to affect anyone but her. Remy came out of her hiding spot to climb into Karl's armor, leaving only her head exposed. That was warm enough that she could comfortably fight, and secure enough she wouldn't fall down and into the snow. Now they had an extra chain lightning at ascended rank to go with the commander rank version on Karl's arrows. With the blizzard damage being so negligible to creatures with cold damage resistance, the giants had barely begun to understand that they were in serious trouble before they were paralyzed and cut down. 2 more batches of bodies entered the space, and Karl sent Hawk scouting down the line, getting a location for any other groups that might have been alerted to the battles. "They're all still moving forward. Should I bring some this way, or do we ambush them the same way again?" Ray asked as Hawk reported the location of the groups. "Same pattern. Wait for us to get in position," Karl instructed. "But you're so slow. Why don't you just chase after me, and I will take out all the weak ones to throw in your space, then we can come back to the group for the commanders," Ray suggested. "Because we can't leave the rest of the group unprotected. There's a reason for this group size and composition," Karl reminded her. "If I could just access the space from more than 100 meters, this would be way easier," Ray complained, eager to keep hunting. "Work with what you've got. We will clean up all along the line today if we can, and then retreat somewhere warm," Karl instructed. That was all the motivation that Ray and Hawk needed to go off mission and start hunting the weaker groups on their own. Before Karl had even reached the first commander, they had cleared the weaker groups and had started on the next pair, racing through the snow-covered trees to avoid detection and then brutally ambushing their hapless prey. Remy was stuck on cleanup duty, spreading her blizzard as wide as possible, while collecting the bodies, which Karl was doing his best to run past as the group chased the rampaging pair of beasts. "Why are they in such a hurry?" Ophelia asked as they reached their fifth group of the day, who were standing back to back, already paranoid and on alert after all the shouting from the other groups under attack on both sides of them. "I may have promised them that once the line was clear, we could go somewhere warm for the night." Karl laughed. "Well, that sounds good to me, but the casters will not be able to keep this pace up forever. Even if they're riding on Thor most of the time, that much magic will wear them out mentally." Karl nodded. "We're almost done. I will call the two hooligans back once we clear this group, and then we can hide the battles in the snow and look for a good spot to spend the night." Chapter 264 Thor's Loot Bags. By the time that they had finished clearing the last battlefield, the bags on the side of Thor were overflowing with loot, and he looked more like a pack mule than a combat pet. They had simply killed so many frost giants today that they couldn't resist grabbing anything remotely magical looking, with the plan to identify and sort it later. The frost giant scouts should have been sent into battle with decent gear, and that gear would be very close to what the group needed to fight them. It wouldn't be the fire element attack gear they wanted, but if even a few of the armor pieces could be bonded, and assuming there were some giant strength type enchantments, they could make massive gains. Hawk sent them an update on his scouting mission. To the south, for kilometers, there is a large cave. That will be perfect for the night. That would also put them in front of where the patrol lines had been slaughtered, so it would be unlikely that the next day's reinforcements would start there in the search for the humans killing off their scouts. As they were making their way to the cave, Karl began to hear disturbing news on the radio. The frost giants were redeploying and sending a huge number of troops into this valley. It looked like their efforts had gone overboard, and now the enemy thought that there was a major military force here. Of course, as they were sending a large force to the valley, the Golden Dragon Nation was also sending an entire artillery regiment to the other end of the valley to ensure that the frost giants didn't advance past the lines. That put their hiding spot in the middle of no man's land in what was likely to become an artillery bombardment the next day. "It looks like we might need to be cold for a few more hours. Keep heading south until Hawk finds you a new hiding spot along the southern end of the valley. The army is redeploying artillery here, and I don't want to get caught in the middle of a bombardment," Karl explained once he had a full grasp of the situation. "You make it sound like you won't be leading," Lotus noted. "For the next hour or so I won't be. I will follow Hawk's guidance back to you, and you've got Ray and Thor for extra protection. I've got Remy with me to hide my movement. I'm going to put out a distraction to slow the frost giants' advance," Karl explained. "All right, see you soon. None of us can run fast enough to keep up with you anyhow," Tessa joked. That was true, and he had silent movement, so he didn't need to worry about making a commotion. "What's the plan? Are we going to ambush them from out of a blizzard and just boom pow smack down a bunch of giants?" Remy asked as Karl ran toward the point where the giants should be entering the valley. "Not exactly. You see how we've got all sorts of extra ascended and awakened rank frost giant bodies? We're going to pile them all up at that end of the valley and set a bonfire for the giants to keep warm by." "Oh, we're doing something nice to apologize. That's kind of you," Remy replied proudly, thinking that they were doing a nice thing for the enemy. "Frost giants are terrified of fire, and the heat causes them pain." "Sorry, Remy." For a moment, she was disappointed that they weren't doing a nice thing. Then she decided that it wasn't worth being sad for monsters that would lose a fight to a bird. Well, they get back most of their dead, so they can't be too mad, right? Even if it's not their usual ritual. That is true, they're getting most of the bodies back. That was enough assurance to make the naive young snake play along with the plan and keep her blizzard active on its lowest setting, creating a snowstorm that would only really damage common rank monsters. It did dump a lot of snow, and the winds were high over a large area, so it would hide their movement once they were gone, as Karl was leading them right to the mouth of the pass. "This is the spot. You start piling up the bodies into a huge hill, and I will cut down some trees to get the fire started. Karl instructed. Starting a fire when you were whittling deadfall logs for kindling with a flaming blade was a simple task, and within minutes Karl had a good, hot fire burning, and Remy was piling bodies all around it as Karl hacked down more trees to place in a second layer around the outside. The smoke was billowing up into the clouds, thick and black, and it would be impossible to miss the smell, which reminded Karl entirely too much of wet work socks drying by the fire without being cleaned first. Once the outer logs were burning steadily, Karl headed south at a run, hoping to catch up to the group before they made it too far. Remy's blizzard was reactivated as soon as they were out of range of the bonfire, hiding their tracks, but even the howling winds couldn't hide the rage of the frost giants when they realized that the fire they had come to destroy wasn't a human army camp, but a massive funeral pyre. The army wasn't sure what to make of the situation, so Karl sent a brief message, letting them know that it was a diversion. Regional Command, I can confirm that the fire is set by our side. Repeat, the fire is a distraction to slow the frost giant advance. Karl informed them. Understood. Report all sightings for ongoing bombardment as the line is extended. That was terrible news. He had deliberately picked a deployment spot well away from the main battle line, but they had already expanded to meet him only a few days into his mission. Worse, there was no real reason for it, other than a single day worth of increased activity. There was something going on behind the scenes that he wasn't aware of, and it wasn't making logical sense based on what he had seen of enemy deployment strategies during their flight in. If they were going to bombard the area, he couldn't scout it. But the mountain ranges further from the line were too inhospitable for either humans or frost giants to traverse in large numbers. The best bet was for Karl to take his team behind the enemy lines, where he would still be within his appointed zone, and they could attack frost giant supply caravans. Hawk would like that. They farmed monstrous boars and giant goats. Hawk, where are you leading the team? Karl asked as they began to turn toward the human military unit. There are soldiers everywhere. Unless we're going to take a cave near their camp without talking to them? Tessa thinks we should say hello before we move on. Hawk replied. All right, I will catch up to you before you reach them. Karl had Remy stop the blizzard when they got close enough to see Hawk above the trees, and then caught up to the group just before they reached the outer patrols of the incoming military camp. Once the beasts, except for Thor, who still had a pair of massive packs full of magical items, were all safely back in their spaces, he led them out into the open, where soldiers were surrounding the camp, all carrying swords glowing with the holy light of a cleric's blessing. So, not elites but regular infantry, relying on holy magic to be able to injure anything that came their way. That could make it difficult to get back out of the camp, as they weren't going to want to lose the protection of a commander-ranked elite and his team, especially just for Karl and the others to go scouting in another region. Identification, the patrol guard requested, with a hint of reverent respect in his tone. Commander Karl, 95988. Deployed to the region with my team to control scout movements away from the main lines. Karl replied. And how did that go? The patrol leader asked. We're up by about 70 frost giants for the day. Lotus cut in with a smile on her face. The man froze as if she had slapped him. Did you say there were 70 frost giants in the zone today alone? I will need you to report to the battalion commander ASAP. I don't think that they are aware of the threat level. Chapter 265 Commander Dalton. Karl and the team were quickly escorted to the battalion commander's tent, where they found a commander-rank soldier with his secretary bent over his desk when the scout burst in unannounced. Karl stopped the team and let the scout be the only one to go inside while the tent flap swung closed, and Tessa did her best not to laugh out loud. Damn it, Knock! The man shouted, as the secretary, who was in civilian clothing, hurriedly rearranged her skirt. It's a cloth door, sir. We have a report that you need to hear. A commander-led mercenary scout team took out roughly 70 frost giants in the zone just today. It has given us reason to believe that the deployment orders understated the severity of the threat. The scout announced in a dry tone as Karl and the team waited outside. Hawk and Ray had kept a bunch of the heads for just this reason, and they quickly piled them up outside the command tent, creating a 5-meter-tall mound of giant skulls still dripping with blood. The scout and his commander stepped outside and saw the massive pile of heads, then turned in shock to Karl. Where the hell did those come from? The commander demanded. I have a skill to keep body parts from defeated monsters in a separate space for the day. I use it to provide proof of kills, as we are on commission, not salary. Karl informed him. Someone count those and do a rank check on them. The commander shouted. Nobody was hurrying to do that duty, but they would get to it, Karl was certain. The battalion commander gestured inside. Please come in. I need a report on the situation, and anything you know about that fire burning at the other end of the valley. Karl took a seat across from the other commander, while the rest of the team sat in the chairs along the wall. The fire is easy. I used frost giant bodies to light a bonfire and slow the enemy advance so that they wouldn't follow us toward you. I got the message that you were moving in an artillery battalion, and I really didn't want to get caught in a bombardment while we slept tonight. Karl explained. The commander smiled. That was the right choice. We had no idea where you were in the zone, and the bombardment will start with the morning light. Not that your group wouldn't be able to outrun it in most cases, as long as you were listening to the radio, but still. Karl heard some commotion and stomping outside, and realized that the soldiers were trying to unload Thor, who had distinctly not given them permission to touch his bags. Tessa, Lotus, can you take Thor outside the camp and deal with his burden? Pick what might be useful and bring it back. The rest can be turned in for credit. Karl instructed. They disappeared out of the tent flap, while the battalion commander waited for Karl to explain. We didn't just take heads. I've got a lightning Sero outside with bags full of unidentified magic items. Someone tried to get into his bags, and he was getting upset to the point of considering stunning them with earthquake. Karl explained. A lightning Sero learned earthquake? The commander asked, completely confused. Not only that, he learned circle of protection, and he's almost to commander rank now. Give him a little longer and I think that we can teach him a healing circle as well. It will be glorious. A self-healing, self-shielding, self-buffing tank. Karl agreed. The commander shook his head in dismay. Even I never managed to learn earthquake, much less a circle of protection. Instead, I mastered the basics up to commander rank. Slash, guard, shield bash and commanding shout. You didn't get the scribes to at least make you a Ren skill book? I believe all warriors can use them. Karl asked. The man laughed. No, by the time that I wanted more skills I had become an officer. And it was Lieutenant Dalton go here, Lieutenant Dalton go there. I was never in active combat anymore, so I never needed to upgrade. Well, that does make some sense. Desk officers and unit officers don't spend a lot of time fist fighting frost giants. They have other responsibilities. My group, on the other hand, spends all our time fighting. That's all that we've done since awakened rank, with a few pit stops back at the academies to remind people that we're still alive. Karl explained. Commander Dalton sighed. Well, that's one way to live. But aren't you worried that one day the mission will go wrong, and all that credit you earned will be for nothing? Dana looked nervous, as she had certainly considered exactly that when she was thinking about joining Karl outside the academy. But Ophelia was a berserker, and ending in glorious battle when you were too old or crippled to fight was basically a life goal for her class. Karl smiled. It's a chance, and if that's the way that nature wills it, that's the way it will be. Nevertheless, I have faith in the world dragon that we will live to a ripe old age. Dana smiled. That was precisely the sort of non-answer that Lotus would have given. The two clerics came back in with one large bag of stuff, and Thor retreated to his space. Done already? Karl asked. Yep. There were only a few truly good things in there, since we were already stocked up. We have a ring and boots for Bear, Lotus and I have taken a bracelet each, and there is a brooch for Dana. The other boots are for you if you can use them, Tessa explained. They were commander rank leather boots with fur trim at the top and an increase to his cold damage resistance. But most importantly, they were warm. Karl also noticed that she had a bundle of weapons behind her back that she wasn't speaking about, possibly just so that the soldiers wouldn't get upset that they took all the best for themselves and didn't leave anything exceptional for the base to skim off before it was officially submitted. Will you be needing space within the camp? Or do you prefer to camp outside? Commander Dalton asked. Karl thought of the nearby caves that Hawk had found. I think that we will set up not far from your position within the caves. They're easier for our group to keep warm and comfortable than a tent, and they're sheltered from some of the sound of artillery. Dalton nodded. I will leave you to it, then. Remember to inform me of your patrol route before you leave again, so that we can avoid shelling your position. That won't be a problem. We will likely leave later in the day tomorrow, once we know how the frost giants are reacting to the presence of an artillery battalion in the area. They sent reinforcements yesterday when we started to target their trainees, so there is a chance they will transfer even more, or even retreat entirely once your teams get to work. Karl explained. Commander Dalton ran a hand through his short brown hair, then replaced his cap. Understood. We will call for you over the radio if they decide that an offensive is the answer. We're a bit short on actual fighters, as you might have noticed, and we only have 4 clerics with us to keep the weapon enchantments active and do part-time healing duty. Karl nodded. All right, if we're still around, we will see what we can do. We're not a front-line, stand-and-fight head-on sort of team. It's better to just let us work from the shadows. We can go through quite a few frost giants that way without them finding us. Dalton smiled and gestured to the door. Good luck. We have space if you can't find somewhere comfortable. Karl led the group out of the command tent. It wouldn't be a problem to find a spot. Hawk had already scouted them. They were just too close to the military camp for them to arrive at undetected. But since the battalion knew that they were there, they didn't have to put up a tent. They could just have Ray make a cover for the door and keep the interior of the cave heated. It took time to get a cave properly warm, but once the rocks were holding heat, it would stay warm for quite a while. Warm places to sleep were in short supply in this unnaturally cold region, but Hawk was getting quite skilled at finding them. The cave that Hawk had found today turned out to be fairly deep and ran nearly 10 meters into the cliff face, where running water had cut away the limestone over the years. That would work out well for them. It was protected from the elements, but there was still plenty of ventilation and an easily defensible single entrance. Chapter 266 Shadows in the Snow. With Karl, Hawk, and the sword all adding heat to the cave, it warmed up quickly, and they were able to comfortably hang the hammocks using Ray's web to attach them to the walls. There would be no sleeping on the cold floor for his group, and they could get away with a minimal watch, as there were artillery battalion patrols 10 meters outside their door. As they finished dinner, Karl noticed that the patrols were lingering outside the entrance to the cave, which was located about a meter above ground level, and 4 meters above the cavern that they were in. The stone walls of the cavern were already warm, not frozen by the suddenly frigid air outside, but with the flames they were using for heat, Karl suspected that the guards were lingering where the warm air was venting before moving on with their patrols. It had to be torture to keep walking by while the group was roasting meat and cooking up a stew, but the majority of the scent would go up the air vent in the chamber and be filtered through the trees instead of flowing out the main entrance to torture the patrols. Ray took the entire night watch, ostensibly because she was sleeping most of the afternoon after they arrived at the base. In reality, it was mostly because she enjoyed watching everyone gently sway in her web hammocks. The hammocks were comfortable, and with the flaming blades set against one wall, the room was luxuriously warm all night until Ray fell asleep as Lotus started breakfast to the accompaniment of the sound of artillery fire. As promised, they had started the bombardment of the frost giants promptly at dawn. So Karl turned up his radio to listen to the morning broadcasts. They had a scout team in the mountains, looking down at the valley with high-powered binoculars, and they could see the majority of the region well enough to target the shells. They had also determined that the number of frost giants had grown again overnight, but mostly on the weaker side of the spectrum, trainees at the awakened and ascended rank, not their commanders. That was a relief to the artillery, as their shells didn't do much to the commander rank frost giants. They had to call in the elites, or wait for them to engage in melee combat with the holy magic-enhanced soldiers to be able to kill them without relying on large amounts of luck. Are we going to go out and scout? Dana asked as they packed up after breakfast. Not yet. The giants are building some sort of defensive structure right now, and the artillery is going wild on them. Even if we wanted to go out, there isn't anything that we could do except dodge shells. Karl explained. Then he unplugged the earbuds from his radio and turned up the volume, so everyone could hear what was going on with the messages. For the next few hours, it was the same pattern of radio transmissions as the main line. Just target, fire, fire. Then when it was almost time for lunch and Tessa was about to unpack their cooking gear again, the reports slowly began to change. The frost giants were no longer coming out of their bunkers. They were hiding behind stone, snow, and barriers, with a blinding snowstorm raging all around them to hide troop movements. That wouldn't stop the bombardment, but it would make it impossible to tell if the enemy was building their strength for an offensive. Once we finish lunch, I am taking us to the far side of the valley to check the mountain passes and the next valley for frost giants. That's still within the range we agreed to work, and it's pretty obvious that they're up to something if they're keeping a blizzard active along the entire north end of the valley. Karl informed the others. We're not leaving them to their fate, are we? Tessa asked cautiously. She was a priestess of the Red Dragon, the god of war, and anything deemed cowardly in battle was anathema to her faith. No, we will actually be closer to the enemy lines when things do go sideways, but I want to be coming in from a flank that I know is clear, and not crossing no man's land with a bunch of terrified infantrymen in a snowstorm. With lunch finished, and their gear packed, Karl headed to the camp after stuffing bits of moss in his ears as earplugs against the noise of the artillery. He stopped at the supply tent and got a notepad and pen so he didn't have to remove his own from his pack, then wrote a mission description for the battalion commander to read. There was no way they were going to be able to have a discussion here beside the artillery, so Karl just handed him the letter with the crude map on it and patted him on the shoulder to say good luck. Dalton nodded and waved him away, letting Karl rejoin his team and head into the hills. The reports were that the snowstorm was spreading, coming in from the frost giants' side of the border. However, with all the strange atmospheric anomalies and the ice magic of the giants, nobody knew if it was a natural storm or a massive artificial one. What do you think, Hawk? Karl asked as the bird floated high in the sky, barely a black speck in their vision. It's a natural storm. The wind is carrying the clouds this way, and I can feel the cold moisture already. But that doesn't mean there's nothing in it. I keep seeing shadows, but they're too far for me to tell what might be casting them. Keep an eye on them and let me know when you can tell what is casting shadows in the snowstorm. It might be nothing, it might be something important. Chances are, human eyes can't tell that there are even shadows to begin with. Karl reminded him. Their route quickly took them into the hills, and that was where their smooth progress ended. The paths were narrow and steep, winding along the side of cliffs, while a river gorge made up the bottom of the canyon. Do you think that something might try to move down the river? I mean, they could freeze it over, right? Dana asked, directing her question at Lotus, who would be more knowledgeable about the weather than anyone else here. They probably can with their ice magic. But we can see the river from here, and this path would be a nightmare for frost giants to navigate, so it's better that we don't follow the river ourselves. I mean, we will because that's where the canyon goes, but not along the river itself. Lotus explained with a gesture along the path. They walked at a careful pace, not wanting to lose anyone down the hill if the path under the snow was loose or icy, and by the time that it got dark, they still had an entire kilometer to go before they had made it up the valley's length. All right, there is a path between the mountains ahead, according to Hawk, which will lead us back into the other valley close to the frost giant lines. There are no caves on this side of the fault. It's slate and not limestone like the other side of the hill, but Ray can make us a double-walled tent in the trees, and we will call it a night. Karl instructed. Ray was happy to run ahead of the group and test her theories on a double-walled fort. You couldn't see out of it, so her and Hawk were on night duties in the cold again, but it would be warm and sheltered from the increasingly frigid winds. They were just about to finish their scans and head into the fort when Hawk sent a final sunset update. I can see what's casting the shadows. It's frost giants in white suits, hundreds of them. They're hidden in the snow, but they can't hide their shadows. Where are they headed? Karl asked. For our valley. The one that the artillery is making a mess of right now. An exceptionally loud mess, Karl noted, now that they were so close to the edge of the bombardment zone. I will call it in. Battalion Command, this is Team 95988. We have spotted reinforcements on the other side of the mountains, headed for your bombardment zone. 200+ frost giants in snow camo outfits. Strength unknown. Karl broadcast. Received. It was probably better that Dalton let go of the mic button at that point. It would never do to curse that much over open airwaves. Chapter 267 Artillery Lullaby. The sound of artillery shelling the area continued all night, And then just after dawn, the sound of frost giant war horns blared across the north end of the valley, interrupting breakfast and causing the radio communications to go crazy. Karl had left his earpiece out so that everyone could hear the radio during the night, in case the frost giants attacked early, but from the sound of the broadcasts, their reinforcements were just arriving. The bunkers had greatly reduced their casualties last night, and with the addition of hundreds more warriors, the frost giants were preparing a charge on the south end of the valley, which would put them in position to flank the main army lines. The problem for Karl and his team was that the shelling continued, so they couldn't safely approach the giants to get to work. Hawk, fly up and double-check the area. I want to be absolutely certain that nothing is trying to come down this valley before we leave, he instructed. First, Hawk flew south to make sure that nothing got by them in the night, as unlikely as that was. Then he headed north up the valley, where only 10 kilometers from the camp, he found a large group of the giants in white building rock hurling siege weapons and building barricades. Karl checked that against his map and found that the location should be the Golden Dragon Nation side of the neutral zone, or contested zone, between the two countries. The lake that was directly behind their barriers had been the boundary marked on the map. The army almost certainly wouldn't want to push that far, and if they were setting up artillery, the frost giants weren't going anywhere. The river wouldn't support the weight, and it was too much trouble to have to disassemble and reassemble them for half a morning's march. But as Hawk circled back, he saw that the group at the lake wasn't the only one that was digging in for a long battle. On the other side of the ridge, the frost giants were building a massive ice fortification within their raging blizzard, visible to the keen eyes of Hawk only because they weren't trying to hide it from the back. Karl sent in the message and got back a quick response. Not from the battalion commander, as he had expected, but from the main line's regional command. Please remain on site to secure the secondary valley against enemy incursion. Reinforcing troops have been delayed. They informed him. Understood, we will be holding our monitoring position. Karl looked at the others and shrugged. Well, we're up the side of a hill in the trees where we can see half the valley. I would say that's a good enough position for what they want, and we can just wait here where it's warm. Until we get other directions, Hawk and Ray can take turns watching for movement, and we can all stay well rested. I know that we're not military, so we can theoretically decline the order, but it wouldn't hurt to wait here and see what happens next. Tessa laughed. If we move and something comes down the valley to cause problems for them, you know that we're going to hear it from the high priests as well. They despise it when they get messages complaining about the actions of their clergy, and they're already stressed by the current situation. Lotus might be used to getting yelled at all the time, but I prefer to avoid it. Lotus giggled at the insinuation, but Tessa was right. She got yelled at on a fairly regular basis for getting sidetracked when she wasn't with a green dragon or other type of nature priest. They got sidetracked just as much as she did. The artillery never slowed, only staggered its rhythm so that the enemy wouldn't find it as easy to predict. The sound carried through the mountain valleys, impossible to escape as the battle raged on. The frost giants were active on the main line, charging forward to eliminate artillery emplacements and scout bunkers. But in their valley, the enemy line was stationary. The big fear of everyone, both in command and in the fort with Karl, was that this was just a buildup. That the main line would get fully engaged, and that would be the signal for the troops that had built up along the secondary valleys to move into combat. But they couldn't put that over the radio, or they would be accused of trying to damage morale, so they had to wait and watch as the hours passed. And the two positions that they could scout remained patient, and the battle along the main lines intensified. At dark, Hawk returned to the fort to rest inside and out of the cold, while Ray went out to scout and made herself a secondary fort, up near the ridge and built into a tree. It kept the wind off her, and allowed her to see both the end of the valley and the main valley's access route, though she couldn't see the actual fortress built there. It was enough to be able to see if anything was moving in their own zone, as the army already had scouts all over the hills lining the other valley. To Ray's eyes, the frost giants were the opposite of what most living things should be. A mass of cold in the distance, not freezing, but much colder than most living things. If the weather wasn't so frigid, they would be hard for her to spot, as they would blend into the background temperature variation. But as it was, she was certain she wouldn't miss them if they moved. Near dawn, right when night patrols would be switching for morning patrols among the human armies, the radio reports of massive movement among the front lines began. The frost giants were beginning their full offensive, accompanied by ice magic enchanted boulders that smashed apart artillery wagons and brought area-freezing magic with them that both damaged the infantry and caused blinding snow. With the blinding snow, the rest of the forces couldn't see what was coming for them, and the reports were rather grim, with an entire armored battalion reported lost in the first hour. That was 70 kilometers from where Karl and the others were, too far for them to do anything about it, but close enough that it made them paranoid about what might happen to their positions. If the main line was breached or forced to retreat, that would put the unit under Commander Dalton behind enemy lines. That was not where an artillery battalion wanted to be, and he would have trouble even retreating with such a large unit and so much heavy equipment. If they leave one behind, I want an artillery, Thor announced, thinking of ways that he could pull one of the wheeled cannon batteries for long-ranged combat. What's this? You've gone for tank position and the healer role, and now you want to be artillery too. Karl joked. Remy is just a tiny snake. How could she take up our ranged combat role all by herself? Well, by herself or with Hawk if he doesn't have to scout? Thor asked. Hawk silently laughed at the thought of an overgrown afternoon snack becoming their ranged damage member, but refrained from saying anything that might make Thor sad. He was excited about helping, so Hawk let him have it. Thor's idea made good sense to Remy. She wasn't even big enough to see over people. She had to hide in Karl's armor or in her space just so she could see to cast her spells. If she was a flying snake, she could do like Hawk and target them from above, but her minor water control only allowed her to make simple appendages, not wings. But one day she would be big, and then she would be able to see everything in her swamp. We just need to teach her a new skill so she can see further. If she could find targets when they were further away, Remy could be our tiny blue artillery snake. Hawk suggested, hoping to keep Thor happy even if they couldn't get an artillery. That didn't sound like a bad idea to Remy. She just didn't know how she was going to do it. Maybe if her water control was better, she might be able to sense what her blizzard was hitting, and then she could target more spells without needing to see them. As an added benefit, she would know where everything in her swamp was. She just had to find someone who knew how to teach her that skill. Or have Karl torture one of the frost giants until they told him. The frost giants should know. Only nobody spoke frost giant. Learning was hard, Remy decided. Chapter 268 The Line Retreats. For the first few hours it almost seemed like they were going to be able to repel the frost giant attack. But then the units that had arrived in the snow made their move. 300 white-robed and hooded commander-rank frost giants appeared from the storm and rampaged through the main lines of the Golden Dragon Army's formation. All secondary units, this is a general retreat. All secondary units, this is a general retreat. Form at checkpoint Bravo for counterattack. The radio repeated. Hawk, is that causing Commander Dalton to move? Karl asked. They are already packing up their gear. It doesn't look like they are planning to leave a cannon for Thor, but we might get lucky. Hawk replied. Cannon, cannon, cannon. Thor cheered, while Ray and Remy laughed at his optimism. That doesn't sound good. Tessa sighed as the radio went silent to allow the units to relay their progress. It's not. The armored battalion is retreating. We could probably make it back to them if we ran, assuming that the frost giants aren't moving. But if they come down this valley, and we're not here, things will get bad very fast for the infantry. Karl replied. While a general retreat order did give them permission to leave, the fact they were the only ones blocking an entire valley meant that it might also lead to mass casualties. Tessa's eyes glowed red for a moment before she smiled. How much attention do you think that the frost giants are paying to their border patrol? I get the feeling that they have good stuff just waiting there for us to take it. Her eyes were glowing with the influence of the red dragon, and everyone in the group knew that meant the odds were excellent that she was right. Either there was good loot or a strategically beneficial fight. The war god wouldn't be interested if there were neither of them present. I will send Hawk to see what the next valley is doing before we move. If they're advancing, we will move north toward the border. If we're lucky, it might make them hesitate and save some of the artillery battalion. Karl agreed. Hawk soared out over the mountain peaks, looking down over the next valley, where the frost giants were beginning to get up out of their bunkers now that the artillery had stopped. They were forming up for a charge, which would be faster than the infantry, which didn't have enough transport trucks to leave except on foot. They're forming up for a charge. If we leave now, they should be about halfway down the valley when the alarm goes up that we're attacking the border defense teams. Karl informed the others. Dana gritted her teeth and nodded. Let's do this. How bad is the battle at the border going to be? Karl thought back to what Hawk had seen. Bad, but nothing that we can't handle. Just keep your shields up so that the ranged team members don't eat a boulder to the face from the catapults. They all grabbed their packs and Karl led them down to the river. There was a bend just 50 meters from the frost giant lines, which would hide them from view until they were close enough to attack. That was when he would start the charge, and with a bit of luck, their shields would hold long enough. There was no cover in front of the line, it was all knocked down and removed, so they would have to come through the open no matter what tactic they wanted to use. Lotus caught a ride on Ray, while Dana hopped up behind Tessa on Thor, which brought the speed of the group up to Thor's full running speed. With her strength enhanced, Ophelia had no problem keeping up with the lightning Sero, and Karl was faster than either of them. The deployment would put everyone in the right spot when the fight started, with Dana's golems forming up around Thor, while Ray brought her own out a little further down the line as a distraction. They were the most deadly in the group, so the frost giants wouldn't be able to ignore them, and that would turn them away from Thor and the others. A few extra seconds should be all they needed for Karl to stun the more vulnerable members and give them an early advantage. I will distract them away from your advance. Good luck, everyone, and I will see you in a minute, Karl instructed as they got close to the final corner. While the group went left, he moved to the right through the woods and prepared to shoot the frost giants that were immediately in front of the main group. He was the first one out into the open, and his arrow was loose before anyone had seen him, plunging straight into the heart of an unprepared ascended rank frost giant. Stun hit the creature's heart directly, and the giant twitched as it hit the ground, dead. That wasn't quite the plan, but Karl already had another arrow in the air, going for the giant beside the one that fell. To the defenders, it looked like he was taking out the reinforcements before he charged a weak spot in the line, and they began to shift positions while the rest of the group charged out of the woods. The distraction was just enough, and only 3 catapults managed to hurl ice magic-infused boulders at the group as they charged. None of them were close enough to damage the group. Firing hastily had cost the inattentive giants their advantage. Ray's golems appeared in their ranks, attacking without hesitation, while Dana's appeared a second later, flanking Thor as he knocked his target to the ground. Karl sent another round out, hitting the closest giant to him with chain lightning, which slowed the giant's response even further. Remy took that as her cue and cast a blizzard over the far side of the defensive line, while using her own chain lightning on the closest giants. The ice element attack would do very little, if any, damage to the giants, but it would block their vision and stop them from using ranged attacks against the much smaller human attackers. The risk of hitting their own people while firing blind was too high. There was a whoop of victory, and Karl saw Ophelia in bear form hacking both arms off an ascended rank frost giant with her axes. Giant strength combined with the buffs of a bear totem berserker was a deadly combination, and the small wooden totems on the ground were pulsing with energy as she fought. Karl let loose another arrow, catching a frost giant in the throat. It fumbled at the arrow as the lightning arced between it and those nearby, but the next arrow went straight to its chest, ending its struggle and leaving the others nearby staggering in pain. A sweep of the bow itself cut an arc of rend through the air, slicing the front of the giants open and dropping the weaker ones. For a moment, Karl had a clearing around him, so he turned his arrows on the frost giant commander headed for Thor. The creature moved with surprising speed, catching the arrow. Then it howled in rage as chain lightning activated and Karl smirked in his direction. That was what Karl was after, drawing the leader to himself. Even with Ray around, the others would have enough trouble with the frost giants. They had far too many commanders in their ranks, and Ray wouldn't be able to take them all out fast enough for the clerics to keep everyone healed indefinitely. Hawk's fireballs were raining down from above, causing immense pain wherever they landed, but he had learned his lesson, and he was far above the battle, out of range of any ice spike-type attacks that might knock him out of the battle. Karl started to retreat toward the remainder of the group, intending to give Thor some reprieve while he could. but it appeared that the Sero didn't need it. The frost giants were having a hard time getting to the battle, with Thor casting constant earthquakes and Lotus using her water vortex staff to create spinning water funnels that pulled them off their feet and knocked them to the ground. Ray's golems were showing no mercy, making full use of the spear skill that they had gained in the Naga dungeon to turn anything they couldn't reach into a pincushion. As it was their only active skill, they didn't seem to have any issues firing them while fighting. 8 eyes that never blinked were a spider's great advantage, as they could see everything going on around them in a 270-degree arc, and fire spears at anything showing vulnerability. That's nearly 2 minutes to rejoin us, Lotus noted as Karl rejoined the group. But I saw you a minute ago, so it still counts, she added. Chapter 269 Border Jumping. Tessa's eyes were glowing red as she buffed the group with holy magic, adding damage to all their attacks, even Karl's lightning and the golem's blades. With the golems in place, Karl didn't have to switch back to his sword, but it was still transferring energy to the group from its spot on Ophelia's back, while she used her twin axes to block and attack at the same time. The giants were beginning to reform their lines, and Karl was considering giving the order to retreat as they worked together for a group spell. His stun couldn't deal with that many of them, and he wasn't certain what they were casting. He fired as fast as he could, targeting different areas of the group, but at the last second, a surge of golden holy energy surrounded them all, and the power radiating off Thor surged. The lightning Sero had made it to the commander rank, and with it, his circle of protection and refreshing lightning barrier had improved a rank. Karl noticed that the golden streaks on Thor's scales were becoming more pronounced, and now his horns were beginning to turn golden from their natural ivory. Looking fancy, buddy, Karl laughed as a barrage of icicles slammed into the hastily erected barrier Dana had placed in front of them, and then shattered against the barriers on their bodies. None of them took more than minor wounds, and these icicles weren't as insidious as the attacks of the Yeti clans, as they weren't trying to freeze them now that the damage was done. Tessa shouted in victory as the giants roared in frustration, but the battle was far from over. Karl's group was still vastly outnumbered, and most of what was left was the commander rank and the stronger ascended rank frost giants, who hadn't been annihilated by chain lightning or Hawk's fireballs. The water-hating bird was going insane overhead, launching fireballs as fast as he could, 3 at a time, into their ranks. They had ice barriers erected over themselves, but the fireballs weren't weak, and the barriers were having a difficult time keeping up with the incoming damage. Karl wasn't ready to rest yet. Even with the barrier refreshing them, Thor would run out of mana eventually, and they had to have the frost giants dead before then. Tessa was fully focused on offensive buffs, and was mostly out of combat and not attracting attention, while Lotus was focused on keeping Thor and Ray at full efficiency. That meant Ophelia had the worst of it, with Dana not far behind, though the clerics were keeping them both fully healed, and they weren't showing any visible injuries, despite the splatters of red blood on Ophelia's armor. The enraged berserker knocked both of a frost giant's arms wide, and Karl put an arrow into its forehead, shocking all the enemies gathered behind it with chain lightning. The berserker laughed as she charged into the body and tossed it backwards to get at more targets. But Karl noticed that she carefully stopped before she got out of range of Thor's circle of protection. The giants had no problem coming to her, and now that the group was getting surrounded again, it was getting easier to shock large groups, slowing them to the point that they were barely effective fighters against the speed of the spider golems. Stun was an option, but as it only affected a single target, it was less effective in a group fight, where slowing everything made life easier for the offense than stunning one target. While they focused on hurting and eliminating the frost giants, Hawk had set fire to all the wooden siege weapons that the frost giants had constructed, and the orange glow was giving the blowing snow a hazy look, like streetlights on a foggy morning. At the very least, that would make it safer to retreat if it became necessary. Lotus whistled to get his attention, and pointed toward her staff. I need time to recharge. That meant no more water funnels, but the number of enemies was dropping rapidly. Karl realized that something had changed, and the enemies were dying much faster than they should have been, given the group composition. Commander on commander, it generally took 5 or 6 solid hits per enemy to disable your target, but the back ranks were nearly completely gone. He knew he had missed something, but not what. until the last of the frost giants turned and ran back into the hills with Hawk in hot pursuit. His fireballs were burning straight through their armor and into their bodies, causing massive damage even to commander-rank giants. Karl thought he might have learned a new skill to optimize himself against water or ice element targets, but a nagging feeling in his mind brought his attention to his status. Skill Master Rank 2 Activation Flame Body Skill advanced to Royal Rank by Hawk. He actually hated ice magic so much that he had forced his Flame Body Skill to the Royal Rank so soon after reaching Commander Rank, just to spite the Frost Giants. Never again would Karl underestimate the benefits of the beasts having an emotional attachment to their advancement. But more importantly, now that the advancement was complete, Karl could feel the shared skill advancing as well. The retreating frost giants were too far for him to hit with an arrow already, but the next time they were in combat, he would have to try to use the improved skill in melee combat. Tessa made a pleased noise as she looked around the battlefield. Well, that was more than enough to keep the war dragon happy. Plus, it looks like we made a pretty good haul today. There are plenty of magical items on the battlefield for everyone to take their pick. Everyone spread out and collected all the potentially magical items that they could, and then Tessa dumped out the bag of weapons that Thor had been carrying around, which had been dropped in the trees when they charged. We should have time before anything gets close enough to give us trouble. So, I will identify everything and we can try to bond what works best for us. It looks like we're behind enemy lines, so if there is anything that might even be a little improvement, don't hold back. The Red Dragon Priestess reminded them. There had to be 50 pieces of gear in front of them that had been identified as possibly useful, not counting the ones that had been tossed to the side as too damaged to be salvaged. Ophelia passed Karl's sword back to him as she found another two-handed blade. This one with a proper life leech effect, so she would heal as she attacked. For a berserker, that was definitely close to optimal gearing. She also found a few pieces of commander rank armor, and a ring of fire resistance, not that it would do her much good here. Lotus and Tessa both managed to finish upgrading their armor to commander rank, while Dana claimed an ice barrier ring that added strength to her already impressive advanced barrier spell. Karl found a ring of agility and a set of bracers that improved damage reduction. They were an odd-looking bunch now, as they were all wearing the Frost Giant's preferred boots with fur trim, as well as commander rank leather pants with mismatched armor pieces. Tessa and Lotus hid them mostly under their robes and new white cloaks, while Dana hid them under her mage dress and a large fur cloak with a hood. Karl and Ophelia had found fur-trimmed cloaks that helped resist cold damage and cold weather. More than anything, they looked like they were from one of the Arctic barbarian tribes. Those didn't live anywhere on this continent, but Karl had read about them in school and saw pictures. They were one of the stories that teachers told about human resiliency. Well, at least we're all warm now. Lotus giggled as she looked around at the collection of white fur cloaks. Then she grabbed one of the excess cloaks, which were sized for frost giants until they were equipped, and tied it around Thor's neck. It didn't bond to the lightning Sarrow, but it did cover him in a huge fur blanket that matched the snow. That would make it easier to sneak up on future enemies, and it was a commander rank piece of beast fur, so it would resist some wear and tear without issue. Ray took one look at it, then adjusted her body color to match the cloak and lay on top of Thor with a happy buzz of her mandibles. He was like a giant pillow now that he was covered in fur. Now we just need to pick weapons and we should be good to go. There has to be enough commander rank weapons there for all of us. Ophelia had already grabbed one, while the others looked dubiously at the assortment of clubs, massive sword, and other weapons. If they didn't adjust to human-sized, they would all be useless to them. Dana hesitantly picked up a dagger the size of a short sword, and after a moment of concentration, it vanished, then returned at dagger-sized in her hand. Oh, that's a relief. I have no skills with a sword, but I can use a knife well enough. She sighed. Karl looked over the pile with his hand on the hilt of the vampiric sword. Most of the weapons he got close to produced a repulsion effect, but when he got to the far side, where a massive maul with a blue crystalline head on it was sitting, he nearly got dragged off his feet by the attraction between the two weapons. Karl put the sword away and hefted the maul, which instantly adjusted to be just over 2 meters tall, and comfortably usable with a double dose of giant strength items. That seemed a bit excessive, but when he noticed the stats on the weapon, he decided it might be worth it. Crystal Maul of Resonance. Applies the effect of spells imbued into an attack up to 5 times when a strike lands. Chapter 270 Left Behind. There were still so many weapons left over that it would be a shame to discard them for the enemy. But none of the ones that remained appealed to any of the group members. Why don't we have Ray make a fort back in the trees, and we can load the excess into that so we can come back for it later. We can't keep carrying everything we find. There is just too much. But we can hide the good stuff and destroy the rest, or bury it here so whoever comes looking will be convinced that's all that there was. Lotus suggested. That's a brilliant idea. Alright, we will have Ray find a good hiding spot for the excess loot, and we will bury the rest, then burn the bodies. We don't need to fill the entire valley with scavengers looking for a commander rank meal. Karl decided. With the flaming body barrier over his folding shovel, it only took a few minutes to dig a hole in the frozen ground deep enough to bury all the excess weapons that were either heavily damaged or just not great quality. Ray took the rest back into the trees an unknown distance and created a cocoon to hide the loot in. While she was finishing her work, the team listened to the radio messages. The artillery battalion under Commander Dalton had made it safely out of the secondary valley, but were briefly engaged with a Frost Giant scouting unit as they rejoined the main line at the fallback point. Casualties were light, and the unit was still mobile, while the Frost Giants had stopped at the mouth of the valley and had begun erecting new fortifications. That left the valley scouts taking the hard way out of the hills that they had set up on. But that was to be expected with such a rapid retreat. Unfortunately, while they could rejoin the main lines once they got to the west side of the mountains, there were 3 units trapped well behind the enemy lines. 2 were forward observation units, led by commander rank elites, and 1 was Karl's team. Team 95988. Continue scouting operations where possible. Enemy intelligence from your location is invaluable. The regional command center informed them. Karl confirmed the order and then laughed. Well, it's not like we've got many options here. Hawk says that nothing is chasing after us from the larger valley, but they've fortified again between us and the main lines. So we either go the long way around or we follow the river along the border and see what we can find. Do we go behind the main lines, or further away from the battle? Tessa asked. That was a good question. Well, further into the mountains, and we very well could find ourselves cut off and trapped. But behind the main lines will be the supply lines. That many giants are going to need a lot of food, so we might be able to do some good if we can strike fast and return to a hiding spot. Karl offered. Everyone was quiet, thinking about which way they would prefer to go when the radio crackled to life. Team 62345 is under heavy attack by white-cloaked Frost Giant Special Forces, attempting to retreat east toward the border from Grid B3 Sector 8. Karl checked the map, and that was only a few kilometers to their west between them and the main lines. Everyone pack up and get ready to move. We will go give them a hand, he instructed. Ray quickly rejoined the party, letting Lotus take up her riding position aboard the Spider's back, while Tessa and Dana climbed aboard Thor. They ran toward the battle, not worrying about the noise that they were causing, though Karl was running silently thanks to his skill. The noise of the elites and the Frost Giants in battle was loud enough that they didn't need Hawk to tell them exactly where they were going, so the scout was instead circling the area, making sure they were the only reinforcements that were going to show up to the party. It looks like it's just 2 scout groups fighting it out. Hawk informed them as Karl got close to the battle. Perfect. Now, it's time to see what your advanced flaming body can do with the shiny crystal hammer I just got. Karl replied. Charging 5 spells into it at once took more energy than he had been expecting. But the weapon was primed and ready to go when they entered the clearing, and found that the human team was 1 high priest in white robes and 4 mages. Who had picked that composition was a mystery to Karl, but it was not a good combination to fight the Frost Giants. All 5 of the giants were not only commander rank, all 5 of them were well into the commander rank as well. The white cloaks that blended into the storms appeared to mark the most competent of warriors, and the giants were startled to see Karl charging in their livery. One of the mages had 5 blue orbs active, firing magic missiles at a furious rate, a trick that was rather familiar to Karl. One of the mages at the academy knew that spell, and she had shown it off during the first week they were training Hawk with the mages. As he got close, Karl realized it wasn't just a familiar spell, it was Tori, the ascended rank blonde mage from the senior class, that was using her signature spell here. The magic missiles put the frost giants on the defensive, and Karl slammed the crystal maul into the closest giant's chest. The head of the hammer pulsed 5 times in rapid succession, like the pulse arc welders that they used to fix mining equipment back home, and the enormous monster was thrown clear across the battlefield, to crumple against a tree. The sight shocked the humans even more than it did the frost giants, and one of the mages had his barrier shattered when he delayed a bit too long. The sound of breaking bones was a sickening one, but a golden glow was already surrounding him as his team's cleric got to work. "Don't you have golems?" Dana shouted as she summoned hers to fight the giants. Rays were already in combat, and Hawk was sending down a rain of fire from above. It wouldn't be long before the situation was under control, but it made no sense that they didn't have any golems out if they didn't have defensive warriors. The cleric pointed to the far side of the group, where 2 exhausted mages were doing their best to avoid attacks and keep their barriers up. That was enough for Dana to understand that yes, they did have golem mages, but the frost giants were too smart for that trick, and they had targeted them first, exhausting them and draining their mana. "Lightning next," Remy shouted in Karl's mind as he approached a wary frost giant. This time he only put 3 charges of chain lightning in, to test the theory of whether the stunning effect stacked while saving some energy. It was harder to hit the giant with a huge and slow maul, and it wasn't going to try to take the hit for a chance to counterattack after seeing what happened to its friend. So the first 6 tries were parried before Karl managed to get a swing up and under the warrior's guard, only lightly clipping its hip, but enough to activate chain lightning. The power arced between the 4 remaining giants, which twitched a little, but weren't slowed any more than one strike had. They were smoking and visibly blackened at the point of contact, so the damage was all there, but the stun effect didn't appear to be any worse. The reprieve was enough for the mages to regain some mana and catch their breath, which allowed them to bring back 2 more ascended rank golems. That wasn't going to do much in this fight, as they weren't enhanced in any way like Dana or Ray's golems were, and they were still a rank below the enemy, but it was a good shield to hold the frost giants in place while the spider golems and hawk's flames dealt with them. Their cleric enhanced the golems with a golden holy blessing, increasing their armor and attack power to commander rank, as was done for regular human soldiers on the line. That gave the ambush team a bit more of a chance, but the high priest's blessing simply wouldn't have been enough for 2 golems to take on 5 commander rank giants. The giants were quickly dispatched, and the high priest came over to give Karl a grateful hug that made Lotus laugh. "Thank you, Commander. We were in real trouble when those 5 happened upon us at the end of a fight. We have heard much about you and your team of monsters and beauties," the high priest informed him. Karl smiled. "You hear that, Ray? He says you're a beauty." Now Lotus was laughing so hard she was holding her sides, while Ray stood up a little taller and subtly wiped the blue frost giant blood off her limbs in the snow. She was still covered in it. Blood was splattered on every part of her body, but it was a small improvement. The cleric was obviously confused as to who Ray was and why he was being laughed at, but at that moment it really didn't matter. He was safe, nobody was dead, and the frost giant threat was ended for a moment. Chapter 271, Tori's Choices. Ray returned to her space, leaving the blood behind, then came back out clean and fluffy. Well, as fluffy as she got, as her fur was rather stiff and not as thick as a furry mammal's. The high priest smiled as he realized the beast was doing the equivalent of getting dressed up to meet them, and decided formal introductions were in order. "I am High Priest George of the Main Faith. I believe you already know Tori, who is an ascended rank senior at the Academy, and these are Yuri, Petrov, and Ivan," he explained, gesturing to each in order. Tori was a blonde, who, even in this cold, was still showing cleavage, while the other 3 mages were all similar in their skinny and acne-riddled appearance. As young men at the ascended rank, they should be past the youthful acne phase, but for them, it had lingered well into their 20s. Karl, Dana, Ophelia, Sister Tessa, and Sister Lotus. Karl introduced. For a second, Karl thought that Tori looked jealous, but she was in the mirror of his position, the only woman in an all-male group instead of the only man in an all-female group. Maybe it was the group composition she was jealous of. Hawk came down to land on Dana's backpack, and the mage gently stroked his head, while Lotus climbed up on Ray's back. Karl looked at the other group, who were still recovering from the battle, and too exhausted to go far. What are your plans? Are you going to head back to the main lines? Or are you going to remain out here behind the lines and keep hunting? I know you had a tough break with your position during the fallback order, but with a bit of effort, I'm sure you can dodge the wandering frost giant patrols. He asked. High Priest George looked at Karl like he was crazy. You're planning to stay out here? We're behind the frost giant lines. If we get attacked, there's nobody else to come help. We didn't know you were nearby, but the other groups are together on the far side of the line, a whole day's walk from here. Karl nodded. Yeah, we've got things to do out here, and we have been asked to see if we can find out what is causing the change in temperature before we head back. If you have any ideas, that would be great, but the temperature seems to be dropping before the frost giants appear, so it has to be some sort of area effect. The mages all looked a little traumatized, and Karl knew that they wanted to just go home and not be out here anymore. That may or may not be an option for them, but at the least, he could help them get to the human lines. Why don't we help escort you south, and then you can make a run across the open ground between the lines. The frost giants shouldn't chase you, and you'll be back in the safety of the main force, he suggested. And how do you plan to get away after you help us get past the main line? They're not going to just let you walk by, Torai asked. Karl smiled, and the mages shuddered a little at the aura of a predator that he gave off. I think that we can handle ourselves long enough to get out of sight. The other group shared a concerned look, then shook their heads before High Priest George answered. I think it's better to merge the groups until there is a better opportunity to rejoin the main force. We will assist with your mission, and the extra numbers should make it safer for everyone. Karl wasn't convinced that was true. The other group didn't look all that competent, but telling them that would probably lead to a bout of severe depression and someone doing something stupid to prove themselves in combat. All right, welcome to the party. What is everyone's specialty? I recall that Tori uses orbs that fire multiple magic missiles, but what is everyone else good at? He asked. One of the mages, Yuri, Karl thought, gave him a rueful smile. We're all fire element specialists who know the golem spell. In theory, it should be as good as having 3 warriors with us, but that group just demolished the golems. Dana frowned. They're a whole rank higher than you. Do any of you know durable constructs? Or an upgraded barrier spell instead of the basic one? They all shook their heads in shame. Karl shrugged. All right, I see where the issue is. The Special Forces team, as you called them, simply outmatched you, even though you had the right basic stats for the mission. We can't teach you new spells right now, but with 3 more golems and 3 more fire spells, we should not have any troubles with future teams. Of course, he had a royal rank, flaming body ability of his own plus Hawk's fireballs. While the skill was a rank higher, his own mana output wasn't quite up to the standard of a royal rank mage or beast using it. So, the maximum output was limited, but it had greater penetration and mana efficiency than the commander rank version had managed. What was that ability that you used to toss a frost giant across a clearing? George asked. Ah, it's this fancy new hammer I got from some frost giants. It can stack an ability on it multiple times. It's brutal on the mana usage, but when multiple instances hit at once with the force of the maul and my upgraded strength, they fly pretty well. Torai looked Karl over. You don't look like the sort that got big strength increases from your class. Karl just shrugged, but Dana laughed. He didn't. He's got 2 giant strength items on, and he could probably body slam a frost giant without using a skill. She explained. Speaking of which, check those bodies. The commander rank giants usually have good stuff on them. Karl added. Tessa pointed to the bodies. And take the cloaks. Not only are they warm, they blend in with the snow so you aren't as easy to spot. If things get dangerous, we will bring up a snowstorm of our own to hide in. Even Thor was wearing one, while Rey and her golems blended in with the snow on their own. From 100 meters away, it was difficult to see Karl's group, even on a clear day with no blowing snow. The cloak went well with the white cleric robes that George was wearing, and the 4 mages quickly got theirs on and put up the hoods to gather a bit of warmth to themselves. We were going to head away from the main lines to attack supply lines and keep the main lines from receiving their food deliveries. Are you ready for that? Or should we allow you a bit more time to recover your mana and stamina? Karl asked. George gave them a confused look. Is regenerating stamina so easy? Once you're tired, you're tired. Or do these sisters know refreshing spells? Both of them, plus the lightning Sero, actually. Thor, can you extend your lightning over the whole group? They could use the help. Karl replied. Thor didn't really trust strangers, but Karl had asked, so he covered them in lightning, and then detached it from himself. If the barrier broke, it broke. He wouldn't use his own energy keeping it active until he trusted these new humans who weren't part of the pack. Thor was usually much more welcoming, and he liked to bump up against people and beg for attention, so the wariness put Karl on guard. If there was something wrong with this group, he wanted to understand what it was before it got them all in trouble. After another minute's rest, the group was ready to move again, and Karl took the point position with his bow in hand, then sent Hawk to scout. Find us a supply convoy small enough that our group could fight it alone. Just in case. He directed their scout. Got it. There is one with these pigs, the size of Thor. Do you think they taste good? Hawk asked. There is only one way to find out. All right, we have our target. It's a small supply convoy bringing boars to the frost giants. If we can intercept enough of those, it should destabilize their lines. Karl explained to the newcomers. Torai nodded in understanding, while the others got sour looks, while the high priest looked a bit defeated. That was strange. Attacking supply convoys was a great way to resupply your own group, so most people should want to fight them instead of active military units. Chapter 272, Abundant Pork. Their progress through the woods was slow, as the three male mages were dragging their feet, unwilling to go forward into battle, but not brave enough to say anything. That continued for about 5 minutes before Karl had enough of it. Look, if you don't want to go into combat, that's on you. You don't have to join our mission. But I'm not going to stand for dragging feet and dawdling. Either you get with the program or you stay behind. He insisted. The men of the other group looked shocked and insulted, but Tori might not have noticed, as she was busy talking about magic missiles with Dana. She did notice when the group came to a halt, while Karl waited for their answer. As I said, it's up to you. If you don't want to be here, then don't be here. But screwing with the attack schedule so you can slack off isn't acceptable. You've got 10 seconds to decide before I leave you behind. Torai snorted with laughter and the rest of the group glared at her. Then the other three mages promptly sat down, while the high priest glared at them. Understood. Brother George, if you would be so kind as to remain and keep them safe. We will come back to check on you in a few hours. Karl declared, then returned to the front of the group and moved forward at a jog. Dana pulled Tori up on Thor with her and Tessa, while Ophelia fell in beside Karl at the front of the group. Are you certain that is wise? The berserker asked. It is for us. If they're too cowardly to fight, and they won't even walk toward a battle properly, they're a liability, and it is safer for everyone if they're here in the middle of nowhere. Karl whispered back. The supply convoy was not even staffed by giants. It was ice trolls and yeti, which enraged Hawk to the point that he was ready to launch the attack on his own. These were all ascended rank or lower, but Karl had told him to scout the area and pick targets, not to attack before everyone arrived. We're about to leave the trees and approach the trail. Once I launch the first attack, you can join in and prevent them from running away. Karl instructed Hawk. Finally, what took you so long? Karl went right as they reached the road, while Ophelia and Ray went left, with Thor charging straight up the road, while Tori did her best to hold on to Dana, as she hadn't learned the trick to remaining seated on the Sero yet. The ice trolls saw Thor a few seconds later and began to charge. That was when Dana grabbed Tori and jumped down from Thor, tucking and rolling, while using the lightning barrier to prevent injury. Tessa would ride him into melee combat, but that wasn't Dana's style. She sent her armored golems forward to flank Thor, and Tori began to create orbs around herself in preparation for the battle. Karl let the first arrow loose, hitting a troll at the back of the line. The arrow that had been coated in fire was engulfed in ice for a few seconds after it embedded itself in the troll's chest. Then the flames began to spread, lighting the creature on fire. Trolls had no immunity to fire, and they were quite flammable once you got them lit, especially the ice trolls. Hawk predictably vented his fury on the Yeti herders, while Remy went straight for the enormous pigs, unwilling to let them get away before she found out what they tasted like. Some thin slices with broadleaf spirit grass seemed like it would be a wonderful combo to her. Karl hit one of the lead Yeti with chain lightning on an arrow right before Tessa's mace, coated in lightning and holy light, collided with its face, briefly setting the beast's fur aflame. He hadn't known her ability could do that, but it was an impressive trick for these flammable monsters. The fight only lasted 30 seconds, and Tori had 3 hovering orbs for her magic missiles in the air when they finished. She seemed both confused and startled as she realized there was nothing left moving. She turned to Dana for answers, but the other mage wasn't sure what she wanted. That's about how it always goes. They're a rank lower than Karl and the beasts, so they're not going to last long against their area attacks. Tori shook her head. That level of attack power is just insane. Like those spider golems. They just touch things and they fall apart. That can't be normal. Ray laughed in Karl's mind, while Lotus laughed from her back. They are affected by the bloodbath spider's offensive adaptation skill, so the more they fight a target, the more damage they do to them. They've been fighting high-ranked ice element targets for a while now, and they're naturally higher damage than most commander rank skills, even before Ray added the durable constructs skill to them to increase their armor and attack even more. It really is unfair how much damage they do, but there's only so many of them. If we had like 50 tiny ones, it would be even better. The nature cleric joked. Tori shuddered in revulsion at the thought of a battlefield overrun by tiny murderous spiders. Well, it would certainly have a psychological effect. She reluctantly agreed. But what are we going to do with all this? It's right on the road, and the next patrol will see it in minutes. Ray grabbed all the pigs and threw them into Hawk's space, except one for Remy, while the 4 golems worked together to pile the rest of the bodies for Hawk to create a bonfire. They burn really well. In 15 minutes, they'll be ash. After that, none of the other patrols will have any idea what happened here. Karl explained as the team worked. Then he gestured south. Let's go check on the idiots. They likely want an escort back south past the lines by now. I don't suppose you have any idea what their issue is, do you? The last bit was directed at Tori, who sighed and nodded. I may have led them on a little to get them to agree to go along on a mission with me. There were supposed to be 2 mages and 1 paladin-type warrior, but he pulled a no-show and sent another mage in his place. Then, when the mages figured out that I actually just needed a group for the mission, and they weren't going to get laid, they started pouting and looking for reasons to go home. High Priest George has been sick of all of us since about noon on day 1, and I suspect that he's planning to report us all for conduct unbecoming an elite when he gets back. She explained. Karl's look made Tori flinch a little. Look, I know it was a scummy thing to do, but I wanted to fight at the front and get some credits before I graduated. If they had just sucked it up and did the job they agreed to, it would have been fine. Well, we will see if their attitude has improved when we get back. If not, we will have to do something. Either find a safe spot to hide them, or a way to get them back to the main lines. At least you managed to get a few kills in before you had to go back. Karl replied. Tori sighed and nodded, not eager to go back to her group, who obviously weren't going to be welcome with a proper group like Karl's who were here to kill giants and help the war effort. Only when they got back to the spot where they left the group, they were gone. Hawk, find the idiots and let me know where they are, Karl ordered. On it, boss. Karl checked the snow and saw 3 sets of running footsteps headed southeast, toward the secondary valley, and a 4th set moving slower behind them, but probably tracking the mages. They're still running toward the secondary valley entrance. The cleric is way behind them, but he's following their footprints. Should I keep tracking them? Hawk replied. Give us a minute to decide. We might just let them leave and keep their other mage for a bit. Karl replied. All 4 pets laughed at that. Why would they want the useless ones back? Besides, they weren't even cute or scaly. Lotus pointed to a set of symbols drawn in the snow. That's clerical shorthand. It says the mages deserted, and he is required to go after them. Then what, I think, should mean to watch over Tori. Chapter 273 Runaways. Tori waited impatiently for Karl to finish communicating with his pets for a few minutes, before she realized that he had forgotten about informing the rest of them about what was going on. Care to fill the rest of us in on the details? She asked quietly, frustrated, but not eager to insult Karl. Hawk found them and he's tracking them. I've got him eliminating a few groups along their escape path, so they don't get intercepted before they can make it to the empty valley. After that, they should be fine until they realize that the South Pass is barricaded by the frost giants, and they'll have to go over the mountains. The cleric will catch up with them soon. He's pacing himself, and the mages are nearly exhausted again. Karl explained as he listened to the updates from Hawk's side. Torai shook her head in dismay. What are they thinking? We signed up through the army for a deployment. If they come running back without the rest of their group, they're going to have to explain what happened. Or maybe they're expecting us all to die out here behind the lines. The words seemed to cause a revelation as they left her mouth. They were behind the enemy lines. Everything around them could be considered hostile, and nobody would be coming to help. Hitting the supply lines would provoke a response from the hungry frost giants, and there were only 6 of them now. Even if the others were pretty useless, they still wanted to stay alive, and they should fight for that reason alone. They might think that we're in trouble, but unless they happen to find a scout team that hasn't retreated yet, they'll be the ones with issues very soon. It gets incredibly cold in that valley, and they're going to need shelter. If they're not smart enough to scout for a cave before dark, they're in for a rough night, and a fire will attract giants. Karl assured her. Torai looked confused. How do you keep warm, then? Karl laughed, and Dana patted her on the shoulder. We start a fire. Well, a magical one. We've got a good night watch schedule, so we're unlikely to get ambushed. Speaking of ambushed, should we go see if anything has found our present while Hawk takes care of the lost mages? Lotus suggested. That's not a bad idea. They should have multiple convoys coming down the road, and we can stock up today. I will radio in about the situation, and then we will move back to the road. Karl agreed. Region Command, this is Team 95988. We have obtained 1 additional ascended member from Team 62345. Other members of 62,345 are headed south through the secondary valley. We have eliminated the Special Forces team, plus 1 food supply convoy. Positioning for continued hunts. Karl informed them. Understood 95988. Your increased member count is noted. Torai looked at him. That's it. Yep. They don't really need to hear all the details. They'll either get them in the debriefing, or they won't matter at all. Knowing that we have 6 people, 5 of which are ascended and combat capable, is enough for them to make plans and record our reports. Now that they know we're here and hunting, they will plan for the giants to be short a few convoys, which will lead to some rationing after a week or so of continued attacks. Karl agreed. But you don't sound like you just want to hit a few convoys. From what I have seen of your team, you intend to keep destroying their supply lines until they go berserk and start sending teams that you can't fight anymore. Torai pointed out. Lotus smiled. She's a quick learner. How is Hawk doing with the path clearing for the men? Karl mentally checked in, and found that the high priest had just caught up to the mages inside the valley, and he was encouraging them to get up and get southwest into the hills before dark. It looks like the high priest knows what he's doing. They should be fine. Hawk is on his way back. Let's get in position near the road so that we aren't too far away to hit the next group to pass. Everyone who couldn't run fast enough took up their seats on the 2 mounts, while Karl and Ophelia jogged through the trees. I found another group. Turn left. They're further than we expected. Hawk instructed. Karl turned at the same time as the 2 beasts, leaving a confused Ophelia to chase him. The next convoy made it further than expected. They didn't slow for the fire. We're going to catch them before we go back for the next one, so that the main force doesn't get any convoys from this direction today. Karl explained. Got it. How big is the group? Ophelia asked as they ran. About the same as the last one, but they've got some wounded. I think they were attacked by monsters. Karl explained. That means they're likely missing pigs as well. Ray noted. Hawk did a quick count and gave a mental screech when he realized that the group only had 17 instead of 20 pigs. Someone stole his pigs. Karl laughed. I think the rule is finders keepers. They're not yours until you find them. Well, I found them now, and there are 3 missing. Hawk complained, placing the blame directly on the wounded guards that he could see below him. Ophelia gave Karl a curious look. You're smiling, what's so funny? The group got attacked on the way here and they lost 3 pigs. Hawk is mad at them for losing his pigs before he got there. The berserker burst into laughter as they ran. He is a very single-minded individual. That's all right, we will rescue the rest of them for him. He can stow them in his space and snack on them as he pleases. The best part was that Hawk likely wouldn't even eat them. The pigs were massive, a giant variety, but they were only awakened rank for the most part, and Hawk preferred small amounts of energy-dense food to keep his growth steady. The herd was rushing along, barely paying attention to their surroundings, when Karl's first arrow struck and Hawk began to bombard them for losing his pigs. The herders were already exhausted from the previous battle they had been in, and couldn't put up more than a token resistance. The last of the bodies were still twitching when Ray started to strip them of their equipment, bringing efficiency to the cleanup process. Ophelia pointed at the pile as she shifted back from her werbear form to human. We've got 2 staves if anyone wants them. That seems like a mage and cleric sort of thing. Tessa identified them, then tossed them to Tori and Dana. They are both for reducing spell cost, so it doesn't matter much who takes which one. They've got a lot of added mana on them as well, since they are ascended rank staves. Tori looked startled as Tessa dug through the leather clothing that the Yeti had been wearing. Nope, all scrap quality. Alright, we can toss this on the pile, and none of the other weapons are magical. She explained. The pigs were already in Hawk's space, so the bird lit fire to the pile of bodies, starting with the trolls. That would hide most of the signs they had been here while they ran up the road to find the next group of supplies. Karl had no idea how many groups they were sending a day, but 2 didn't seem like enough for all the frost giants on the main line. So, Hawk was sent back out to check up the road for the next group. Only there was nothing for the next 20 kilometers. The road was clear, and the pigs weren't fast enough that they should be further than that. He did find the signs of the battle that had claimed the missing animals, which were already nearly stripped down by a warbear and her cubs. Now that he knew what had done it, Hawk wasn't mad anymore. He instinctively liked the species, and didn't begrudge them a good meal. All right, Hawk says there are no more groups nearby. Let's find a good spot for the night and get settled in. We can hunt more supply convoys tomorrow, Karl announced. Chapter 274, Missing Deliveries. Hawk found them another good cave for the night, large enough to be comfortable, but small enough to be easily heated with the door blocked by Ray's silk. Tonight they went one step further, since they were in a snow-covered area, and they had Remy keep a blizzard spell active for half an hour after the entry was covered, obliterating their tracks and piling snow over the entry points. This cave had 3, which wasn't optimal, but they were all small enough that the frost giants couldn't get in. That was the important part, as nobody expected the escorts for the supply convoys to be wandering in the woods and looking for hiding spots where ambushers might be waiting for them. Lotus and Tessa started cooking, which got Tori panicked again, but the 2 clerics only laughed. Hawk is still out scouting, and Ray is in the tree outside. If there is anything coming for us, we will know. There is no reason not to eat well while we're out in the field, and it saves us from having to return to refill our rations every 10 days. In fact, we haven't touched any of the ones in our packs, so they're likely frozen solid right now, Tessa explained. Tori nodded. That's what happened to ours yesterday. Even after the heater stopped working, the food was still almost cold, but not frozen anymore. We even had to get the priest to create water so we could have something to drink, as we couldn't thaw our canteens. Your other mages had fire magic, why not just get some heat going? Even if you just defrosted everything first, it would have been better, Tessa asked with a gesture to Karl's sword, which was currently doing double duty as room heater and hot grill for the cooking pots. The blonde mage giggled and flashed a suggestive smirk at Karl. Well, nobody in the other team was packing the same sort of impressive weapon that you've kept hidden away. Dana and Tessa gave her matching disgusted looks, while Karl chuckled and Tori shook her head with a rueful smile. Sorry, it's become a force of habit. My mother always told me, use what you've got to get what you need, and I might have gone a little bit overboard with the technique. Tessa's frown faded into a malicious smirk, and she laughed as she tossed cut vegetables into the pot. Might have gone a bit overboard? You nearly got killed because your group only came along hoping to get laid. They didn't even have any intention of doing their jobs. That's more than a little overboard. But we won't hold it against you as long as you are trying to act right. Our group has a magical contract to travel together for the next year, and we don't need drama or infighting. Besides, if you lose the favor of the beasts, you'll lose the strongest defensive magic that we have right now. We're happy to have extra hands in battle, but the easy girl routine doesn't make friends with the clergy. Torai looked somewhere between mortified and humiliated, and Karl thought that she might actually bolt out of the cave in embarrassment. But after a moment, she began to calm, and wiped a tear from her eyes as she nodded at the war cleric. I understand. Thank you for keeping me around. You have my word, by the time that we get back to one of the bases, I will have it together. Karl, I apologize for how I am. Dana, I apologize for flirting with your man. Now it was Dana's turn to blush bright red, but she didn't say anything to refute the accusation. Lotus put strips of sliced pig meat on a pan, causing a sizzling that distracted everyone. I'm glad we got all that out of the way early. Now, the food is almost ready, and then we will set the night watches. I will take the first, who has second? She asked with an impish grin on her face. I will, Dana agreed. And I will take the third shift, Karl decided. That would put him on watch when everyone woke up for breakfast, which was the best time to send Hawk out to start their morning scouting missions. Karl got Ray to attach all the hammocks to the cave walls with her silk, and then turned down the flames on the blade a little, so the back of the cave would stay comfortably warm, but they wouldn't melt the snow that had built up around the exits after Remy's blizzard. Hammocks? That's different, Torai mumbled as they got set up. We didn't bring an extra, but it's warmer if you share and zip 2 sleeping bags together. One goes over you and one under the hammock. Shared body heat makes for a comfortable night, Lotus suggested. Ophelia nodded happily. Then you're with me. I'm the odd one out, and I was planning to sleep in bear form, but we can share. Torai was skeptical about the idea, but once it was time for bed, and she unequipped her boots to climb into bed, she learned that there was a reason nobody else had volunteered to welcome Ophelia by swapping spots. Bear was a hugger, and she had the mage thoroughly wrapped up in the arms of a sleeping berserker 30 seconds later. Fortunately, she didn't snore, but there was no way that Tori was escaping without a struggle against the superhuman strength of a berserker. Karl woke up briefly when Dana left for her watch, and then again a few hours later when she woke him to take over. Hawk. Ray, have you spotted anything? Karl asked as his shift came to an end as the sun was about to come up. Nothing, just silence. Even the small animals are gone. The blizzard scared them off. Ray replied from a small fort in the trees outside. I will go see where the morning food is. Hawk replied, meaning the supplies that the frost giants would be expecting that morning. Tessa woke up early to get started on breakfast, carefully sneaking out of her hammock without waking Lotus. Of course, that didn't last long, as once the small priestess began to get cold without the extra warmth, she was awake as well, but it gave Tessa enough time to get the cooking utensils set out and the oatmeal heating. What's the word from Hawk? Tessa asked as she chopped the fruit that Lotus was creating. Nothing so far. They might have taken a different route than yesterday's targets as well. So Hawk is still scouting. Karl shrugged. For another half hour, Hawk searched before he began to get frustrated. They have to be eating something. Where are all the supplies? There aren't even extra weapons coming down the road. He ranted as he continued to fly a search pattern over the hills. Hawk can't find anything. There are no unnatural snowstorms, spots where he can't see the ground, or other issues. There's just nothing on the road today, and not on any of the other nearby roads. Karl explained as everyone eagerly awaited a new update. Tessa took out her notepad and began to write down math calculations on it, periodically looking off into the distance, as if that would help her remember some fact or figure. How big do you think the average boar we harvested was, by weight? She asked. About 2 tons, give or take a little. They're bigger than Thor and fat. Karl replied. She wrote a few more figures, then nodded in satisfaction as she began to add them up. You see, frost giants don't eat as much as humans do, compared to their size. Most magical beasts don't. They use mana instead, so they don't overhunt their territory. With the rough numbers we are getting from the radio on the main line, my calculation is that each of those convoys should have supplied them for 2 days. So, there might not be a shipment today because we took out 4 days' worth of their food supply yesterday. Lotus explained. Dana looked excited for a moment, then concerned. Then what do we do today, and what are the odds that a large group comes looking for them? Karl considered that. I would say the odds are it will be a scouting group first, not a large combat unit. They don't have any reason to think that there is a large military unit here, so they won't waste resources. As to what we do today, I say we wait. They will send giants looking for their missing dinner, and we can eliminate those as well. Chapter 275 Ice Front. Everyone rested in the cave for the morning as they listened to the reports from the main lines, which were becoming even more dire by the minute. The frost giants were not just waiting at their lines. They were working together to launch ice magic and enchanted boulders at the defenders. While it was crude, with the strength of giants operating the mechanisms, the frost giant catapults were proving to be incredibly effective. The ice boulders exploded on impact, causing every bit as much damage as any artillery round, even against armored targets. The main lines sounded like they were in the midst of a disaster, and at one point Karl was reasonably certain that he heard Jody's voice announcing a unit retreat for heavy casualties. The line was moving back again, and sometime around mid-afternoon, High Priest George and the remainder of his team were rescued by scouts after being attacked by a frost giant patrol. The cleric was heavily injured, and both teams were airlifted out with unstated casualties in an emergency rescue that couldn't have been easy that far behind the main line. Hawk still hadn't seen anything coming up the road toward them, and the whole region appeared to be deserted. Ray thought the same thing. There was simply nothing left here, and the temperature was dropping fast. Whatever the frost giants were doing, it was turning what should have been a tropical area into a frozen wasteland, where none of the native creatures could survive. It's too cold to fly, even with flames. We need to leave this place. Hawk informed them not long after. It's almost dark. Should we move out immediately, or will you return to the cave, and we will leave in the morning? Karl asked. Took a moment for Hawk to answer, but his decision was firm. There is a ridgeline behind these clouds, and the wind is even colder there. I think that we should move this afternoon and go further east. If we keep staying here, we're going to freeze. Surprisingly, Remy was with him on that decision. She poked her head out of her space to see what was going on, then promptly returned to her swamp. There is strong shaman magic coming, she announced. Well, that was something. If she could sense the magic, then they had their answer to why everything was freezing, just not where the effect was coming from, other than somewhere deeper into the frost giant nation. Everyone, pack up, we need to move. There is a wave of ice magic coming our way, and it's not suitable for any living creature, according to Hawk. That could explain why they're not sending anyone to look for the missing animals. They don't expect anything to remain alive after that wave of cold passes over us. Karl explained. Where are we headed? Lotus asked. The nearest edge of the wave is southeast of here, so we're going to head that way and hope that we can properly outrun it. If we can't, we will have to find a cave or make a strong fort to hole up in until it has passed, and the temperature is back to just cold. Karl explained. They were getting very well practiced with loading their packs, and only the hammocks and sleeping bags had come out, other than the cooking utensils. Within minutes, they were loaded up, and Karl called Thor and Ray to give everyone a ride, while Hawk came down to land on his backpack and warm up. The temperature up high is so cold that the ice magic is wearing down my flames, Hawk explained. I will report it to the others. Urgent message for the command group and all mobile units. This is Team 95988. There is a wave of ice magic behind the incoming storm, powerful enough to snuff out fire magic barriers. We are relocating outside the designated zone to escape the path of the magic, and I recommend that all units unable to reach a secured camp seek immediate shelter, as the storm will be at the main lines within the next 2 hours. The already chaotic messages over the radio intensified as the frontline command group realized that there was more going on than just a minor cold snap. They began issuing orders and getting troops moved, which Karl was immediately grateful for. They could have second-guessed him or delayed, but they chose to believe his report and act on it immediately, which should save some lives when the ice magic reached the battle. The frost giants would predictably charge when the cold front moved through, forcing the humans to fight in the magical cold. But at least they wouldn't be trapped out alone in it. Well, most of them wouldn't. There were still some scouts too far out to reach the lines, and they were reporting their moves to caverns, which they intended to barricade and hide in until the storm had passed. The one great downside to ice magic was its lack of penetration. Unlike fire magic, which would try to burn through a solid surface, ice magic would coat it and freeze it. So, if you could seal your shelter well enough, the magic would naturally seal it, and you could heat the inside while the surface froze. That's why the frost giants would attack during the cold snap. With the humans frozen into their shelters by a wall of ice, they were sitting targets, and could be easily smashed along with their tents and houses. Ophelia had to transform into werbear form to withstand the cold even now, and the others had their cloaks pulled tight around themselves as the beasts began to run through the snow, getting as far away from the incoming wave of magic as possible. Fortunately, they were already near the edge of the storm, and as they ran, the temperature began to return to the abnormal, but non-magical cold that they had experienced the first time that they were in the region. By the time that it started getting near sunset, they were well away from the storm front, which had already long since passed them, and the temperature was close to freezing again. But they were so far from the front line that they had been deployed to that the radio signal was fading. Karl checked the map and found that there was no repeater listed in the encoded radio station guide. So he just put the radio on scan, looking for a closer signal. It stopped on the first rotation through the channel, and a clear voice came through the speaker, giving instructions for a counterattack. The incoming signal level was so strong that they had to be close to the source, but the number of unit movement orders that were being given made it sound like they had come across another section of the line. Karl was sure they hadn't come that far. The next portion should be more than 100 kilometers from their deployment point, but once he mentally calculated their movement, he realized they might only be 30 kilometers from them now. He took a moment to place himself on the map, and then sent in a report to this new commander. Zone 17, this is Team 95988. We have relocated to avoid a magical cold front, placing us in your zone. Be aware, we have tamed beasts with our team. Karl reported, along with the map code for their location. Wonderful timing 95988. Are you a commander-led team? We have a fire mission that has evaded our scouts near your position. I can offer additional mission rewards if you can eliminate them before dark. The confident voice replied, along with a map location code. Karl checked the map. It would be close, but they were much faster moving than most teams. Understood, we are on it now. He altered their direction toward a mountain, which was the logical spot to spend the night anyhow, as it had larger trees as well as a chance of caves. As soon as he did, Ophelia gave him a concerned look. You're not going to ask what we're up against? She asked. They can't see it, so they couldn't tell us for certain anyhow. But if they are willing to send one commander-led team, it's most likely a special forces team. Karl replied. Hawk took to the sky, looking for their target and reveling in the somewhat warmer air that didn't make him strain to keep his flames warm. I've got them. 20 frost giants for commanders that I can see, and 10 catapults hidden behind a ridgeline. I can see the army lines too. I think the giants are firing blind into our troops. Hawk reported. Chapter 276 Need for Speed. With that news, it made perfect sense that the main lines were sending them on an urgent mission to eliminate the giants before dark, when the boulders would be hidden by the dark until they were almost in the camp. What this bit of the line was doing so far forward was a mystery, but if they were doing better than the other main line portion, it was good work on their part that got them to that position. 20 giant artillery team with 4 commanders leading them. Does the same routine as before work for everyone? Karl called to the mages riding on Thor's back. Tessa gave him the thumbs up, and Dana nodded, while Tori began to form the magic missile-firing orbs that she used as her primary offensive ability. Spreading out the mana cost made the battle much easier on her, and if she had a bunch of them charged when they arrived, she could eliminate a number of the weaker targets right away. 200 meters, just over the next ridge. Hawk reported. Get ready, we're charging after the ridge. Karl informed the team. He took out his bow and prepared to fire while running. The giants were at the bottom of a hill, which sucked for the defenders, but kept them out of sight of the Golden Dragon Nation scouts. Being uphill allowed Karl to let loose his first arrow just as Thor and Ray began to charge down the slope. He wasn't particularly skilled at shooting and running, but it was possible, and he was still hitting them with chain lightning, while Thor closed on the artillery emplacement. Torai rolled off his back when they got near the bottom, and Dana stood up to cast her golems in the frost giant ranks before jumping clear of Thor's back as well. Ray and Lotus had vanished into the trees, but the spider golems were going for the commanders already, leaving only Ophelia a few seconds out of combat when Thor came crashing through the catapults with a happy braying noise. Smashing poles! He cheered as the frost giants roared in frustration. Karl closed in so he could provide support for Ophelia, who was going to need someone to watch her back in a battle this crowded. But he kept his bow out for now. Firing from 10 meters away was even more effective than from 100 meters, even if he was close enough that he could have used his skills through a blade. Only when the giants rushed him did he switch to the two-handed blade and join Ophelia in close combat. Royal rank, Flame Body, was making short work of the ascended members of the group, while Hawk's fireballs and the spider golems kept the commanders from assisting in the fight. "We need more speed," Ray complained as she called another set of golems to replace the ones that the frost giants had almost finished hacking apart. 4-on-2, with a few ascended rank assistants trying to pin the constructs down, made for an unfair fight, and while they had severely injured all of them, the constructs had only killed the ascended rank pair when the golems first died. "All right, watch this," Karl agreed. 2 points. 10 points for balance. Haste. Improves the speed of the target beast by 10% per rank, 40% at commander. 10 points spent. Haste obtained. Karl cast the spell on all 3 of his pets. The sudden burst of speed from the spider golems caught the frost giants off guard, and Thor's next charge nearly tossed Tessa from his back with the force of impact when he collided with an ascended frost giant. Karl could hear the sound of breaking bones as the giant crumpled, right before Thor smashed its face with an earthquake-enhanced tail. Hawk was blocking ice attacks with his windshield, so he didn't have to take away from the flames for his fireballs, and the increased attack speed was the final straw for the frost giants. All 4 commanders fell within seconds, and the remainder of the ascended artillery operators were close behind. Karl checked the sun, which was just touching the horizon. "Command, this is 95,988. The artillery team has been eliminated. I will collect my rewards later," Karl joked. There was a short pause, then a new female voice came over the radio. 95,988, confirm count of the artillery team. 20 members total, including 4 commanders. 10 frost giant catapults were destroyed on location as well. The voice sounded shocked when it spoke next. "Excellent work, Commander. We recommend relocation before dark." "Understood. We will check in at dawn." It might be easier to say we're finding a spot than to actually rest in one. There are 4 other groups of frost giants in the area, Hawk informed Karl as he returned to scouting duty. "Hawk reports 4 more groups in the region right now. We're going to have to deal with them now if we don't want to fight them all night." Karl informed the team. "Can Ray make us a fort in a reasonable time after dark? Or will we be in the open?" Torai asked. "Yeah, she can make a quick fort after the fights," Karl agreed. "Just watch me. I'm fast as fuck, boy." Ray agreed. "Who is teaching you to talk like that? Am I going to have to speak with Lotus?" Karl replied. Karl looked toward where they were standing, and Lotus burst into laughter. She was definitely teaching the bloodbath spider strange things. "The first group is coming to you. Tell Thor to bugle so they don't miss you," Hawk instructed. Thor didn't wait and let out a happy nasal bugle, which brought the sound of smashing trees from 2 different directions. "Oh, we got 2. Efficient," Hawk added. "I don't think I need to explain. Everyone in position to block a charge by frost giants. This way will let us get rid of most of them before it's fully dark. I can fight just fine in the dark, but I know nobody else can," Karl explained. He didn't know how well the frost giants could fight in the dark, but it probably wasn't any worse than what the mages would be working with, even if he used his blade to light the battlefield. Or one of the clerics could do it. They had light spells, and their weapon and armor enchantments could make a bright golden glow. The giants didn't hesitate as they charged, but they were scout teams, only one commander and 2 ascended rank frost giants in each group. That wasn't even a warm-up for the spider golems, and Tori had stacked up a whole new batch of orbs before they arrived, so she could mass bombard them. Watch your stamina usage. If you're too exhausted to walk after a battle, it will be a pain. If Thor gets injured, he needs to rest in a separate space, so everyone ends up walking. Karl explained as he saw the barrage of spells chasing after his arrow. Thanks, I will keep it in mind. Did we have more fights tonight? Tori replied. 2 more. Hawk is scouting them now, so we can set up a nice secure camp. Go southeast toward the main lines, over the ridge. There is a group there, and I will get the training group to the north. Hawk decided. Karl led them over the ridge, expecting to find another large group of frost giants, but what they came across was a blended unit, with 1 commander-rank frost giant walking crouched over to look smaller, and 10 Yeti wearing frost giant cloaks, so they looked like juvenile giants, not high-ascended rank elite Yeti warriors. Karl was going to launch the attack right away, but Rey decided it was no fun if she didn't get to taunt Hawk first. Fear not, valiant Hawk, we will avenge you, she announced in her best grieving tone. What are you talking about? I'm not dying to some stupid trainees. Hawk retorted. No, we found an entire team of elite Yeti, dressed up as baby giants. Rey informed him. I will make these die right away. Don't start without me. 2 minutes. Just give me 2 minutes. He pleaded. We're starting now. Rey taunted as she moved into position. Behave, you two. We will save a few for you when you get here. Karl insisted. It's Yeti elites dressed as baby giants. Be prepared, they're high ascended or possibly early commander rank, and they can use quite a bit of magic. Karl warned. Chapter 277 Sneaky Yetis. True to his word, Hawk eliminated the training group in a matter of seconds, and he was already on his way back to take vengeance on the Yetis. Karl led the group close enough that he could get a general sense of how powerful the targets were, and found that they might have underestimated the power of the targets. What he had thought were high-ascended rank Yeti were all commanders, making this a 10-commander attack force. Now that he had added the haste skill, they would be dealing much more damage for every minute of the fight, but they were still at a disadvantage in both numbers and rank. Terrorize added 40% damage, and haste gave them 40% more speed, but that still might not be enough to deal with 10 commanders at once. The problem was that as soon as he attacked, those Yetis were going to start casting spells, which would exhaust Thor as he tried to keep everyone's barriers up. Once the barriers were down, everyone was in trouble, so Thor would have to be pulled back from the front lines to focus on the defense of the golems. What they needed to do was eliminate the targets as fast as possible, before they could do too much damage. It was that, or find a way to ambush the target with golems and let them fight to destruction, then send more, preferably without being noticed. If they could take down a few targets, it would even the odds enough that Karl would be more comfortable fighting. Alright, I have a plan. Everyone stay back for now, and I will call when it's time to join. Rey, hide in the trees out of sight and summon your golems into the group. Let them fight it out, but don't let yourself be noticed until I give the signal. Once the golems are fighting, I will start firing arrows from the other side using chain lightning to slow them down. The goal is to eliminate 2 or 3 of them right away, then charge in. 10 commanders is too much, but if we can take that down to 6 in an ambush, it will be manageable. Karl explained. Tessa pointed up. You might want to be quick because Hawk isn't going to wait once he gets back. That's fine. If they think that this is a monster attack, they won't be ready for the mages when you approach. Thor, try not to get yourself too engulfed in the fight. The golems are going to need your lightning to hold up against the Yeti ice magic. Karl added. Thor nodded and stomped the ground in annoyance, but he understood the order. All right, I'm off. Rey, I will attack as soon as the golems appear. Karl rushed to get in position, so their ambush could be sprung before Hawk made it back, while Rey vanished into the woods after grabbing Dana instead of Lotus. He activated Terrorize in advance, as it would spread to the golems naturally, and then settled in behind a large bush, where his arrows would be fired without exposing his location. The first grunt of warning marked the appearance of the golems, and the entire patrol turned their backs on Karl, who began firing as fast as superhumanly possible. 3 arrows were in the air at the same time, whistling toward their targets, and all charged with chain lightning, while the spider golems leapt into combat with stone golems on their backs. Commander rank strength was enough that the burden hardly slowed them down, and the move put all 4 golems in close combat just as Karl's first wave of arrows hit. Lightning arced through the Yeti clan, but missed the frost giant, who had been just a bit too far forward of the main group. But it had better danger sense than the others, and when they had turned right, it had turned left, allowing it to see Karl's arrows flying, and guess where he was hiding. The next 3 gave away his position for certain, but wounded 3 more Yetis while keeping the others slowed. That was good enough, and Karl whistled, calling Thor like he would an overgrown pup. The Cerro began charging across the field, needing time to cover the hundreds of meters, but overhead, Hawk was faster. A barrage of fireballs rained down on the Yeti clan, ignoring the frost giant that was headed for Karl. One-on-one, he was confident that he could win that fight, so destroying the frost armor and eliminating the ice bolts of the Yetis were more important priorities. Remy brought up a blizzard-killing visibility so the enemy wouldn't know that Thor was coming, and to confuse them as to why they were taking damage. Using the enemy's own tricks against them seemed like the best tactic to the spirit snake, even if it did annoy Hawk, who thought that the 10 meters off the ground that it extended was much too close to where he was flying. "Couldn't you teach her to cast Firestorm instead of Blizzard?" Hawk complained. "Sure, as soon as we see it, I will have her work on learning it. Just be glad that Lotus isn't using her staff of water vortex." Karl spoke too soon. 3 large water funnels, filled with ice shards from attacks and the blizzard, had appeared on the battlefield, making Hawk shriek in rage. She was doing it just to mess with him, Hawk was absolutely certain. It was only 10 commanders, they could handle that without all this excess water magic. And teach the Lotus Priestess how to use lightning, Hawk added. She was a cleric, not a shaman. The chances that she would be able to learn an elemental attack spell on her own were pretty slim. Maybe she could learn the nature golems. Those seemed like the sort of thing that a green dragon priestess might be able to learn. But once the water vortex spell was active, Lotus had begun to focus on creating binding vines to slow the Yetis, while Tessa cast attack buffs and healed the golems of the damage they took between Thor's activations of the refreshing lightning barrier. As the frost giant approached, Karl switched from arrows to his new maul, and charged 5 layers of flame body on it, ready to swat the enemy leader into oblivion. The giant paused when he sensed the power of the weapon, and the commander rank elite in the trees, but only long enough to switch weapons from the large club he was carrying to 2 smaller swords. That would be a problem for Karl, as he still needed to actually land a hit on the beast, but Remy was ready with the assist. Her chain lightning caught the giant unaware, as it was only watching Karl for signs of a skill activation. That slowed it for a split second as the maul streaked toward its target. The giant crossed its blades, stopping the upward swing of the maul towards its tender bits, but Karl simply shoved forward with the strike. It wasn't enough to cause any sort of damage with the weapon itself, but the skills activated on contact. The giant saw the opening and its blades flashed, striking the barriers over both of Karl's arms as the maul made contact with the frost giant's lower stomach. Both combatants were knocked to the ground, and Karl was bleeding heavily from his left arm, where the second blow had landed after the barrier was weakened. He brought refreshing lightning back up as Remy used healing splash to close his wound, and the giant got to its feet, swatting out the smoldering wound in its chest with a handful of snow. Now they were both more wary as they circled each other, buying time for reinforcements to reach their position. The battle was getting brutal behind them, as the Yeti clan realized just how flammable they could be against the targeted vengeance of Hawk's flames. Karl sidestepped a strike and smashed the maul into the frost giant's right hand, sending chain lightning coursing through its body, which caused it to drop one blade. The other was quickly discarded, and the giant went in for the crushing blows, intending to grab Karl and simply rip him into pieces. But Flaming Body came to the rescue, coating Karl in fire as the giant grabbed his chest. It instinctively flinched, and the maul smashed into its face, charged with fire. Bones splintered, and the giant dropped dead, before vanishing into Remy's swamp. There was a small pile of items left where its body was, unable to be transferred, but Karl was more interested in the actual fight. Chapter 278 Yeti Uniforms. Lotus was using a refresh spell on Thor to keep his endurance up, while Thor did his best to keep the refreshing lightning up, and the golems tore apart the Yeti clan to the accompaniment of dozens of magic missiles. Both Dana and Tori were using them, while Ophelia kept the Yetis away from the mages. They were winning, and half the clan was already down, while the rest bled out onto the snow as they fought. Against Lacerate, they were not going to win a battle of attrition without healers. One last volley of arrows ended the already wounded Yeti clan, and Karl quickly gathered the Frost Giant's belongings for Tessa to identify. "Is everyone all right?" he asked as he ran over to the main fight. "We will be in a minute." Bear is still recovering from a couple of wounds, as is Thor. Ray should be good, but everyone burned a lot of mana and energy, Tessa replied. Remy's blizzard was slowly covering the battlefield as Karl searched the bodies for magical items to toss into his trusty loot bag. The Yeti corpses all had magical weapons, but no other items on them other than the cloaks that they were using to disguise themselves as giants. That was good enough for Karl, as 10 more weapons gave them a chance to either switch or to turn them in later for credits. The soldiers on the line would appreciate the weapons upgrades, and goodwill from your reinforcements could never be a bad thing. Back in middle school, when he was the last one who hadn't gone through puberty, Karl had one huge friend who looked out for him when he had time. Karl hadn't thought about Big John for a while, likely not since becoming an elite, but him and John used to study together all the time, and John kept the bullying from getting out of hand when the teachers turned a blind eye. John hadn't been on the train, so he was likely in the mines right now, slaving away for the pittance they made at the bottom of the hole. The others quickly sorted through the weapons with growing disappointment. It looks like these are uniformly made, perhaps by a mass blessing by a frost giant shaman. They're all identical, and though the biting edge enchantment is strong ice magic, it doesn't really grant any benefit other than the ability to cut like a commander rank weapon, Tessa explained. Well, I think that will be good enough for the frontline troops. We can drop by and give them the loot tomorrow if we have time. But right now, we need to get ourselves into shelter before we can't see what we're doing at all. Hawk, lead the way, Karl replied. There is a good spot not far from here. A small cave, but big enough for everyone to hide inside. Hawk decided, not wanting to be stuck outside all night again, in case another cold front came through. They jogged through the snow-covered hills with a blizzard raging around them, hiding their tracks from anything that might want to follow them and dispersing their scent trail. In this battlefield, it was quickly becoming their best ally and a great safeguard against surprise attacks. The fact that there was no surviving local monster population helped as well. Everything that lived here had run away, and the frost giant army could only send so many troops to cover an entire border. The cave turned out to be much larger than Hawk had thought it was. The front area was small, but behind it, a narrow tunnel led to a much larger room. Out of an abundance of caution, and because they had fallen for that trap once before, the team checked all the walls to ensure that none of them were fake before settling in for the night. With the front entrance blocked by silk and snow, and then a hanging cloth in the narrow passage to the second chamber, they were able to keep the rear chamber quite comfortably warm without having to turn the flaming blade up too high. Tori smiled as she saw the 2 clerics setting up to make dinner. You know, I could get used to this, but I suspect that when we get back to an operating base, I will be reassigned either to my old team or to a new one, depending on where they were sent. Lotus nodded as she created spices for the stew. Most likely. They are so short on people that they're not going to want to let us wander around with an extra ascended rank mage, especially not one that is specialized in combat. I'm not sure if that's better or worse than staying with us, though. We're guaranteed to be in danger just about every single day, so being reassigned to a different group, who is sent to deal with less powerful threats, might be safer. Lotus suggested. Safer than being with Thor, Hawk, and Ray? That's like having 3 extra commanders in your group. It might not be perfect, but it's pretty close to it. Even outnumbered 2-1 by an all-commander team, we still weren't in mortal danger, and we only took minor injuries. She had a point. A commander rank beast who recovered stamina at an abnormal rate was a cheat code when it came to keeping a barrier active over the whole group. After a half hour, Remy let the blizzard fade, leaving them snowed in and secure inside their cave. There was no artillery on this section of the front, and the change from the deafening barrage made it feel like they were somehow all alone in the world as they rested in their shared hammocks that night. Ray took watch, but she was inside the cave, not interested in going outside, as they were going to have to scout in the morning anyhow, and nothing should be able to find them here overnight. Besides, even if the frost giants did somehow find their cave, they wouldn't fit through the entrance, and definitely wouldn't fit through the tunnel to the second room. She could just call her spider golems to attack anything that disturbed their door. But nothing did, until the morning radio reports started to come in. The main line that they had left behind suffered massive casualties the previous night, but repelled a frost giant offensive without losing ground. Thousands of the frost giants had been killed after the shamanistic weather spell had passed overhead, thanks to the ingenuity of the general in charge of the zone. He had the whole front line turned into a minefield with fire element magical resources as projectiles. The cost was high, but they were hoping to recover many of the crystals and metals from the bodies to be reused in another round of manufacturing, and the explosives had proven to be deadly to even ascended rank giants. That left the commanders and one royal rank frost giant for the elites and the holy magic enhanced infantry to deal with. It hadn't been easy, but it had been possible, and the general closest to Karl's cave was reporting that the other position was intact and unmoved. Hawk was sent to scout while the humans ate, and quickly started making reports of enemy movements. Most of them didn't sound like they were intact units, the numbers were all wonky. 3 here, 7 there, and even some solo giants were reported to be moving along the border toward what Hawk said was a city far on the horizon, visible only when he flew high enough. That would put it at least 100 kilometers away, directly into the frost giant nation. That wasn't a troop movement that they were going to be able to stop, but they could deal with anything that came too close to them today, with the plan to rejoin the main line for the evening and turn over whatever loot they had found. The soldiers were going to need it, as the frost giants wouldn't leave anything behind after a raid. Hawk, you can take out lone stragglers and small wounded packs if they can't attack back. It will make the others think that there are more groups in the area than there are, and it will help keep them away from the lines. Karl instructed. Got it. Free rein to kill the evil ice giants. Today is going to be a good day. Chapter 279 Hawk gets the stragglers. What does Hawk say? Lotus asked as they prepared to move out. He says no easy fights today, he's going to take care of the lone stragglers, the severely injured and the trainees, but there are plenty of frost giants retreating from yesterday's battle toward one of their cities that will be crossing our path. As long as the main force doesn't pull back to rescue them, we should be fine to hunt at will. Hawk will keep an eye on them for us. But the chances are they will never know that there is an issue until it's all over. Karl explained. Remy's voice whispered in Karl's mind, as if she was trying to hide it from the other beasts. We should keep going into frost giant land. I can feel an incredibly strong shaman energy there, and I want it. Wouldn't that be a frost giant shaman? What good would a living giant do you? Karl asked, considering the fact that the shaman in question might well be an overlord rank monster. No, not a person, a thing. I can feel it. She insisted. Well, we will see what we can do, but if it's days away, that's too far for us to leave our area. Remy pouted as she realized that they wouldn't be taking a multiple-day detour to go find her the thing she could sense. But she didn't stop working, and kept her blizzard active and low enough not to damage the ascended rank or stronger frost giants they were hunting. If they weren't hurt, they would think it was just a snowstorm, or at least that was the theory. The first target they found was a lone commander, lightly injured. Unfortunately for the giant, it never even realized that Ray and her golems were stalking it before it was dead. Then came an injured trio, who Karl marked with an arrow before the spider golems got to them. In fact, for most of the morning it was the Karl and Ray show, and everyone else was just out for a walk in the snow. Nothing was living long enough to have a proper fight. But it was valuable work. They were eliminating the survivors of the failed attack before they could get to safety or heal themselves and rejoin the fight. Around lunch, Hawk came back to take a break, while the giants who had noticed him attacking stragglers either calmed down or gave up on searching for him. They had been chasing him for hours, but the bird had been hiding among the trees to ambush the weak and then racing away. At this point, the giants likely hated Hawk just as much as he despised them, and it felt like an oddly balanced situation as the exhausted bird took a short nap in his space while he recovered his mana and strength with a good meal and some sleep. In the middle of the afternoon, after taking a few detours to pick up loot that Hawk's targets had left behind, they were headed back for the nearest main line, and Thor was again loaded up with equipment while Karl's loot bag held the good bits. There were a surprising number of nearly identical weapons, which they hadn't seen during their previous days at the other front, though these giants had been coming from that direction. The change and uniformity of the gear implied that they had been keeping them in reserve for the mainline force, to increase their attack capabilities. It was a solid tactic, but they had failed to create a breach. Regional Command, this is Team 95988. We are headed to your location for a supply drop this evening. Look for the lightning Cerro as our marker. Karl broadcast to their allies. Remy would drop the blizzard once they were close to visual range of the camp so they didn't get themselves bombarded, and then they would walk in from the same area where they took out the artillery team the previous night. As they got close to the ridgeline where they had eliminated the artillery team, Karl spotted a 5-man team of elites searching the area. Remy, you can end the blizzard. We found the first scouts, he instructed. As the snow faded, they continued their jogging pace, headed straight for the scout team. Tessa raised a hand from Thor's back to let them know they were friendly, while Ray remained a bit behind with Dana on her back. The bloodbath spider had switched riders for the day so that the golems could all be coming from one direction, even though that meant leaving her pocket healer behind. She wasn't big enough to carry them both, or rather she couldn't carry both comfortably due to her body shape, though she was large enough for them both to fit, so she had chosen to only take one rider at a time. Identity, the scout team asked as they approached. Commander Karl with Team 95988. The scout smiled and gestured to the wreckage of the battle. We've been finding signs of your work all over the region today. Dead giants left everywhere, and even a large group of yetis that looked like they died last night. Have you been that busy? Or is there another team out here? Karl shrugged. We've been busy, but I can't say for certain that there wasn't another team out here. I didn't know that you were here until just a minute ago. The scouts finished taking notes on the destruction, then turned back to Karl. I hear that you're coming back to the base for the evening. Can I ask what you're short on, so we can get it ready for you? Karl shook his head. We're short on storage space. We loot the giants so that they can't reuse the equipment of the dead, and we've got numerous weapons and magical armor with us. I just need to drop it off for credit, and we will be on our way again. Weapons? We've come across a few, but most of what the frost giants carry is just junk strengthened with their magic when it's time to fight. The scout replied. We found a number of matching enchanted blades today. Here, check that out. Simple but effective. Karl explained. The scout examined the weapon with great interest. It was a large sword for a human, a short sword for a frost giant, but surprisingly light, and Karl was right, the enchantment was basic, just enough to make it cut as if it were a commander rank weapon. It was the sort of thing that the army would issue to line soldiers if they had the ability to make them in large numbers. How many of these did you recover? Because we could use these for the warriors of the scout teams. The soldier asked, eager intensity growing in his eyes as he imagined the possibilities. Karl turned to Lotus, who was sitting closest to the bags on Thor's back. About 30, I guess? There's a bunch of other gear in here, and I lost count. The nature priestess apologized. Identical items normally wouldn't equip for the same person, so keeping a spare set of giant strength gloves or wearing 2 sets, one inside the other, simply didn't work. That had led to them loading a lot of gear into the storage bags on Thor's back now that they all had a copy of what the giants had to offer. At least the parts of it that they could use. Dana was somewhat disappointed to learn that she couldn't use the ring of giant strength. The giants also weren't very creative with their gear, and it was just the same thing in different appearances on every frost giant that happened to have a magical item. If they were trying to improve their own gear, Karl would have felt like he got scammed. However, as they could keep trading it in until every elite they met had frost giant gear on, it was a great money-making opportunity for them. The scout shook his head in dismay. You lot are monsters. We haven't even killed 30 commanders this week, and here you are bringing us back 30 commander rank swords for the day. Lotus giggled. Technically, a bunch of these came from last night, when we came here to avoid that cold front that moved through the other main line. We weren't about to get caught out in that, So we came here and took care of that artillery group by special request right before dark. The scout made notes and then gestured toward the south. We should get moving if you want to get your gear sorted in time to pick a camping spot outside the main line tonight. You know how it is, if you're there when the attack starts, you tend to get stuck on the main line. Chapter 280 Loot Drop. The camp's patrols let them through without questions when they saw the scout team leading Karl's white-cloaked menagerie toward the base. The first thought of everyone that they passed was that this was an extreme church guard unit, thanks to their bright white outer layer, which they had pilfered from the frost giants to blend in with the snow. But once they saw who was underneath, they were simply confused. Those didn't look like church guards, and the rest of their armor wasn't covered in white. Nor did they have any sort of church insignia on them, except for the two clerics, one in green and one in red, under their white cloaks. Karl shouldered the bags of loot and let Thor take a break in his space, in case they encountered a fight on their way to their sleeping spot tonight. The bags were nearly dragging on the ground as they hung from Karl's shoulders, a sign that they might have gone a bit overboard with their loot hoarding. The fact he had to turn sideways to get between some of the tents was another solid hint, but nobody was too worried about it, as long as the contents of those bags were for them. To the soldiers, it looked like they had gotten an unexpected supply run. They had no way of knowing that it was just a bunch of hoarders assembled into an elite team. The general, a royal rank warrior with a large shield strapped to his back and an axe at his hip, strolled out of his tent to meet them, then did a double take as he saw the bags on Karl's shoulders. Karl greeted the steel-eyed warrior. "General, my apologies for the strange appearance. We had the lightning Sparrow carrying the loot, but he wouldn't easily fit through the camp." "Not a problem at all. The scouts informed us that you had collected some gear from the giants that we should be aware of, but we didn't expect that it would be so much," he replied with a smile that said he had just made a new friend in Karl. Anyone who brought that much loot back for his soldiers without being asked, and while fighting their way through the enemy lines, had to be at least a half-decent person in his mind. "Yes, check these out," Karl replied before removing all the identical swords from the bag. Not identical in appearance, that actually varied wildly between weapons, but the enchantments on them were all exactly the same. It only took a second for the general to realize that as well. "Interesting. We have known for a while that the giants aren't big on variety, but I think you might have just found proof that they're using a very limited and precise magical tool to do all their enchanting. It may only be capable of a few different abilities, and that is why we see all the frost giants with rings and bracelets of giant strength, and then the rest of their gear is usually only magical because it is made of magical beast hides." The general pondered. "Not only that, but it's also proof that they can make a lot of it. We have 30 identical weapons taken from the survivors of one assault, all commander rank swords. That will be useful for your troops, but it suggests that you might soon be facing them from the other side as well. Not all of these were taken from commander rank enemies. Some of them were on the higher side of Ascended." Karl explained. "That's not good at all. The reason Ascended elites can so easily go 2-on-1 against a frost giant of the same rank is because it can't quickly get through their barriers. But weapons like this wouldn't have the same problem. How did you deal with it?" "I see that your mage is still Ascended," the general replied. "The commander rank Lightning Sparrow has the ability to spread his barrier to everyone in the group. Between that and the circle of protection, we don't have too many issues." The general nodded. "You have a solid group. I'm not certain what we are going to do about large numbers of those swords showing up in the next charge, but we will be able to make good use of the ones you brought us. As you have likely already noticed, despite your status as a student, commander rank gear is hard to find. There might be a piece or two at every depot, but that's about it. When we're fighting against dozens of commander rank frost giants at a time, every weapon counts. The mages can bring up barriers for us, and the priests can issue blessings, but nothing truly replaces a good weapon." Karl smiled as he gestured to the bag. "Those aren't the only weapons in there. It was just noteworthy that they were all identical. There are a number of giant strength items in there as well, and some commander rank and Ascended rank armor. We grabbed everything that looked decent and wasn't destroyed in battle. Now, on to the important parts that I couldn't put in a radio broadcast. The survivors of the battle at the other front line are headed for a frost giant city off in that direction, but the wave of intense ice magic that attacked the other line came from further that way, deep within their borders. It wasn't cast close to the border. We were already in their territory when we felt it coming on the horizon. The general hummed as he considered the new information. I think I might know where it is coming from. There is a crystal mountain, a massive block of pure ice, that keeps their nation frozen, right at the center of the frost giants' territory. The area it could keep cold was always the limits of their borders, but now, I have reason to believe they found a way to access and enhance it. That's not official, by the way, just this elite's thoughts on the matter. But I've been in combat for 10 straight years now, and I've seen some things. The problem is that we don't have any more information about it than some old drone footage and a team who saw it once a few years ago. Until someone actually goes there, we can't know for certain, but it would be suicidal to ask anyone to actually do it, and we can't spare the elites who would have a chance of survival. Karl chuckled. Well, I know it's not going to be me unless I'm taking your army with me. The general laughed. It would have to be an overlord. That's the only combat force we have that could logically survive both the intense cold and the powerful frost giants who patrol the region around their sacred mountain. Notice that you haven't seen any of their monarch rank giants, or even any of their royal rank giants on this front. They're all still guarding the holy sites, according to military intelligence. So we deal with the soldiers, while their generals stand back from the fight. The general gave a rueful chuckle, as his rank hadn't saved him from a front-line posting. They needed the fighters, and he was a soldier through and through. I know it's outside our deployed area, but plans change in the field, so if there is somewhere that you need us to be, we can render some aid tomorrow before anyone complains that we're out of position. Karl suggested. The general gestured back into his tent. There are some spots, but don't worry about your position. I will have your status updated to roaming forward scouts, so you can be anywhere along the border that suits you. If you're going to collect weapons like this every day, I don't think they would even care where you got them from. We need them that badly. Especially commander rank blades and giant strength rings. Those can be used by almost every warrior class. Then he led them inside and stepped to the far side of a table with a collection of stones set on top of the map. I know it looks sketchy, but it's the easiest way to update troop movements, and if there is a chance that the camp will be overrun, the first thing we do is knock it over. It means we have to restart our map placements later, but it also means that the enemy won't be able to use the map to track our troops. He explained. Karl nodded. We're familiar with the trick, and the fact that most officers don't put all the assets on the map. We got a rather shocking wake-up call when we landed here and saw the discrepancy. The general smiled sadly. See, that's an executive-level issue. They always think we're overstating the situation in the field. Perhaps it's hard to hear with their heads that far up their arse. Chapter 281 Hunt for the Relic. The general tapped a spot on the map, further from Golden Dragon Nation territory, and almost directly in front of this offensive line. That is the target I would like for you to inspect. It's too far to move the main line, as being that far forward would let them sneak behind us. But I think there is something there. A relic or some other powerful magic. The giants keep moving past that point, and our scouts suspect that they are gaining some benefit from it, but they haven't been able to get close enough to verify. We're not the priority line, just the B-team elites with a bit of artillery on a quiet mountain pass, so we don't have commanders to spare for scouting teams. He explained. Tessa smirked as she got some sort of divine inspiration that made her eyes glow red. Well, for a day at least you've got us. We've only got one proper commander with us, but we've got 3 commander rank beasts as well, and that makes the fights a bit more even. She announced. If the war dragon thinks it's a good idea, then we really have to go see what they're hiding out there. For all we know, it could be a massive weapons bunker. Or it could be a simple shrine to some ice goddess. But either way, we will take a look for you in the morning and report back. Karl agreed. I appreciate it. Have you picked a spot near camp? I know better than to ask you if you need a tent. The general chuckled. Yeah, the big trees to your east will do for the evening. We usually set up in one of the trees. Karl explained. Why in the trees? The general asked. Because I am the thing that goes bump in the night. Ray answered in Karl's mind. To engulf the silly bird in blizzard. Remy added. For better. You brat, I knew you were making the air evil on purpose. Hawk complained. Karl smiled as he listened to their answers. Many reasons, but mostly it's more comfortable to be there than on the ground, and there are fewer tree-climbing enemies than walking ones. The general nodded in agreement. He might not know a technique to make sleeping in a tree comfortable, but if Karl did, that was fine by him. The elites never wanted to stay in camp unless they were office sorts or out of supplies, so he wasn't going to get offended that they wanted to sleep nearby. All right, happy hunting. And I will expect your reports tomorrow when you leave the location. The general insisted, dismissing them to get back to work. Ray made them a nice fort in the trees, while Hawk kept a close eye on Remy, to ensure she wasn't sneakily casting a minor blizzard spell to keep the blowing snow active around their camp. Blizzard Snake was definitely untrustworthy. She must have been learning bad habits from the frost giants. The worst part was, he couldn't even throw things at her because she was just a stupid snake, and she would probably eat it. If he made her sick, Karl would be mad. The next morning, they packed up camp, leaving the double-walled fort which had served them well for the evening, and began to make their way toward the spot that the general had marked on the map. According to Hawk's scouting, it was hidden within a valley full of blowing snow, where he couldn't see the ground from above, and he wasn't going to fly down into it, in case the winds were strong enough to keep him from flying. He was powerful, but his feathers were rather delicate, and once they were pushed out of place by extreme winds in the wrong direction, he would be forced to land. Hawk says that the snow is blowing too hard to see down into the valley, so we are essentially going in blind. I will have to call him in or have him sit on someone's pack when we enter, as the high winds will cause issues with flight. Actually, we might have to tie Dana and Lotus to Thor and Ray, or they might blow away as well. Karl joked. Well, it was intended to be a joke, but when they got to the edge of the valley and felt the raging winds, it started to sound like a more practical idea. They waited in the trees near the ridge line while they tried to make a decision, and watched as a group of frost giants left the area, headed to the other front. Then, a half-hour later, another group went the same way. Hey! Don't you think there is something odd about those giants? Lotus asked as she watched the second group. Karl inspected them more closely. 1 commander, 9 ascended. Standard group formation, the usual assortment of weapons, blades with a few axes. Lotus shook her head. No, that's not it. Let's wait here for another group. Memorize this group as well as you can, and I think it will make sense. Karl did, and then they waited half an hour for another group to come out. 1 commander, 9 ascended, an assortment of weapons. The same assortment of weapons. Same outfits as well. We must have never noticed because the groups mix later, but those groups are identical. Karl gasped. Exactly. That's why we were getting so many of the same swords. Not because there's some obsessive frost giant blacksmith, but because the groups are being cloned. Tessa's eyes glowed red again, and Karl smiled at the war cleric. We're going down soon. We won't let your goddess down. The group has just gone, so we should be all right to head in and start searching now. If they could spit out a group every few minutes, the border would have been long since overrun. Karl led the group into the blowing snow, down the ridge and into the bottom of the valley. They could only see a few meters in front of themselves, so unless they stumbled across a group accidentally, nothing would be hunting them. The lack of visibility, even with thermal vision, made it seem like an impossible task, but once they were close to the valley floor, the storm ended, raging above their heads and revealing an entire valley full of frost giants. There were hundreds of them in the area, standing around a pulsing blue pillar of crystal. Yes, I need the good thing. Put that shiny stone in my swamp. Remy insisted. First we need to get there and get rid of the giants. Karl laughed. The groups here were the same as the last 2 they had watched leave. 9 ascended for every commander, and now that Karl could see them side by side, identical faces on the commanders, but with different patterns painted to obscure their features. How that had escaped everyone was a mystery, but nobody really tried to memorize frost giant faces. Oh look, a welcoming party. Torai sighed as the frost giants began to turn toward the interlopers. Tessa nodded. Well, let's not let them down. If anyone has a hidden secret skill, now would be the time to show it off. Karl quickly checked his points. 21 left. He had a variety of options available from his skill tree, he just had to make a choice. Balance skills. 50 points. Evolution cause any bonded pet to evolve into a form 1 rank higher than when the skill is used. Usable once per beast. Some materials may be required. Skill Master rank 3 available 100 points. Allows all skills to evolve to a skill 1 tier higher than their current tier with practice. Tier 2 skills. 10 points. Brutality. Increases the size and strength of the target beast by 10% per rank. 40% for commander. 10 points. A barrier creates a barrier around the beast master or selected target at the beast master's current rank. 10 points. Bestial regeneration. Greatly increases the target's healing factor. 10 points. Refresh eliminates fatigue for 10 minutes per rank. 40 minutes at commander. Tier 3 skills. Will become passively activate on beast master and all active beasts. 20 points. Shatter. Physical strikes cause vibrations through the opponent's body that damage organs and may break bones. 20 points. Sharpness. Slashing. Stabbing and disintegration type abilities increase in damage by 10% per rank. 40% at commander. 20 points. Crushing blows. Blunt impact skills increase in damage by 10% per rank. Effective on damage caused by shatter. 40% at commander. Karl looked at the skills for a moment, and then the abundance of targets in front of them. There were definitely a few options there which would work out well for him today. Chapter 282 Snowed in Valley. Sorry, Thor. The next one will be for you. Karl apologized as he made his choice. 20 points. Sharpness. Slashing. Stabbing and disintegration type abilities increase in damage by 10% per rank. 40% at commander. Sharpness learned. Rend and Shred were both slashing type skills, as was Lacerate. Unfortunately, Chain Lightning was not a disintegration ability, but he would take what he could get. Once Haste and Terrorize were activated on everyone, and the spider golems were summoned, they were ready to face the frost giant charge. Back into the snowstorm, Karl ordered, intending to limit the enemy's line of sight. Lotus yelled back, "No, don't. They're using their magic to keep it active, and it will deal damage now that they know there are enemies here." So, they were trapped under the storm, unless they could march up out of the valley through hundreds of meters of commander rank, blizzard and blinding snow while under attack. The frost giants were charging, so Karl strapped his large sword to his pack for the bonus energy steal, then sent out a flurry of arrows charged with chain lightning to slow them down. With the benefits of sharpness and terrorize, the arrows were punching holes clean through the ascended rank giants when they hit bare flesh, and the lightning was doing its job, scorching flesh and slowing their movements to give the spider golems time to shine. The two bone-white wooden constructs launched themselves into the frost giant ranks, and true to Ray's name, a rain of blood and body parts was the result. With nearly twice the damage compared to a regular commander rank golem that had the durable constructs bonus and 40% increased speed, they were 8-legged whirlwinds of death through the ascended rank targets. The mages unleashed their spells on the commanders, quickly grasping what the spider golems were after. They were eliminating the overwhelming numbers, while leaving everyone else to deal with the stronger targets. Karl led the group forward, away from the storm, so they weren't ambushed from behind out of the snow, and turned his arrows on the larger frost giants. Thor's circle of protection flared around them as the ice shard attacks came back in return. Their lightning barriers were holding, and while the lightning Sero was at the front, he wasn't actively fighting. He was just focusing on maintaining their defenses while the golems did all the close combat work. "It's a good thing that you don't need arrows," Torai panted as she created more magic missile orbs. The refreshing abilities of Thor helped, but she was burning mana quickly to keep up her damage rate against the giants one rank higher than she was. "Cut back the individual power of your spells. We're going to be at this a while, and we can't have you exhausted," Karl reminded her. Dana had already done that and was relying on multiple hits to cause serious injuries, instead of putting extra effort into individual spells. Hawk was on Thor's back, using Rend in wide arcs to damage anything that got near them. It wasn't royal rank, but it was the easiest spell on his energy, and he could keep these attacks up all day. They still cut deep into the frost giants, and for a moment he envied Ray's Lacerate ability. If Rend made them bleed like that, it would be so much better. Ray was staying close to the group, targeting giants who made it past the first line of defenders, or who were giving Dana's stone golems trouble, and the ground everywhere around them was becoming soaked in cold blue frost giant blood as Karl slowly pushed the group forward toward the massive crystal. Ray's spear spell, gained from the Naga swamp, wasn't as devastating as some of her other abilities, but the small spikes peppered the frost giants and left dozens of heavily bleeding wounds. The combination with Lacerate was proving to be quite impressive. Karl could see that there was a spell active at the base of the crystal, and the goal was to make it stop. It had to be the spell that was summoning more frost giants, and while it was slowly fading as their numbers decreased, they couldn't afford to retreat until it was gone. Ophelia pointed to a spot to their right, and Karl adjusted the group's movement to go see what it was. The Werbear Berserker ducked down and pulled a book from the corpse of a frost giant woman that didn't match the clones, before tossing the tome to Karl. It looked like a spellbook of some sort, not a skill book, but it might be useful to Remy if the dead giant was a shaman. If not, he would just hold on to it for their Berserker bear. Ray hissed in pleasure as she summoned a fresh group of spider golems, which appeared larger than Karl remembered them. Did she just upgrade her golems? Lotus asked. I think so. The same skill that allowed Hawk to improve fire body is active on everyone. Karl called back as he continued to fire arrows. His arms were getting sore even with the refreshing effect, and he was mentally exhausted from the chain lightning, which he was only using now when there was a cluster of targets. An arrow caught an unfortunate ascended rank frost giant in the face, then hit the inside of his helmet, throwing the body backward into a commander, who glared at Karl with pure murder in its eyes. Tessa was laughing and glowing with red light as she cast some sort of area buff on everyone. This was the sort of war that her patron deity craved. Pure controlled violence, crushing an enemy position with absolute, overwhelming power. Every dragon priestess knew the ways of the dragon species. Might makes right. They all had their own ways of doing things, though the dragons made at least some effort to work together and keep society functioning. But when it came down to conflict, the strongest were the only ones with the right to speak. Tessa's spell completed, and the golems, as well as Karl's arrows, were coated in a layer of red energy that caused the frost giants to boil and explode after being injured. Karl had no idea what to call that divine blessing, but it was the most wonderful thing he could think of at this moment, as the entire valley of frost giants was headed their way. Karl switched to simply coating his arrows with fire from flaming body and letting them loose into the charging giants. With Tessa's blessing active, the wounds began to boil, and even a hit to the leg would be fatal. They were getting closer to the spell on the ground, and the ring of frost giants who were focusing all their attention on it. There's a weird little crystal in the middle of the circle. Remy noticed once they were 10 meters away, with a wall of commander rank giants between them and the spell. How lucky are you feeling? Karl asked the spirit snake. Pretty lucky. You're totally going to get me that big stone after we finish, she replied. Then grab this next giant by the ankle, and I will send you to the circle to recover the little crystal. Once you have it, return directly to your space before they mince you into sushi rolls. Karl instructed. Karl switched to his maul and Remy moved to his leg, prepared to strike when he got close. Karl leapt into melee combat and kicked his leg forward, tossing Remy onto his target giant, who raised a shield to block the strike of the oversized hammer, but was blown backward by 5 layers of flaming body on the blunt weapon. He flew right over the spell circle, even over the casters, who ducked to avoid a collision. As she passed over, Remy dropped from his body and swallowed the strange object whole before returning to her space and spitting it out. The storm overhead instantly stopped, leaving the battlefield in an eerie silence. I don't think we should have done that, Ophelia muttered as the huge blue stone in the middle of the valley began to pulse more violently, making the ground shake. I think you're right. Everyone, get on a ride, we're leaving, Karl ordered, grabbing Dana as he ran past the mage. Lotus climbed on Ray, while the stone golems grabbed Tori and Tessa. Thor tried not to laugh as he chased everyone out of the valley. This was a great game. They ran in, slapped the frost giants in the face, and now they ran away before they got slapped back. Hawk fired back into the giants chasing them, while the spider golems did their best to stop the tide and keep them in the valley. Now that the storm was gone, the bird took to the air, bombarding the enemy with a combination of rend and fireballs. "Run faster, that stone is starting to crack," he warned, when the group was only 2/3 of the way up the valley ridge. The giants had fallen well behind them, thanks to the defensive efforts of the spider golems. But Hawk was right. That glowing stone was making the snow glow bright blue with the intensity of the mana surges it was experiencing. Remy did her best to hide her despair. That was supposed to be her prize, but now it was going to blow up, and she was left with just a cute little crystal statue of a fat lady. At least it had strong shaman magic on it, so she could keep it in her swamp and bask in the power. Chapter 283 Close Call. A blast of ice magic washed over them, shattering Thor's refreshing lightning, and dealing slamming into those caught in its path. Ray summoned her spider golems closer to protect Ophelia and Karl, only to watch the outer layers of them being shredded by the violent magic before she made it over the ridge and behind a huge boulder to hide. The stone golems were shattered to dust, and the barriers over everyone shattered as Thor was hurled through the air, leaving a trail of damaged scales before he chose to return to his space. Karl felt his bones creak and vainly clutched at Dana as the magic sent him flying after tearing through the spider golem, but it didn't feel like anything broke. He would be sore later, but his armor held. He lost his grip on Dana, but hopefully, she would be all right with both him and the golem as a shield against the initial blast. When the blast had spread from the stone, Hawk had returned to hide in his space, avoiding any injury, but the frost giants weren't so lucky. Most of them were still gathered around the stone, trying to stabilize it when it had exploded. The blast sent a bright blue mushroom cloud up into the sky, dwarfing any mountain range. That would be visible from 1,000 kilometers away, all along the front lines, as well as in the frost giant nation. "Check in. Is everyone all right?" Karl called as he got back to his feet. Thor made an unhappy noise from in his space, then brought the barrier back up over everyone, while the others all groaned in pain. The refreshing lightning and Remy's healing splash, which she was throwing out at everyone now, were precisely what everyone needed, but it sounded like there were worse injuries than those two spells could easily deal with. Lotus cast her area healing spell over the group, and Karl heard Tessa curse as she reset her own broken arm so it would heal properly, before going to help the mages, who were in even worse pain, despite the numbing effect of the healing spell. Karl just lay in the snow for a few minutes, catching his breath as the healing spell took its course, and the pain from his joints began to fade. Looking over, there was some blood on Ophelia's fur, but nothing major, as the spider golems had taken the worst of the blast. It was the spellcasters who needed the most help, and the clerics were both busy with the task. After 15 minutes, everyone was back on their feet with a golden glow surrounding them as the clerics worked together to cast a spell to repair their armor. It was a form of nature magic called mend, quite useful if the gear wasn't completely destroyed. They hadn't had to use it before, but it was considered one of the basics for a wandering nature priestess or a war priestess, especially a red dragon priestess who worked with orphans. They needed all the mending spells they could get, so the children didn't destroy the few clothes they had. "Excellent. Job done, no casualties. I say we go back to the front line and take a few days to rest and recover," Karl decided. Lotus raised a weary hand. "I vote we do anything but that. Do you have any idea how many questions there will be about whatever that was? I've never seen an explosion like that, and everyone would have seen and felt that." From a few meters away from Karl, Dana nodded. "She has a point. I say we radio in and tell them we're not dead, then hide in the hills somewhere for like 2 weeks." She grabbed the radio from Karl's chest pocket and frowned. "It's smoking." Karl doused it with snow, stopping the smoke, then flicked it off and on again. There were no lights, no sound on any channel, nothing. "The radio is fried. Can someone get the emergency phone out of my pack?" Karl asked. Dana unbuttoned the side pouch and took out the small emergency phone. Karl hit the button for a dial tone and got nothing. No lights on that either, though it wasn't smoking. "Emergency phone is dead as well." He sighed. The barrier, combined with Lotus area healing spell, had already repaired the damage to the group, but it couldn't fix their communications gear. Well, maybe if we go find a scout team, we can tell them that we're not dead? That should be enough to ensure that they don't make our families cry, Ophelia suggested. Tori looked shocked, as if she had forgotten that was a possibility. If they were presumed dead, they would be added to the war casualty rolls, and their families would receive a death benefit from the government based on their last recorded rank. Since they were all young or clerics, it would go to their parents, not a spouse, but that was still bad enough. Hawk, can you go find us a scout team? Hawk left his space and flew out in search of a scout team for them to meet up with, out of sight of the main line. That way they could hold the meeting, then disappear into the battlefield without anyone interfering. That didn't take long, as there were dozens of scouts coming their way from all along the front line, even a few two-person teams running their way from the other portions of the front line. Only the ones closest to them would be likely to suspect that there was someone from the elites here already, but they would all need to confirm what the situation was, and if you couldn't see it, the sight would be very concerning. They weren't at the front lines, but they weren't that far from it, so the other lines wouldn't be able to tell that the line here hadn't just suffered a catastrophe. Karl turned the group to the closest group of scouts, and saw that there were others running toward them. They were the first on the scene, so they might have more information than the others who hadn't reached the site yet. Commander, was your group close when that happened? Is everyone all right? The leader of the first scout team they reached asked. Indeed we were. We were tasked to scout the Crater Valley, and it turned into an all-out battle with the frost giants. Somewhere along the way, a large glowing stone got destabilized, and its destruction was what everyone saw. Karl explained. Perfect. I will send a runner back to the line to report. Karl gave him a confused look. Just radio it in. The scout shook his head. The explosion knocked out every radio in the base. We had no communication when our team was dispatched. They should have some fix soon. I heard something about blown fuses, but I don't have a working radio. Same here. Even my emergency phone is fried. We were still in the crater when the explosion happened. Karl explained. You're lucky to be alive. I will have the runner explain to the general that your team is fine. Where are you headed next? Into the wilderness between frontline groups. I will come grab a new radio in a few days, or poach one off another scout group. Karl replied. The scout smiled and nodded, then led his whole team back to the line. They were elites, they knew what was up, and they weren't going to waste their breath trying to get Karl to come straight to the chaos of a base with no communications. For the next 2 hours, Karl repeated the explanation to various scout groups, who returned to the frontline camps to give explanations, as anyone close enough to reach him that fast had lost their radios to the blast. It's time to go. Frost Giant Army, 40 kilometers out, coming for the crater from the city. Hawk informed them as the last of the scout groups was about to leave. You, Lieutenant, I forget your name. There is a Frost Giant Army battalion coming this way from the city. Can you run and tell the general that he's likely to have incoming hostile forces later today? Karl shouted after them. No problem, Commander. Make yourself scarce before they get close enough to spot you. Karl nodded and led the team away, headed for the woods between the two sections of battle line, where he could take the team and disappear into the mountain caves in only an hour or two. That would keep the frost giants from finding them, and if Remy cast a blizzard once they were out of sight, they wouldn't even leave a trail to follow. Yep, blizzard is useful. Remy agreed, while coiled around her new statue, trying to determine what it was for. Blizzard is useful. Hawk mimicked, while Thor chuckled, startling the group members who were standing beside him. They're bickering about the virtues of ice magic. Karl explained, while the mages climbed up behind Tessa on Thor's back and the golems were dismissed. The trees were densely packed in the foothills here, and Thor had to be dismissed, while Ray chose to return to her space, as she couldn't climb sideways between the trees without dropping Lotus. Remy started a snowstorm with Blizzard, as Hawk gave them directions to a nice cave he had scouted. It was part of a large cave complex, as far as he could tell after his brief exploration, but there were spots that could be blocked off for safety, and the whole place was well underground and warm from the stone of the mountain. That's good enough for me. We might even get to explore another cave and spend a few days without going out in the snow. Karl agreed. Probably wasn't that large, but no snow sounded good to Hawk. Chapter 284 The Good Cave. Ray blocked the door of the cave with silk and a few entangled branches, while Remy blew snow up against it to make it look like it had been that way for some time. That was good enough for their disguise, as the tunnel ran deep into the rock, just as Hawk had promised. And it was a tunnel, and not a natural cave, as it was carved with a smooth arch to the ceiling, and alcoves every 5 meters along the wall that had likely once held lanterns of some sort. The sight put everyone on edge in case this was another trial instance, or home to some sort of intelligent monster. The good caves, like this one, would normally be claimed by something, and there was no telling how nasty that thing might be. So, they were cautious as they made their way deeper into the complex, and into a chamber where a set of long-forgotten houses stood petrified, coated in mineral stone from the dripping water. Hey, look at this. I think that is dwarven writing. There haven't been dwarves here in 1,000 years. Not since the frost giants betrayed them and they fled the continent. Lotus noted as she gestured toward some runes written at the entrance to the cavern. Do you have any idea what it says? Karl asked. Nope, I can't read dwarf. But if my memory is right, it should be some sort of protective spell to keep monsters out of their village and the livestock in. It usually didn't target humans because we're not a threat, but your companions might have to stay in your space when we go in and out. She replied. Tessa looked around the cavern. And that means there is another tunnel to check. There are always 2 ways in and out of a dwarven village, even one this small. There were only 5 houses and a few smaller outbuildings, so this might have been a way station along a trade route and not a proper village, but the dwarves were meticulous, and they would have made a second exit that led to a different side of the mountain. Karl nodded. All right, stay close and try not to damage anything. This place feels like a museum, and I'm certain some historian will love to hear that it's still intact. If the houses are still in good shape and empty, we can bunk in one of them. If not, we will set up out in the open. Torai looked at him strangely. Why would you think that there might be something intact in those houses? It would take hundreds of years for the dripping water to coat the roof in deposits like that. One of them has turned into a proper stalagmite. Karl smiled. I grew up in the mines. There were always old men joking about how we were digging so deep we might find dwarves, and how they made their furniture of stone, so they could pass it down to their grandchildren in a few hundred years. I don't know how true that is, but it seems like it might be possible. Look at the fences. They're all stacked stones, carefully cut to interlock. The other tunnel only took a minute to locate, as the designers weren't trying to hide it. But there would be no threats from that direction, as the tunnel had been carefully blocked over with cut stones. However, the stones weren't the same as what was in this cavern. It was a different sort of granite, darker, and with a faintly pink inclusion in it. What's got you staring at a stone wall so hard? Lotus asked as Karl paused to take it in. The stone comes from deeper in the mountain. I think they bricked it up from the other side. Karl explained as he ran his fingers over the cool stone. A holdout against the allies of the frost giants? Tessa suggested. Possibly. But, if it's still standing and undamaged, we should be safe here. I don't see any bones, campfire rings, or other signs of previous uncivilized inhabitants. If this really had been a holdout against the frost giants when they sent their allies against the dwarves, it could be a very valuable safe spot for them. It was deep in the mountains, secure, warm even without artificial heating, and there was plenty of room for anything they might need to bring inside. You look like you're considering a long-term residency, Tessa noted as Karl surveyed the area. It's not a bad idea. The front lines are unlikely to move too much, so we will remain within striking distance of the frost giants for some time. They're going to be pissed about their valley, but they might not be able to do anything about it now that it has exploded. That's a real shame, you know. Remy wanted that big stone for her space. It would have made a great decoration. Tessa laughed at Karl's reply, but Lotus looked intrigued. You know, there was a big fancy stone behind the Naga shaman boss in the dungeon. I wonder if they were the same sort of stone? If we get to another dungeon, we will have to see if that stone appeals to her as well. Karl led them back to the nearest house, whose stone door was sitting wide open. It was dusty, but the roof hadn't leaked, and the interior was intact, as well as being almost all stone, as Karl had suspected. The beds had been carefully made when the last resident left, and the decayed remains were still there, though moss was growing on them, giving off the faint luminescence common to plants that grew in the underground caverns of the dark elven city inside the dungeon. I thought that they would have packed and taken everything with them. I guess not. It would take too much time and cause too much damage to the artifacts to sleep inside. Ray, can you set us up a fort and hammocks outside? Karl requested. Ray popped out of her space, then looked around for a good spot. There were a number of stone pillars supporting the ceiling of the cave, so she picked one of those to build at the base of, pulling from all sides, so the weight of the people in the hammocks would be evenly distributed, as if it was a flexible tree that she was worried about toppling. Then she returned to her space to rest. There was still light coming in from above, reflected through a crystal that lit up the cavern with the afternoon sun. When it started to get dark, she would come back out again. But for now, it was time to nap. The group was thinking the same thing, so Karl led them to a fire pit in the backyard of one of the houses. It had a metal grill plate over half of it, and it was obviously intended to be for cooking, with an adjustable hanger for your pot on the other side. This is fancy. Get that stoked up with your lucky blade and I will start on dinner. Lotus informed them as she admired the way that the metal of the griddle hadn't corroded even after 1,000 years. It would need a good cleaning before it could be used, but she wasn't planning to use it anyhow. She was just going to put her pans on it once it was hot. Karl activated Flame Body on his spare short sword and went to place it in the pit. But the moment that the fire touched the stones, the pit roared to life, creating an evenly distributed fire through the whole pit. Karl removed the blade, and the fire went out, enthralling Lotus. Just use the skill in the pit. I think you will be able to control it directly. That had to be pretty convenient for whoever made this place, she suggested. Karl extended the Flaming Body skill into the pit, which required him to touch it to get it started. But when he removed his hand, he could still control the skill, and the pit stayed burning. All right, we really are set now. Cook to your heart's content, and we will rest here for a day or two. Dana and Lotus smirked at each other. Don't you think this reminds you of something? Like when you accidentally broke something of your mom's, and then hid until she calmed down? Lotus asked. Or ate a cupcake from the batch that was supposed to be for the church potluck. Dana agreed. Chapter 285 Rest and Recovery. For 2 entire days, the group rested in the dwarven village ruins, resting and rebuilding their strength. But Karl wasn't slacking. No, he was working hard to spread the energy from the focal points in his beast spaces and then rebuild them. The process of spreading the energy smoothly took an entire day, and then it would likely take him weeks to rebuild it back to its new peak level, but he could feel the difference in the spaces after putting it off for that long. With 3 commander rank beasts, the energy was flowing much more smoothly through his body after the process was completed, and he had an easier time activating his skills. The royal rank, Flaming Body skill was becoming much more effective, though still limited by his own capacity. It was more efficient than the commander rank version for the amount of mana used, but because his cap for energy usage was lower, he still couldn't exert the maximum amount of power that someone like Prince Corbin could have. By Karl's best estimate, it was close to twice as strong as it would have been at commander rank, though. The jump between the 2 ranks was a large one, and while Karl didn't quite understand the difference yet, the feeling of power from Flaming Body was definitely not the same as it was from the other skills he could use. If it had been offensive adaptation that Ray had managed to advance, he might have a more detailed understanding with 2 skills to compare, but it was her golems that had advanced first. Of course, if it had been offensive adaptation that advanced first, the amount of damage that he was doing at the commander rank might have made even the Red Dragon of War blush. That skill was truly overpowered to begin with, and having it a full rank higher than the user would just be disgustingly effective. They had no way of knowing what was going on outside, other than the silence when they went to sit by the door and listen for movement. There was nothing close enough for their senses to pick up on the first day, so on the second day, Karl sent Hawk out to scout in the morning. There are still plenty of frost giants in the area, searching for us, I guess. They're big mad about something, and it has to be us blowing up their rock. Hawk explained as he returned to rest in his space for the remainder of the day. With the energy stabilized in an even layer on the 3rd day, and the new focuses forming properly, Karl sent Hawk out to scout again, updating them on the situation. Not so many frost giants as yesterday, but still plenty of frost giants to keep us busy all day. There are humans there now too, fighting. Hawk informed them during his dawn scouting mission. It sounds like it's time to go. There are other human teams outside now, fighting with the frost giants that are looking for us. Well, they likely don't know it's us they're looking for, but they're looking for the relic from the crater. Karl explained. But it blew up. Torai reminded him. Dana and Tessa both gave Karl matching suspicious looks. It did blow up, didn't it? Tessa asked. Karl took Remy and her new lucky statue out of her space to show to the others. I think that this is what they're looking for, he explained. A statue of the All-Mother? I mean, she's the primary goddess of shamanistic magic, but what does that have to do with the frost giants? Lotus asked. Tessa shrugged. No idea, but if it was in the crater, then it's not just a statue. Where did you find it? Remy wrapped protectively around her statue, in case someone tried to take it from her. Karl smiled and stroked the spirit snake's back as he answered. They were using it as the focus for the circle that was summoning more frost giants. I stole it to break the spell. Tessa nodded in understanding. And then the crumbling spell destabilized the frost stone, and everything blew up. All right, I see what happened now. Tuck that away again, and don't let it come out. It should be good for Remy, but the frost giants will sense its magic if they're close. Remy quickly vanished into her space to protect her statue, while the clerics tried not to laugh. The little spirit snake was growing quickly, but nobody had noticed because it was so cold that she never came out of her space. Or at least she never came far enough out that they could see her. Are we bringing our packs? Or leaving them here in camp? Torai asked as she glared at the heavy bag. Unlike the others, the mages couldn't use the rings of giant strength, so they were working with basic human stats, and carrying their packs all day was tiring. You and Dana can sling them on Thor's back. It should help mobility, and he won't mind a pair of saddlebags if Ray helps us tie them on nicely. Karl suggested. Ray happily made a harness for the packs, and for the riders to hang on to while they sat on top of Thor's new white fur cape. It was warm, it helped him hide, and it had a hood. The hood was the best part, in Thor's estimation. Tessa had cut holes for his upper horns, so it would stay in place when he moved his head, and it kept his cranial ridge warm without blocking his eyes. The harness kept it securely in place, with the backpacks hanging at his rear hips and the riders in front of that, with Tessa sitting at the base of his neck, where she could more easily attack their targets. We need to get you a lance, Karl decided, as the riders took their places. Lotus was back in her spot on Ray again, so they could ambush from the side without the bloodbath spider losing her pocket healer. That put both mages on Thor's back, but they would climb down as soon as the fighting started, as they weren't physically adept enough to stay on a bucking lightning Cerro during battle. Karl led them down a path toward the closest group of human scouts, who were about to end up in combat with a frost giant hunting team, keeping the pace to a moderate jog, so that neither of the beasts was tired when they found their fight. Can I engage? Hawk asked, after relaying that the frost giants were about to reach the human scouts. Go ahead. Just don't get yourself attacked. The fireballs made it easier to track the scout from the ground, and Karl adjusted their route to intercept the frost giants. The scout team had slowed their advance, wary of the insane dragon hawk, allowing Karl and the others to make it to the hunting team first. It was just 5 ascended frost giants with spears, no fancy armor or magical weapons, but they had a large hound of some sort with them, who was sniffing at the ground, searching for something. It wasn't them, as the hound didn't make any signal that it had recognized them, but if they were tracking every group who had been near the crater, they would get to him eventually. Karl took out the dog handler with an arrow, while the others fell to Hawk's fireballs, leaving a very shocked scout group standing 50 meters to their right, unsure as to what they should be doing now. Good morning, everyone. I don't suppose that you have a working radio, do you? Karl asked. The team leader smiled and gestured for someone to bring one forward. We do have a spare. All the teams do now that we've learned the trick. The only ones that blew up were the radios that were in use at the time. The ones in storage with the batteries removed were fine. It took a few hours to realize that with all the chaos, and by then the scouts who had been near the crater had all dispersed again. he explained. Got it. Keep the battery removed from the spare radio when we get one. Hopefully, that sort of thing won't happen again anytime soon, but you never know. Karl agreed. You should call in soon, Commander. The General would like to have a few words with you, and he is requesting that you return to the base. The scout chuckled as Karl tucked the radio in his pack and put the earbud in. I thought that might be the case, especially after 2 days of recovery time. All right, I will head for the base this afternoon, so I have time to make it back to my camp before dark. Chapter 286. Could there be others? Hawk wasn't joking about the number of frost giants in the area. Karl could see 3 other groups from where they were standing, and if the giants had better eyesight, they would be able to clearly spot his group across the open fields, even with their white cloaks. It was a shame that he couldn't fire an arrow that far, but from Hawk's point of view, it looked like the frost giant front line had spread out into a search pattern, and they were combing the area looking for their lost relic. That thing must be significant to them, even though it's not their primary goddess. Lotus decided, as they headed for another group of hunters. Perhaps it's because she's a shaman god, and they needed the shamanistic magic to activate the stone that was letting them clone the warriors? Karl suggested. Lotus frowned. That could be, but it might be something else as well. The goddess is called the All-Mother, and she is a god of shamanistic magic, so it might be that only a holy relic of that one specific goddess would enable them to use the spell they need. If that's the case, there are likely more of these statues all over the front lines, hidden in places too dangerous for most of our teams to scout. The frost giants know that we don't have any royal rank fighters here, so they haven't deployed any of theirs. They're just wearing us out before making their big move. Remy perked up at that suggestion. Is she saying we have to collect them all? Like totems for my swamp? A whole collection of magical statues to build an array with? Remy wants to know if we should try to collect them all and see what happens. She seems to think that they're supposed to work together. Karl relayed. Tessa and Lotus shared an enlightened look, both remembering something from their training. I think that the summoning effect really might be a set of statues. Totem magic is a thing, but it's far beyond most of us. If there are a whole set of divine totems working together, representing a pantheon or a concept, then the totems might be creating all of the strange phenomenons that we are seeing, with the expanding borders and the appearance of new frost giants, as the totem magic tries to align the world to favor them. Tessa explained. And if we steal enough of them, the effect would stop, and the borders would begin to return to normal, ending their invasion. That is brilliant. We just need to find the others. Dana exclaimed. And I would get my own expanding swamp. Remy added helpfully. How that would work was a mystery to Karl, as the swamp was a mental space, and the maximum size seemed to be tied to her rank, but perhaps the statues would help her grow up faster. I think that we need to go to the base and see if there are other places like the one that we attacked. If we tell them what we suspect, they might make a mess of attacking it, and then the totems will be moved again. But if we can get a few more before the frost giants realize that they're being targeted, I think that it might be enough that we can send the army after the others. Karl decided. So, you're saying get the intel, attack another hidden spot, and see if there is a totem statue there, and only then should we tell the army about the threat? Tessa asked seriously. Yes, I think that is the best strategic decision for us to be able to not only test the theory, but to end the war if we are right. Ophelia looked deep in thought as she made little piles of snow with her foot. I think Karl is right. The totems won't do anyone any good if they're spread out. The damage would be done, and the border would just stop advancing. But if we can get enough of them together, the effect should begin to fade as the totems align to favor us. That's how my totems are. The more that I have active, the stronger the effect is. I don't have the strongest totems yet, only bare strength. But once I have 4 of them out, my strength has doubled from its base level. Remy nodded along in understanding. Totems were shaman magic, and although she didn't know any of them yet, she was getting a much better idea of how they worked after watching them appear all around the Werbear when she was in combat. Karl led them back toward the front lines to talk to the general, and Remy studied her statue, while trying to remember everything that she could about the totems that Ophelia made. She was close to a revelation. She just needed a bit more time to understand what she was missing. The scouts were waiting for them as they got close to the camp, despite the fact that Karl hadn't sent any radio messages yet. "Commander, the general would like to see you in his command tent." The scout greeted them. "I would have been more startled if he didn't want to see me," Karl joked. "Lead the way. I don't want to walk in on anything unfortunate. My poor clerics have seen too much already this mission." The scout looked confused, but Lotus giggled at the memory of the startled artillery battalion commander when he was quite literally caught with his pants down. They heard the general's laughter when the scout stuck his head in to see if he was free, and then followed him inside. "General, good to see you again. I trust that you got a relayed version of the events from the other scouts?" Karl asked. "Yes, all sorts of confused and conflicting reports. Now, firsthand, what happened out there? You did go to scout the location, did you not?" the general asked. "We did, and here is how it went." Karl went through the details of the engagement, including the snowstorm that made it look like there was no valley there at all until you were in it, to the clear area at the bottom, the identical giants, and the destruction, but omitting the bits about the totem Remy borrowed. "I understand now. It makes sense that the frost giants are out hunting. They might be looking for the culprit, but also for any leftover magical items that survived the blast, shards of the frost stone, and other valuables. If there are still shards of that exploded stone, they will be valuable not only to the frost giants, but to other water and ice magic users," the general explained. Dana and Tori smiled. They shouldn't have too many problems finding a piece or two of the shattered stone to help with their magic. "One other thing. Ascended Mage Tori, you have been reassigned. There is a new group here in need of a mage, and we unfortunately don't have the resources to keep an overstrength scouting group active in the wilderness." "But I just got here," she complained. Karl's group was the best she had ever seen. They were competent, worked in unison without arguments or questions, and even better, they actually wanted to be there. Plus, there were 3 commander rank beasts already in the team, more than doubling their combat strength. What more could you ask for? The group in question came in just after the general mentioned them, most likely because they had been waiting for the signal. 2 familiar elites entered leading 2 others with similar faces, suggesting that they might come from the same hometown or be relatives to each other. Their entrance was silent, but accompanied by the faint smell of giggleweed and leather oil. The Mackenzie brothers were here with 2 other warriors, and they had been assigned the first free mage, as far as Karl could tell. "Bob, Brother Doug. Good to see you again." Karl greeted them with friendly hugs. "Commander Karl, I didn't expect to see you here. Did you bring us our extra mage?" Bob asked with a slight smirk on his face as he took in Karl's group. "I suppose that we did. We were further down the line when the fallback signal was given, and we ended up behind enemy lines, so we've been poking their supply lines and attacking a couple of suspicious points." Karl agreed. "With the help of a certain spider and hawk who can spot and sneak up on giants with ease. It looks like you've got a reliable bunch, but I don't know these 2. Doug asked. Dana and Ophelia meet High Priest Doug Mackenzie of the Nature God and his brother Commander Bob Mackenzie. Bob, Doug. Meet Dana the Golem Mage and Ophelia the Bear Totem Berserker. Doug gave Ophelia an appraising look. "I bet she's comfortable in bear form. She's just big enough to be furry and warm." Ophelia looked vaguely offended, but Lotus was quite familiar with Brother Doug and the other nature priests. "She gets like twice that size. No worries about being cold with her around, though she's been cuddling Tori at night, so we're going to have to fix our sleeping arrangements." The tiny priestess agreed. Doug smiled and lit a herbal cigarette. "Sister Lotus, you're living too good. Why don't you lend us the Berserker as well?" Bob and Karl shared a smile while the 2 nature clerics joked with each other, ignoring the fact that they were supposed to be in the middle of a meeting, or that the people they were referring to were literally standing right beside them. Chapter 287 Reunion Trip. Once the general was done with them, he chased both groups out of his office. He would soon have more directions for both, but a scout could pass the message before they left. He had enough to deal with already without adding the stress of dealing with a stone nature priest and a bunch of miscreant elite mercenaries. "Only 1 mage in your group?" Karl asked as he looked at the combination. "Yeah, not great luck on the combo this time, but we've got a ranger who's good with longer distance attacks. Our sisters were both sent to the capital for security detail, so we can't get them for the team this time." Bob sighed. Well, Tori is good with multiple target attacks, but it's a bit of a shame that you don't have a second caster. Then Karl paused. There was a spell that Ray knew which could likely be used by Brother Doug. The skill book ability required that he study and have some understanding of the skill, and he had certainly fulfilled that requirement, though it wasn't one that he could use himself. If you wait a moment and find me some paper and ink, plus one of those cigarettes, I think I can make a spell book for Doug. It's a nature spell, so a nature priest should be able to use it. He added. Doug didn't hesitate and brought out a stack of paper, intended for reports, as well as his good pen and a rolled herbal cigarette. Karl crushed the herb onto the paper as he took a seat at one of the tables in the dining tent beside the generals, and began to write out the spell book. Ray got this in a dungeon instance as a reward, but I think it will be compatible. I managed to make a refreshing lightning version for the blue dragon priests. Karl explained. Doug laughed. I heard all about that. They're so excited to have a new spell to teach that they've been trying to get everyone they meet to learn it. The problem is, it only works for the blue dragon priests. Not even the shamans have managed to learn it straight from the book. Thor laughed at that one. He didn't know how human shamans played with lightning, but Remy's lightning and his lightning were totally different things that just looked the same. He was also eager to come out and play with his old friends, but the camp was so crowded that there simply wasn't space for him. Karl needed Ray to help him with the book, for the parts that he didn't understand, but between them, they quickly got the spell completed, and it formed itself into a skill book with a simple wooden cover and a spear tip on the front. Doug took the book and flipped the cover open. That was all that it took for the book to vanish, while the others looked on in envy. You know, there is a supply tent here with the essentials. Why don't you get a golem book? One of the warriors with Bob's group asked Tori. I've already tried. I'm incompatible with the book. I can use arcane spheres that fire multiple magic missiles, though. I'm not great at defense, but I've got strong offensive abilities. She replied sadly. That's all right. We've got a high priest with us and a commander-rank defensive warrior. Golems are nice to have, but they're not the only way to deal with frost giants. The warrior consoled her. Lotus raised her hand. I would just like to say, what the heck, dude? You could teach nature priests to use spear all this time and you didn't make me a copy like 2 weeks ago? I've been right here, riding on Ray's back while she casts it, and you didn't once think to teach me? Karl blushed in embarrassment. Would you believe me if I said that I forgot it was possible? I have to study and somewhat understand the skill to transcribe it, but I've seen it cast 1,000 times now, by Ray and her golems, and with her help it wasn't hard. Lotus made a get-on-with-it gesture, and Karl started over with Ray's help to make her a copy of the book. Lotus grabbed it and did a little happy dance the moment they finished. This will be perfect. I will have vines and spikes. The book vanished in her hands, and the little priestess frowned. I have been robbed. Oh wait, no. This is just as good. Karl tried not to laugh at how similar her response was to his beasts, when things didn't go as expected while he waited for her to calm down. The two spells combined to give me a third option, which replaced the other two. Thorned vines are basically the two at the same time, but the spears are thorns and don't fly out, they just stab when the vines grab something. That seemed like it would actually make things easier on Lotus. She was already used to using the vines to restrain targets, but they didn't do any damage. Now they would restrain targets while doing damage, a 2-for-1 combo package. Bob came over to Karl's side while Lotus and Doug did a little happy dance together. Why did you come in so early? There are still plenty of hunting hours for the day. You could have come at the end of the afternoon, he asked, while the two nature clerics celebrated their new skills. I'm not planning to stay. Now that we've given them their report, I'm going to leave again. We've got a good spot in the forward operating area, where we can engage the frost giants easily, but still remain safe to sleep at night. Karl explained. We found your other fort on the way in, the one in the trees near the camp. At least I assume it's you. It is spider silk, and I didn't see any sort of monsters in the area other than the frost giants. Bob replied. Yeah, that was almost certainly the one made by Ray. It's far enough outside the camp that you don't get suckered into a frontline rotation in an attack, but you're close enough to assist or return to inform them of your destination when you head out in the morning. Suddenly, Doug and Lotus both turned back to the group. Lotus had a huge smile on her face as she made her announcement. We have an idea. Why don't we head out together tonight? The safe spot is big enough for both groups, and we can have Remy hide our tracks every night. Then we can work out of the same area for support and compete to see who can eliminate more frost giants. Bob looked impressed. That's actually not a terrible idea. 2 scout groups to protect a camp, which means we can split resources, and we will only need to warm one space, and we won't have to lose as much sleep to watch duties. It would also keep the 2 groups close together if there was a larger threat, so if they sent a radio call, the other team could come quickly to assist them. The official stance was that they didn't have enough elites to have large teams, but their 2 teams working out of the ruins was no different from all the teams that returned to base at the end of the day. The ranger on Bob's team immediately became suspicious and began looking back and forth between the team leaders and the nature priests. What are you not telling us? We all saw the scout reports. Why do you think that we need 2 teams with multiple commander rank members working together? He demanded. Bob patted him on the shoulder. Bless your heart, you don't get out much, do you? The official scout reports don't include anything from teams that were lost, or teams that haven't reported in, or any of the enemy reserves that are too far for our scouts to get a confirmed number 4. In short, it's about a quarter of the total combat power that the enemy has in the area at any given time, and only gives a general idea of what you're likely to see on patrol. But the frost giants are all worked up today, so they're going to start sending more attackers forward. When they do, we will be glad to have the support nearby. Their team is fast, and if we call when we see a major threat, we can face it as a group instead of taking risks, then spread out to continue scouting. The ranger side. I work for the Bureau of Natural Resources. I run an animal shelter for unwanted and abandoned pets. I didn't expect to get a draft notice in the mail so soon after the conflict started. That was truly unfortunate. Nobody wanted to be in the first round of draft notices. It did, however, solidify Karl's opinion that he had done the right thing by picking a team and coming in advance. Chapter 288, and then there were 10. The trip to the cave took longer than Karl had expected, as the other group was on foot, but they still managed to make it there before dark, and got Remy to use a blizzard to hide their tracks. That's some serious paranoia you have. You know that, right? The other warrior in Doug's group asked. The frost giants are out here hunting for whoever blew up their holy relic, and given that we're the ones who did it, I thought it might be better if nothing could track us back to our sleeping spot. But you will like this place. It's an old dwarven village, deep in the mountains, and it's got all the creature comforts. Or will once we have Ray set up a second fort with hammocks for you all. Karl explained. Tori smiled. The hammocks were a wonderful thing. Her mind briefly went to the muscled physiques of the men in her group. Then she shook her head, dispelling those notions. She was here to work, and after that last fiasco, she had learned her lesson about leading her group members on. No more flirting to get favorable treatment. It wasn't worth it. This time, she was going to prove to a group that didn't know about her past indiscretions that she was truly worthy of her place on the team, and that she had the skills to make a name for herself as a combat elite. As they got settled in, Ray started to work, building up a second tent in the town for the second group, again arrayed around a pillar using spider silk at the commander rank anchored to the floor and wrapped around the stone pillar as the structure. As they relaxed, the warrior, whose name Karl had learned was Harry Kim, began to dig through his pack for a dinner ration. The clerics burst into laughter, and the warrior stopped, confused as to what was so funny. It was definitely dinner time, and they might as well start cooking before it got dark. Doug explained with a grand gesture at the 2 priestesses. We have not 1, not 2, but 3 clerics here, including a high priest, who can all use advanced food creation spells. There will be no eating lousy ration packs in this camp. In fact, you might eat better here than you do at home. Harry smiled and put the ration pack away. Now that is good news. Me and Lao Tai were not used to eating ration packs. It would likely mess up our digestion for months. I eat almost all my meals at the office cafeteria, since they're free, and I only recently got the raise for my promotion to Ascended. The high priest chuckled and ran his fingers through his short beard. It has been a season for promotions. I just made high priest. Commander Karl was promoted in the last few months. Dana made Ascended recently as well. With you, that's almost half the group that has made a milestone right before the war. Ophelia chuckled and raised her hand. I made ascended 2 weeks before we left, but I was only officially promoted at the end of term exams the next week. Harry laughed. I'm not sure if that makes me feel better or worse. Usually, the ascended members are pencil pushers with a lot of involuntary experience, not promising students. The ranger joined in the laughter and shook his head. If I didn't know better, I would say that half of you were still in the second year. And before we get too far, my full name is Lao Tai, but please call me Tai. Well, I can say for certain that you are wrong, but not for the reason that you think. Doug joked. Karl nodded. Ophelia is in the second year, but Dana is in the first year. Tai gave her an assessing look that narrowed. His black eyes almost looked closed. First year and ascended? What the hell were they thinking, even letting you out of the academy, much less to a forward scouting team? Now both the Mackenzie brothers and all of Karl's team were laughing. Commander Karl is also a first-year student. The monster of the academy. Compared to sending him out, sending Miss Dana with him was a small thing. Bob finally explained. Thor saw that as his opportunity. Everyone was laughing, that must mean they want to play, so he came out to bump up against Doug, begging for head pats. Who gave Thor a cloak? That is adorable, he asked as he reached under the hood to scratch between the lightning Sarrow's horns. It's cold outside, and it helps him blend in. I'm the one who cut the horn holes for the hood. Tessa replied with a soft smile for the happy Sarrow. Bob and Doug tag-teamed Thor, showering him with attention as he pranced around happily. It was good to have happy people around again instead of serious people. Tai stared at Thor for a few minutes, then turned to Karl. That's a commander rank lightning Sarrow, isn't it? No wonder you've grown so powerful. How did you manage to bond a beast that strong? He actually started as an egg, as did the others. No, that's not a restriction of my class, just an oddity of fate. A combination of resources, combat experience and training made him into the Sarrow that he is today. Tai looked amused at the phrasing, but more intrigued by the mention of others. They said that you had a commander rank beast. Was it actually more than one? 3 actually, and one more that's still at ascended. Thor you have already met. Then there is Hawk, a dragon hawk, who does our scouting duties, Ray the bloodbath spider, who is our resident attack golem specialist, and Remy, a newborn naga spirit snake, who is still at ascended rank. The ranger nodded in understanding. Now I see why they let you out of the academy. The beasts need it, and with them you might as well be with a full commander rank team, plus some extra support. How much trouble do you have with the frost giants? None of your team members are giant-sized, and only Thor is particularly durable. Against the 5 commander teams, we are a bit slower than we are used to when fighting teams with only 1 commander rank frost giant, but we are still not in any real danger. With Thor's barrier over the whole team, plus the blessings of the clerics, the circle of protection and the golems from both Ray and Dana, we're actually at a reliable advantage. Tai smiled. In that case, I won't hesitate to call on your team if we find ourselves in a bind. Normally, it's considered bad manners to pull another team from their mission unless it's an emergency. But if you've got strength to spare, you will probably be able to finish up and come to us in time. Ray headed back to her space for a short nap after she finished creating the second fort for the Mackenzie team, and the clerics made their way to the fire pits to start cooking. Doug had a skill that created a small fire, and that was enough to control the cooking area, where they were happily scrubbing away centuries of dust and preparing the area for an elaborate meal. It was going to be fairly late when they finished cooking, but neither team was rushing to head out in the morning. They would head out when they were good and ready, then hunt until mid-afternoon and return here. With the number of frost giants that Karl's team had reported, they wouldn't be short on targets, and they would be exhausted well before the sun went down. This is quite the fortification. How long do you think that we will be able to continue to use it? Harry, the ascended warrior with the Mackenzie brothers, asked, his ice-blue eyes glinting with curiosity. Bob shrugged. For at least the next few weeks, unless the frost giants mount an offensive that puts the main battle line out of reach of it. I don't see them pushing the line that far back, especially now that their holy relic in the area is destroyed. but unless we can find another and destroy it as well, they are unlikely to retreat either. So, it is a stalemate, and we just continue to wear them away and keep them from building up enough of a force to challenge the general. Karl nodded. We are almost certain that there are more locations like the one that exploded, most likely near the other main lines. But what we suspect is that we need to pull the cores of them together to be able to reverse the changes they have made. Simply destroying them likely won't be enough. So, my team was planning to scout further, to try to find similar hiding spots near the other lines. Bob smiled. And with the two of us sharing a fort, we can cover for you when Command wants to know what your status is. Chapter 289 Relic Hunting. Hawk went out extra early the next day, intending to make it to the next pass, so he could check the frost giants that had gathered near the next portion of the main defense lines. That was the most likely spot for there to be another of the relics, and he would happily help them steal it if it was going to make the cold go away. Even if Karl gave to the snake again. He was in luck they weren't even hiding this one. Or maybe they were, but not from above. It was just like the other one, a magical circle next to a big stone. But this one was in the caldera of a dormant volcano, and it didn't feel the same. Instead of so much snow, it was bitterly cold, and the monsters around the magical circle were different. It was still frost giants, but not strong ones. They were making the awaken groups, led by Ascended, and sending them back into the frost giant nation to regroup and mingle with more powerful groups that were coming back to the frontline groups as a combined force. With his enhanced eyesight, and a lot of silent cursing at the effort needed to fly in the thin air, Hawk had managed to get high enough that he could see most of the process around that same frost giant city. Quick math, which the Windspeed Hawks developed to help them guess where Earth mouse holes would be relative to the last ones they had found, told him that there should be one more likely hiding spot on the far side of the first spot they had found a magic stone. That was an almost equal distance, but it was too far for him to fly this morning. So, he set a shallow dive that would build up speed as he went back to create the morning reports on the closest groups to the fort. There were still too many frost giants nearby, and it would take time to get to the volcano where the next stone was hidden. Karl tapped his spoon against his canteen to get everyone's attention. I have the preliminary scouting report from Hawk. He has found another frost stone location. It's in a volcano that is a full day's travel from here, near the next major engagement. The distribution appears to be near the main access valleys to their territory, to better spread the effects. If we can get the next one and then find a third, we might be able to cause a whole section of the effect to collapse. Normally, Hawk would be cursing the cold if he had to fly up that high to find a position. But he's not, which tells me that the effect isn't as strong as it was before. That's with just one spot inactive. We will hunt today going in that direction, but we won't return to the camp tonight. We will leave that for the Mackenzie group. If they're calling for a report from us, fake it and let them think we're still in the area and not on yet another battlefield. We will be back tomorrow, hopefully with good news. Bob gave him a sloppy salute. Good luck, Commander. We will cover for you today. And if you aren't back tomorrow night, we will go looking for you. That was the best that they could offer. It might be that the aftermath would take out communications again, or Karl's group might not make it out as smoothly this time. Both groups left together after breakfast, and Remy kept the snow active until they were out of the trees. It would make it harder to find their way back to the caves, but most of the elites had good memories, and they didn't want anything else following their footprints back to their fort. It was too good of a spot to have it defiled by monsters or taken over by some random group who would smash all the relics for firewood and make a mess. For the first few hours, they passed in front of the main lines, hunting the roaming groups of giants which were still searching for shards of the frost stone. The numbers of both the stone fragments and the frost giants searching for them were dropping dramatically with the efforts of the teams that the main group was sending out, and Karl managed to lead his team into the hills on the far side of the line before noon, after which he brought them up to a jog with Hawk leading them on a relatively trouble-free path toward their target. The frost giants weren't interested in the actual hills, as a river ran along this portion of the border, leading to the lake where Karl and his team had crossed. The steep valley along the majority of the border would make it nearly impossible for a human attack force to cross, so only where there was a gap in the mountains passable enough for vehicles did they set up defenses. Don't you think this is a bit too easy? Ophelia whispered as they ran through the trees. Like this second location is a trap, and they're gonna spring something on us the moment that we try to go up the mountain? Yeah, I got that feeling as well. But Hawk hasn't seen any sign of what the ambush might be yet. Karl agreed. And we're going anyhow? She asked. I know you have a good point. But even if it is a trap, the frost stone should still be real, as we know the frost giants that are leaving the area very much are real. The soldiers in the area are currently engaged with them. Karl replied, All right, it is what it is. Just approach cautiously so we don't end up ambushed by something invisible. That was a good point. They might have found a way to make the threat invisible. Hawk, can you send a couple rend attacks down to ground level on the hill? If they hit ground with no issues, we're good to go. If not, there is a barrier or an illusion. Karl suggested. They were only a few kilometers from the base of the volcano, but Karl didn't want to launch the attack tonight, as it would likely continue until dark, and then they would still need to find an escape route while exhausted from a day's travel and fighting. Ray, find us a good hiding spot for the night, and we will go up in the morning. Ray rushed out with Lotus on her back to find a good spot to build a fort, and ended up finding a small cave buried under a snowdrift when her foot knocked the opening clear. Found the spot. Bring everyone, and have Remy keep her blizzard up to hide it again. Ray informed them. The cave was tiny and cramped, but with a bit of a silk dome at the entrance. The snowstorm buried it deep, and everyone huddled together for the night with the heat of a dagger covered in flaming body, keeping the cave warm. They ate quickly the next morning, and sent Hawk up once again to check the area. All good, many weak giants. I flew low through the trees, and they didn't see me all the way to the ridge. He reported. All right, it looks like we're good to go. Is everyone prepared for this? Karl asked. As ready as we can be. Tessa agreed. Once they were out of their snowy sleeping location, Karl called out Ray and Thor so that everyone could get a ride on their way up, and began carefully following Hawk's route up the mountain. He had found a route that should be easily walkable even for Thor with passengers, and if they didn't fall into a trap, they should be at the peak within 2 hours. There were very few frost giant patrols in the area, possibly to hide their presence near the human lines, but that didn't mean that Karl and the others wouldn't run across one and set off an alarm if they were unlucky. Their first test came only 10 minutes after leaving camp, when they came across a group of 10 awakened rank frost giants with an ascended rank leader. It wasn't easy to eliminate them all fast enough that none of them could shout, and without causing so much noise that other groups would come running. But with the help of the spider golems and one magic missile to the throat courtesy of Dana, they managed the task and moved on, leaving the bodies for the next patrol to find. There was too much damage to the trees and snow to hide that there had been a battle, and taking the bodies would only emphasize that they were trying to hide their tracks, and that it wasn't a wild monster attack, so they simply left them and continued on their way. The blizzard spell that Remy kept active would make it hard to tell when the attack had occurred as long as nothing happened across it too quickly. Chapter 290. Chapter 290. Karl looked up the mountain. There aren't many patrols, so let's keep going. With Remy's blizzard covering for us, it will be difficult to tell when we came through. Speed is our friend until we reach the caldera. They kept moving, using the blowing snow as cover, both for their tracks, and to keep them from being noticed. It seemed to be working well enough, and they made it most of the way up the mountain without being intercepted again, but the closer they got to the top, the stronger the feeling that there was something seriously wrong grew. Ray, is there any sign that we're being tricked by an illusion? Karl asked. No, it all looks good. Not like that strange situation underground. This place just feels wrong. Like something bad is about to happen to us, but I can't see anything that could cause us problems. She insisted. Then she paused. Whatever is wrong, it is here. Remy stared out of her space at the same time. Stop. There is something here. Karl signaled for everyone to pause. The beasts had senses they didn't, and a few moments to understand what they were sensing wouldn't hurt anything. Karl closed his eyes, focusing on his mental space, the one he used for mediation, in hope that he would gain some understanding from the void. As he focused on nothingness, he felt something staring back at him. The feeling made his skin crawl as the sensation of attention grew. They weren't joking. Something was really wrong with this place. Then, the ground began to shake under their feet, and the thermal vision that Karl only paid minimal attention to during the day began to show him hot spots everywhere on the hillside, and even more potently above them. Oh shit, the volcano is about to erupt. He realized. U-turn, it's time to leave, Lotus announced, pointing back. Ophelia was momentarily frozen, but when Thor began to turn around and run, she joined the group. The first spout of hot gas vented only a few meters from their path as they ran, and the rumbling of the volcano got worse. Thor and Tessa were glowing with golden holy light, which was unusual, as they would normally spread the effect to everyone. But, as most of the group was on Thor's back, it might be the best way to protect them from venting gas from below. Ray was doing a better job of dodging the vents as she could see them coming, but Thor could feel the rumbling in the ground before they erupted, and he wove through the trees as he ran down the hill, struggling not to topple over forward. Like a warbear, with his build he was a bit top-heavy, and the steep slopes were hazardous for him when running downhill. The top of the mountain exploded in a shower of rock and fire, firing high into the sky. That almost certainly spelled the end of one of the statues, but this time they weren't lucky enough to have recovered it. A sense of power drew Karl's attention behind them, and what he found was the horror of every frost giant in the world. There was a massive mottled red dragon bursting free of the volcano, flying easily among the explosion of magma and stone. Lotus, look back. What is that? Karl shouted over the roar of the volcano. She only looked for a split second, then shuddered and looked forward. That is a magma dragon, a form of chromatic dragon. But I don't think they're supposed to get that big. Even an ancient forest dragon doesn't have a wingspan that large. She shouted back. Do you think it might be on our side? It looks pretty mad at the frost giants. Dana asked. Lotus just laughed and shook her head. Magma dragons aren't really known for their kindness or humanitarian actions. It's better that we just get out of here before it turns its attention in our direction. As if to prove her point, the magma dragon tail swatted an enormous glowing red boulder in their direction, headed straight for their group. Everyone scattered as it crashed down between them with an impact that shook the ground even better than Thor's earthquake skill. Karl was momentarily blinded by the steam from all the melted snow from the impact trench, but quickly realized that they had fully evaded the attack, and they could keep going. Wait! Shiny rock for me! Thor cheered as he picked the boulder up with his horns and moved it to his space. It was still radiating huge amounts of heat, but as it cooled, Thor could see that it was a naturally blue crystal, a large portion of the frost stone from the top of the mountain, that the dragon had used as an artillery projectile. It would look good next to Thor's pond once it cooled enough to regain its natural blue appearance. Karl decided as they ran down the hill and away from the tidal wave of molten stone making its way down the slope behind them. But the flow was not the greatest danger, at least not to the common people who weren't on the volcano's slopes. The massive cloud of ash and fire had blackened the sky, turning day to night, and blanketing the snow in a thick layer of ash. Maybe this was their plan all along? That volcanic eruption is going to throw the entire region into an artificial winter. It will take months for that cloud to clear, and even longer for the temperature to start coming back up. Lotus noted, looking backwards from her perch on Ray's back. Remy is a shaman. Tell her to make the cloud go away. Shamans do weather, right? Hawk insisted. An extra winter, when they were already in winter, seemed like it should be prohibited by some sort of rule. That was just too much winter in one place for Hawk to accept. Remy thought about it for a while and then shook her head. If there is an overlord-rank shaman, they could blow all of that back away from us, but I don't have that much power. I'm just a small snake. Remy was doing her best cute and innocent act, even curling the hood of scales around her head to make it look like she was hugging herself. Hawk wasn't buying it, but Thor thought it was adorable. However, neither opinion changed the fact that Remy simply didn't have the power to change the weather over hundreds of kilometers and blow the ash cloud away from the Golden Dragon Nation. But worse than that, the prevailing winds were blowing out of the Frost Giant Nation, and would be moving more of the ash into human territory, and after that into Stone Giant territory, where Lotus knew it would stagnate as the air off the ocean halted its momentum. The Stone Giants would not be happy, but this had to count as a force of nature, unstoppable and not preventable. It might not have happened right now if the Frost Giants hadn't either deliberately or inadvertently upset the magma dragon, but it would have risen from its slumber eventually and the result would have been the same. I hope your stamina is beyond impressive because both the lava flow and the ash cloud are gaining on us. Karl informed Ophelia as they reached the bottom of the hill, over half an hour later. It's good enough to run all day, but what way do we run? She asked. Upwind. That will take us back over ground that we've already covered, and toward the first incident, but we know there is a force there, even if everyone is busy with the chaos. Karl explained. Does the wind even matter to that? She asked, pointing upward at the mushroom-shaped cloud. Honestly, I have no idea. Later it should blow the ash away. But it does kind of look like it doesn't care. The volcano was making its own weather now, and the wind was blowing outward from the eruption, rapidly heating everything and melting the snow all around them into slush. Do we go for the main line? Lotus shouted as they moved down into the open, hoping to make better time than they had through the hills and trees. No, go for the dwarven village. Karl called back. That seemed safer, and if it wasn't for their barriers, the ash would be burning their clothes already. There were spots on the trees that were already scorched, despite the snow which had built up on them, and to Karl that meant there was likely to be a massive wildfire. How to escape an erupting volcano had not been one of their school subjects. Chapter 291 Chain of Disasters. As they ran, the radio communications made it clear that the erupting volcano was neither the only, nor the worst, disaster that the border region had undergone that afternoon. Along the border, 7 other locations had either exploded, collapsed, or undergone dramatic events involving dragons. It was nearly impossible to piece it all together, but from what Karl could decipher, the location where the frost stone had exploded when they looted the statue had exploded again, only this time it had released a massive frost dragon, every bit as angry as the magma dragon at the volcano was. It had rampaged through the front lines, uncaring of whether the target was a giant or a human, and then flown off into the frost giant nation surrounded by a storm that hit everything within 50 kilometers from observation. Karl couldn't see any logic in the frost giants setting those dragons free, and from the number of incidents, it did seem likely that it was their intention to set the dragons free. Either that, or they had been trying to steal the powers of sealed dragons, and that was even more insane, as the other dragons would see that as an insult to their entire species. The humans might have successfully hid through such blunders, but the frost giants wouldn't be capable of finding a safe spot to hide and wait for the dragons to calm down. They didn't quite have to travel past the spot they had gotten the first statue from, but it was still nearly dark when they made it to the dwarven village on their fastest travel route. The entrance was heavily snowed in, and they had to have the spider golems dig to uncover the entrance of its layer of hardened ash and snow before they could enter. Then, they piled it back over the entrance, and let Remy's blizzard layer more snow on top to hide the fact that they were ever there. They could hear the other team inside, the Mackenzie brothers laughing and joking, while the 3 other voices were much more nervously making remarks about the radio messages. "Good evening, lady and gentlemen. We have returned," Karl announced as they walked down the tunnel and into the village, forcing him to return his beasts to their space, as they could not cross the threshold between the tunnel and the cavern. "Good to see you all intact. We thought for certain you were going to be blasted to the moon when that mountain erupted. How did you make it out in time?" Bob asked, curiosity clear in his pale eyes. "We never made it to the top at all. The magma dragon broke free while we were climbing the slope, so we turned around and ran," Karl replied with a shrug. "Good call. Doug here has been doing some research as a nature priest, and he has found an interesting fact about the dragons that were spotted today." Bob agreed, then gestured for his brother to explain. "Not all the spots that we heard of incidents from were known to have a dragon present, but the ones that did were the prisons of dragons who had gone against the gods or the elders. They are the rebels who would kill without reason or mercy. Now, it doesn't take a genius to realize that there aren't enough frost giants to take this border in any sort of reasonable time frame. Their allies are the real threats here, and they might be the driving force behind the invasion. All that command can tell us is that the frost giants attacked first, and that the giant clans are working together, so I've made a few conjectures of my own. First, the frost giants are idiots but strong with shamanistic magic. They're using that to expand their borders. Second, they set up a bunch of locations of power on top of buried rebel dragons, and the general assumption would be that they intended to set them loose against the human armies. But that's not what I think. I think that they were set up, that they were told that these were places of power, and not that they contained insane ancient dragons, who would kill their soldiers as readily as ours. Doug paused to catch his breath, while everyone else absorbed the ideas that he had shared. Dana looked confused. You think the other giant clans set them up to fail, and just wanted the dragons to make this entire area uninhabitable? Doug shook his head. No, I think that they intended to make this area the territory of the rogue dragons, and wipe out the frost giants, while also giving the humans nowhere to retreat to when the other clans moved in to crush us. It's not a secret that the giant clans never got along all that well, and they only ever cooperated because they viewed themselves as better than everyone else. This could very well be the giant clan version of politics, and we're caught in the middle of it. Karl frowned. Then what do we do? We try not to die. The main lines are gone, dispersed, in hiding. If the frost giants arranged this, they will be marching through here in a matter of days with an entire city full of giants. But from the direction that those two dragons were going, and the amount of fire off in the distance, I don't think that is the case. If their plan was to gain allies in the dragons, they picked the wrong ones. That frost dragon might be on their side, but the magma dragon? They're essentially mortal enemies. Their elements are completely opposed to the point that one cannot survive where the other one lives. Doug explained with a deep frown as he tried to make sense of the situation. Well, if the amount of ash that is dropping on the area is any indication, the snow won't last for long. The fires were already starting as the snow melted, and the volcano is still going off. How long do those eruptions even last? Anyhow, Karl asked. Doug and Lotus both shrugged, before Doug answered. Usually it's just one big blast, and then there will be lava flows for a few more weeks, but with a blast this massive it will take days or weeks for the sky to clear. Perhaps that's why the frost dragon flew away. It wouldn't have wanted to be in that ash cloud any more than we do. But if that eruption is being fueled by an angry magma dragon, the ash won't cool, it will get hotter, and the cloud will continue to spread. Soon, we won't have to worry about being cold. Bob looked toward the direction where the eruption was still taking place, as if he could see it through the stone of the mountain. That's all well and good, but it doesn't answer the question that both of our teams were sent here to learn the answer to. Where did the frost giants get the power to expand the borders, and how do we undo it? Karl smiled. I should have guessed that you got reassigned here for the same reason that I was here. We thought that it was the frost stones, and that if we could reverse whatever we were doing, or steal enough of the focal points, it would reverse the effect, and let the snow begin to recede. Bob smiled. Of course, our missions weren't quite the same. We were strictly here to find a way to reverse the effects, while I am under the impression that you were here to find the underlying cause. That wasn't what they asked of us. Lotus giggled. I wonder if huge pissed-off dragon melted everything with a volcano is enough to get the bonus for reversing the cold effect? That made Bob's whole group laugh. I suspect that they won't let us claim credit for this one without explaining how we set the dragons loose, and then we would have to take responsibility for that as well. Lotus waved her hands. The word responsibility was anathema to the green dragon's followers and other nature priestesses. Harry, the warrior with the ice-blue eyes that came with the Mackenzie brothers, looked toward the entrance, which was now ominously silent as the door had been buried by ash and snow. Hey, how long do you think that we will be stuck in here? I mean, we have radio signal still, but I get the feeling that going outside in the next few days will not be easy or wise. He asked. Doug just shrugged. It's a volcanic eruption. They can't give us crap for being buried inside. But fortunately, we have a spot far inside the mountain because that hot ash would make it distinctly uncomfortable in a smaller cave, even if you escaped the fires. Chapter 292 in the mountain. All units along the volcanic line, we are reforming 100 kilometers from the border. When it is safe, make your way back toward the reformed line outside the burn zone. Units who are unable to retreat, sound off for attempted rescue. The line general requested over the radio the next morning. Karl looked over at Bob Mackenzie, who just shrugged. We're pretty much fine where we are. We're not going to be affected by the fires in here. The dwarves planned for things like that. So, we might as well just wait it out, as we're already in front of the main lines. He suggested. Line command, this is 95,988. We are isolated in front of the lines, past the fire threat. We will shelter in place until the situation is resolved. Karl informed them, right before Doug called in to inform them of the same thing. If Command suspected that they were together, they didn't say anything, only confirming that they wanted the two teams to continue daily check-in protocol, so they could confirm that they were alive and well. The other soldiers and elites were quickly escaping from the area as the snow melted, and the forests began to burn under the hot ash, which seemed to be intensifying, instead of dissipating, as it should have after an eruption. The magma dragon was still somewhere in the area and staking his claim on the region around the volcano, adapting it to more perfectly suit his personality and racial environment requirements. He was a proud and ancient being, locked away for a millennium, and now that he was free, it was obvious to the two nature priests that the dragon intended to make himself a new home right where he had been imprisoned. It would be nice if we could get communications from further away. Now that they're retreating, it's not going to be easy to even get the daily communications out to the lines. There is a channel for long-distance, low-quality communications, but that won't let us hear any of the news from the other fronts, only get our signal through to the lines in Morse code. Bob explained. The rest of the group gave him blank looks and he laughed. There is a translation on the radio. It's a series of long and short tones. It makes it easier to understand distant signals, and the command staff will have both an automatic decoder and an expert on hand to translate signals. It's only to be used for urgent messages, and you keep it brief. Normally, what we would send would be something like our name and then all alive, he explained. Not long after, the radio signals on the main channels started to get less frequent, as the teams that could be recovered were led to safety. The ash was clogging up the vehicles and making it hard to breathe, but a mage or cleric barrier made it relatively safe to keep moving, as long as you weren't too close to the volcano, where the dragon's magic was already imbued into the ash and causing it to burn through barriers. Bob laughed as the radio finally had a moment of silence, with nobody attempting to transmit. This might be the most relaxing mission I've been on in a while. Tessa chuckled at the notion. Only for the next few days. Things are going to get hectic again after the frost giants regroup and try to eliminate that dragon from their border. They might even come back with the frost dragon. Karl considered that for a moment. Their elements lined up and the dragon had flown off into their territory. But that was no guarantee that they were on the same team. In fact, if they really had been trying to siphon power from the dragons, they might have made a new enemy of the creature. Karl took some time to work on rebuilding the energy focus in all the beast spaces, and noticed that Remy had made some interesting alterations to her swamp. There was a miniature swamp within the swamp, using sprigs of the various plants and small rocks, so she could slither through it like she was a giant snake as tall as the trees. It was cute, like a child's playhouse, and Remy looked happy with her construction. So Karl didn't mention anything about it as he continued to build the power in the spaces. It would still be quite some time before she was fully grown. But the other three were slowly moving up through commander rank and didn't seem to be limited by anything yet. It was simply a matter of time, lots of time, until they managed to advance again. The large frost stone that Thor had obtained had been transferred to Remy's space, and was serving as the focal point behind a platform like the one that the Naga bosses in the dungeon had been standing on. Remy had the book that Ophelia had found opened on the platform, where she had built up a set of strange statues. They had been placed around the perimeter of the space, and she was currently working on some sort of skill, Karl assumed. She was intensely focused on something, and she was adjusting the position of the items on her platform, then focusing again and making more adjustments. Comparatively, Hawk was making small flying mice out of his fire. Thor was napping in his pond full of holy stones, and Ray was carefully rearranging the corpses strung up in her forest. It took a while for Karl to understand what the little snake was up to, but Remy was trying to create a totem. Each of the stacks of stuff was designed to represent something, and she had even made a bunch out of mud, then adorned them with shiny things to get them just right. He couldn't tell what sort of effect she was going for, but it looked like the frost stone had been permanently changed by the magic of the magma dragon. Even now that it had cooled her swamp, the stone was still glowing red and not ice blue, though it was still giving off a strong sense of magic. Perhaps that was why Remy was having so much trouble trying to get her totem experiment to work, but as she was basing it off the ones that Ophelia made, There was a chance that she would need to make extensive modifications anyhow to make a shaman-type totem. It didn't really matter if she was successful, though. Remy had found a learning project that was keeping her attention for more than 5 minutes, and that alone was impressive. Even if most of it was just making statues of herself out of clay and then decorating them to see if they would become magical. It seemed a bit silly, but it was making her happy, and the fact that there were dozens of little Remy statues around the platform now was highly entertaining to the other beasts. Among the humans, everyone had a hobby to pass the time as they waited. Karl had chosen to meditate to work on his strength, as had the 3 clerics, though they had taken a mid-afternoon break to play with the beasts before focusing again. They were just beginning to relax for the evening, secure in the fact that they were underground with the entrance to their bunker buried under ash, when a roaring from above them caught everyone's attention. It wasn't the deep roar of the magma dragon. It sounded smaller, but similar in tone. Then there were more roars in the distance, and the sound of flapping wings. Doug laughed as the dragon flew away. I hope that's a territory fight about to break out, because if that idiot of a magma dragon has attracted a mate already, it's going to take forever before it's safe to leave the mountain. That was a thought that hadn't occurred to them before. The magma dragon was turning the area into a perfect nest for himself, but what if there was another single magma dragon in the area? It seemed unlikely, as there were no other volcanic areas that Karl knew of, but anything could seem possible if you knew little enough about how the world worked. And he knew exactly 0 about how magma dragon mating rituals worked. Whatever happened, it was in the distance because they didn't hear anything else that night other than a few more messages from the lines, reporting that there were no frost giants approaching their new position today, and that the black cloud of ash was still blotting out the sky. Once that changed, and the ash began to cool, they would head out to see what survived. Chapter 293: Remy's Dedication. The first of them to see success in their endeavors that week was Remy. On the 3rd day after they had hidden inside the village to wait out the volcanic fallout, she managed to reach a level of success with her totems that none of the others had expected. Well, did you find something good in the book? Karl asked as the overjoyed spirit snake came outside to show off for everyone at the same time. Remy shook her head and gave a smile that made her fangs drop, startling the members of the other group, except for Doug, who had been expecting it. She focused hard, glowing with red energy for a moment, and then a small lamia statue appeared on the ground. It was 4-armed, with brown scales and a cream underside, where Karl had been expecting it to be blue and gold like Remy herself, but the head definitely looked like Remy. The statue just sat there, looking almost lifelike, until Remy asked Karl for some help. I need a target, she explained. Remy needs a target for her spell. Karl informed the others, causing Dana to create her 2 golems for the spirit snake to work with. There you go, Remy. Show us what you've got. The mage laughed, unsure what the statue was actually going to be able to do against a golem, unless it was a form of golem itself. The totem rotated to face the golems, and then began spitting flaming balls at the golems, leaving them scorched and dripping with some sort of thick burning liquid. Flaming serpent totems. They burn and poison, Remy declared proudly. After a dozen fireballs over the course of 30 seconds, the golems were looking ready to crumble and the totem vanished, but that was more than enough for the group to see what they could do. Burning poison? That's a new one. I thought she was an ice element creature with a secondary lightning attack. Doug asked. She's a shaman-class creature. A natural-born spirit snake shaman. Karl explained. So, she's basically an elemental caster with a full range? Those totems will be a game-changer for ambushes. They can be left behind, and they will attack enemies without putting anyone in danger. Doug realized. Remy's shock startled Karl. She had never considered using them that way. How were you thinking they should be used? Karl asked the little snake, curious as to how her mind worked. You put them on your backpack, and they fire poison fireballs at anything trying to bother you. Hawk laughed in amusement. There was no doubt about it, he had been the inspiration for that totem, sitting on Dana's backpack and firing fireballs. Maybe stupid snake isn't as stupid as I thought. He mused, keeping the communication as a whisper between him and Karl, so Remy couldn't hear him. Remy says she thought they would be good if you put them on your backpack so they would go where you go and protect the group. They only last 30 seconds or so right now, but I think that with some practice and time that can be extended. Karl relayed to the group. Oh, that's not bad. A defensive snake totem. Ophelia agreed, then frowned. The totems were too small to see over her head when she was in bear form. But they could at least watch her back or something, she guessed. But just casting them on the ground to the sides of the fight would be good enough for most situations. It would allow them to attack without being in the way, and like her own totems, which expired quickly when she wasn't fighting, they could be constantly moved to be in the best position for the current situation. Totems were easily crushed, and these ones would be targeted because they actually did damage, so you wanted to keep them some distance away from the main fight. If the enemy had to turn their back on you to crush the attacking totems, you got free swings at them while they were defenseless. Once things calmed down, I will work with Remy to show her all the ways that you can use totems in a fight. The bear totem berserker announced with a smile. She didn't have any offensive totems yet, but her class was known to gain them once they reached commander rank. The advancement made by Remy served as motivation for everyone else, and they all increased their training that week, as they waited for news from outside that the ash cloud was beginning to dissipate. The fires were raging through the mountains, only stopping when they reached natural fire breaks like rocky cliffs or wide rivers that had turned a huge chunk of the mountain range around the volcano into an uninhabitable nightmare. And there were reports from the scouts that there were fire elemental creatures roaming the area when they went to inspect it. If nothing else, that should keep the frost giants away. But the ash cloud was lingering much longer than it should have, and wasn't spreading out to darken the skies over as wide of an area as the radio reports suggested they were expecting. The dwarven village had proven to be an incredible radio antenna after Doug had attached their antenna to a vein of metal on one wall, and they were able to receive, but not easily transmit, clear signals even the 100 kilometers from the new front line. The rest of the front line wasn't that lucky. The spots where there was no massive ash cloud or enraged magma dragon were facing intensified assaults from the frost giants, who had been displaced from a few unfriendly areas along the border. Now that they only had a few areas to launch their assault through, the frost giants hadn't given up. They had only focused their reinforcements on the more hospitable areas, which was giving everyone a headache. The defenders couldn't afford to transfer too many soldiers, in case the frost giants moved back to the less friendly portions of the border, but they needed as many as they could get on the portions of the line where the attacks were still taking place. From what Karl could tell, further down the border between the two nations, there had been another incident of some sort, and the frost giants had completely retreated, ceding the area to the hill giants after the snow melted. That put their current position near the southeastern end of the battle lines, with a large frost giant city supplying new troops constantly, as a staging point for their invasion. On the 10th day, the ash cloud began to dissipate, and the temperature of the falling ash dropped until it stopped sparking spontaneous wildfires. There was still a layer of blowing ash all over the region, sustained by the dragon's magic so it would never truly fade, but what was blowing out of its territory wasn't harmful to anything but a housekeeper's sanity. That was their sign. The worst of it was over, and the reports said that they were outside the dragon's territory, so the falling ash should have mostly ended, though they were still close enough to get some blowing at them. Shall we go see what is outside, and get back to work dealing with the frost giants? We can strike what dares to come close to these hills and return here every evening. Bob Mackenzie suggested. Karl nodded. That works for me. We can work our way into the frost giant nation and attack troop patrols as one large unit, to cut down on the number of reinforcements that the main line is getting. They're still being drowned in numbers by the weaker giants, so there is almost certainly at least one more of the summoning spots active. If we can trace it back, we might be able to do something about it. Torai and Tai both gave Karl matching looks that said he was insane, but a strong desire for vengeance burned in Tessa's eyes. I owe them for the broken arm. Do you have any idea how much that hurt? If it wasn't for Tessa being clear of the ridge, I likely would have lost it before I could get it in place and healed. She growled. The ranger sighed, narrowing his black eyes as he stared at the war cleric, trying to decipher her intentions. Well, if there are the 10 of us, we should be all right. They normally send their reinforcements in groups of 10, so even if we hit an all-commander group, it won't be too bad. He eventually agreed, holding his objections when he saw how serious the cleric was about her. Chapter 294, The Path More Traveled. Getting out of the cave required shovels with a magical barrier over them, as the falling ash had hardened into a layer that would put the average concrete wall to shame, and the layer was over a meter thick. That didn't bode well for what was outside, where they found that the trees had been mostly spared from the fire this far from the volcano. But there were still signs of scorching, and the undergrowth was completely gone, so the trees themselves might be dead within the next few months if they couldn't get water through the ash. Karl wasn't certain how porous the newly fallen ash would be, but once they were outside, he realized that the upper layers were all soft black dust, like an upper layer of dirt, and there would likely be things growing here soon enough. If that was the case, the trees would likely be able to grow new roots to survive, even if the ash layer didn't let much water through. Doug looked around. Well, this isn't as bad as I feared. We're outside the dead zone, and the ash didn't burn down the forest around us, though the trees are pretty scorched, and I see that some of them boiled off and exploded. If we head a few more kilometers, we should be out of the ash entirely, and that will be where we run into frost giant reinforcements skirting the destruction. They don't deal well with heat or fire magic, as I'm sure we all remember. Hawk laughed in his space. No, they did not like fire magic at all. The combined group made their way forward, now able to keep Ray and Thor out, as the smaller trees were gone, and all the underbrush was buried under the ash. It would make it a bit harder to hide their tracks back to the dwarven village, but the frost giants would be hesitant to follow them inside anyhow. They weren't too concerned about humans finding the place and making a mess, as there weren't any others reported to be in the area. They were way behind the enemy lines, and the frost giants hadn't been attacking through the ash zone at all, so the scouts stopped where the ash started. It was the perfect setup for them to hunt. Nobody in the way, nobody to ask questions if they did something strange, or give them trouble about going in a combined group instead of as two separate teams. Karl sent Hawk up, and the bird immediately found that there were teams of frost giants spread out all the way to the horizon, and all headed this way from the city, going for the next section of front line, near where the first explosion had happened. With the hills and scattered trees, most of the groups couldn't see each other, so if they timed their attacks right, they wouldn't even alarm other groups, despite the hundreds of frost giants that were spread out through the hills. Ladies and gentlemen, we're in luck. There are more frost giants out there than we know what to do with, and they're free for the taking. We're inside their borders without a scout in sight. Anything we kill is ours, Karl announced. And what are you planning to gain from this? Harry Kim, the warrior with the Mackenzie brothers team, asked curiously. Hopefully another smashing tool or maybe a chopping one. I've got a two-handed blade and a maul from the giants so far, but I think that there is a chance we can all load up on special weapons before we run out of frost giants to kill. Karl laughed. Tessa smirked. Plus, there is a maximum of 2 giant strength-type items that a warrior pattern elite can use. A ring and a bracelet or bracers. You can't double up on identical items for each arm, they won't grant you anything, but you can use them with a different effect on the other hand. I noticed that neither you nor Ty have one yet, even though we dumped a bunch of them with the main lines, so we should get you some loot. Lotus nodded. Plus some of the good white cloaks. These things are nice and warm, and they blend in with the snow very well. We might not be the most stealthy, but if they even confuse us with allies for a moment, it can help us get close. Karl led the group toward the closest team of 10 frost giants, who looked like the ascended type with a commander in charge. They met with them just as the frost giants reached the bottom of a valley, letting themselves be easily ambushed by the spider golems, while Remy got the chance to try out her backpack totem theory. The totem appeared on Dana's bag, and for a few seconds it was spectacular. The totem was firing just as intended. Then Dana moved, and the totem fell to the ground, still working fine but no longer mobile. Noted. They need to be attached or something. But they don't last long enough. Maybe the bear lady was right. I should put them at the edge of the fight. Remy decided. That was what she did with the second batch, and it worked much better. 3 of the frost giants turned to face the new threat, and were promptly stabbed through the back by the spider golems. That's just brutal. Torai gasped as she saw the fountain of blue blood from the heart strikes by the golems. Effective though, Dana agreed. Even with Hawk up high and scouting for their next target, the fight was over before the second group of totems faded away, leaving Harry and Bob with smiles on their faces. Now that's the sort of fight that a defensive warrior appreciates. Short and brutal, not drawn out while a frost giant kicks my ass. Bob chuckled. It's certainly an improvement on fighting them while outnumbered. Where is the next group? We might as well keep moving. Harry agreed. This way. Don't forget to check the corpses for magical items. We will leave the bodies, so we can get as many as possible here today. Karl reminded them. In this formation, Thor was moved to support, protecting the clerics and mages, while moving to keep everyone in his circle of protection. Ty and Karl stood on the flanks, as they both had bows, while Bob, Harry, and Dana's golems were the front line, with Ray and her golems as the ambush attackers. Ophelia moved wherever she felt needed, keeping the warriors from being pressed too hard, or joining the spider golems in their attacks from behind. The second group went much like the first one, but the third they timed incorrectly, and they managed to make a stand on top of a hill which attracted other frost giants who saw that they were under attack. Do we try to fade into the trees, so that those two groups waiting for each other don't come at us together? Harry asked as they saw the frost giants adjusting their course and speed. Bob shook his head. We have the advantage in attack power. We move left and go to them. Hit them just as they're beginning the search for us, before they can get settled into their roles on the combined team. This one has a giant strength ring, for whoever needs it. Tori cut in, and Karl could see the effort it was taking her not to fall into her customary flirting routine. She really was trying to be a proper party member. Or so he thought. She had slipped and made a suggestive comment to Bob on the second day in the cave. In response, he told her that he didn't like flirtatious little girls, which was a harsh blow to her ego. But Tori did like big, muscular, stoic men. So she was trying to show him that she wasn't just some ditzy teen mage. The end result was that she was turning into a competent team member, so everyone else assumed she really had turned over a new leaf, which made it a small victory all around. Same pattern as before. Remy, make sure your totems are far enough from the group that the giants can't just stomp them. We will strike as soon as Ray is in position. Karl instructed. Remy could only keep 2 totems active at a time, but 2 streams of fireballs while she cast her chain lightning was more than enough to put her on even ground with the ascended mages in the group. That was enough for Karl, but Hawk in his opinion that beasts were better teammates than humans had stuck in Remy's head, and she wanted to prove to Karl that he could rely on her, even if she was still small. Chapter 295 Totems and Spears. The group rushed the frost giants, who were ready for their approach, but not for the dirty tricks that the team was about to pull on them. First, the appearance of the 2 snake totems pulled their attention to one side, as fire and venom invaded their bodies, amplifying the pain of the chain lightning. Then, once the left flank was distracted, the spider golems hit from the back, causing chaos in the ranks before Ray herself was into the right flank of the frost giants. She was laughing as she dodged a long spear that one of the giants was holding, completely removing one of the 2 commanders from the fight and forcing the formation to spread out to avoid being in the way of his attacks. With haste, the giant had no chance of actually landing a solid hit on the nimble bloodbath spider unless she got closer to him, but that wasn't her goal. She just wanted the real fighters out of the way while her minions took care of the weaklings. Then she got a brilliant idea. A stream of silk wrapped the spear, and with her forelegs, she pulled it free of the giant's hands as he lunged forward on the attack. Then she fired her own volley of spears back at him, small spikes that peppered him with heavily bleeding wounds. Where is your spear goddess now? Ray laughed, and Karl felt an ominous sense of attention in the back of his mind, as if they had insulted something that could look down on them from another plane of existence. Maybe don't insult war goddesses? Karl suggested as Ray hurled mental insults at the enraged frost giant, who was finding it impossible to catch her. Then I will make him give the pointy stick to our war cleric and have her teach the frost giants how to use one. Ray retorted. She whipped the strand of silk, sending the spear flying clumsily toward the clerics. Tessa, catch. She says it's for you, since a Cerro Knight needs a lance. Karl joked. Though she was confused, Tessa caught the flying spear, which instantly bonded with her, creating a golden shafted and silver-headed spear that looked infinitely more impressive than the crudely enchanted item the frost giant had been using. Instead of a crude metal wedge, the spear now had wide, three-sided blades as long as her forearm at the tip, with a hooked crossbar like a boar spear to keep it from running all the way through the target. The spear glowed with holy light as she hopped up on Thor's back and led the lightning Sarrow on a charge into the frost giant ranks with her spear leveled and her shield in her other hand. The warriors laughed at the sight, but when she thrust the spear forward, and the blade sunk into a commander-rank frost giant to the crossbar, then carried him off his feet with the momentum of a charging Thor, they couldn't help but be impressed. The spider golems closed on Thor's flanks, so nothing could attack him as Tessa shook the spear free of her target, and they came around for a second charge. "It's a spear, not a lance, you don't have to run them through," Bob yelled as the duo charged at the giants again. Thor bugled an annoyed response. Running them through was way more fun than just stabbing them. But with quick thrusts of the blade, Tessa attacked the frost giants, letting Thor run down the ones he wanted, so she could stab them while they were on the ground. If Thor was going to remain as a charger, he was going to need some practice. The happy prancing was not at all dignified. The second charge carried them out of Ray's side of the battle, while the ascended rank giants scattered and tried to survive the affections of the spider golems chasing after Thor. As for actual damage, it might not be the most effective. But as a chaos tactic for breaking an enemy formation, Thor's method was unparalleled. The frost giants didn't last much longer, and the next group was still over a kilometer away, on the other side of the ridge, when the last of them fell. Check the bodies quickly for other good things. There are more giants coming. Thor, this time you and Tessa are in reserve. Stay back unless you need to charge to rescue the warriors, but no charging right through the lines, Karl admonished. Thor nodded and stomped his feet. He was a good Sarrow, he would help however they needed, even if it meant all barriers and no smashing. You can come forward and smash them with Tessa if they try to run away at the end, Karl allowed, knowing it would make Thor happy. The next group came over the ridge as they were finishing the looting process, and Thor promptly forgot his instructions, and opted to go with Tessa's motion to charge into battle with the spider golems. Karl realized that he really should have told Tessa as well, to prevent exactly this, but the stone golems were on their way forward, and the combination of a rampaging lightning Sarrow and two spider golems had taken out the commander before the reinforcement group even realized that they were in trouble. Then the arrows from Karl and Ty reached them, sending lightning and fire into their ranks, while the warriors moved to flank the existing frontline formation. The spear seemed to have an affinity for Tessa, and it adjusted from 2 to 3 meters long with a thought as she fought the frost giants, giving her the reach she needed in battle, while also shortening enough that she could still stab them when Thor got up close and personal. Insulting war deities might not be the brightest thing they had ever done, but it seemed to have worked out well for their war cleric. Once the battle was over, everyone took a break to refresh while Lotus made them a light snack and some fresh water. Harry smirked at Tessa as she rested against Thor's flank. "You know, you have to be the least cleric-like priestess that I've ever met," he joked. "You just aren't around the red dragon priestesses enough. We love to fight, we just don't often get as many great opportunities as I do. If I was the only cleric in the group, I wouldn't be able to charge into combat with Thor. I would have to hang back, as the group couldn't afford to have me injured. But with 2 others, including a high priest, it's no problem at all if I buff up and head for the front line." During the Consolidation Wars, many of the Red Dragon priests fought that way, with healers in the back and the war clerics up front among the warriors, keeping offensive buffs active and defensive blessings spread through those who needed them most. Harry nodded. The war clerics have always been a bit nuts, but nobody doubts their bravery. The golden standard for military units is that they shouldn't retreat until the war clerics tell them to. If they can last until the Red Dragon's clerics think it's best, then they've done all you could ask of them. Harry held up a blade, then caused it to vanish into his inventory, coming back as a slightly oversized sword, but still usable single-handed with a shield. Nice, nothing too special, but a freezing effect on a commander rank blade will serve me well for many years after I get out of this frozen shithole, he explained. Bob gave him a celebratory pat on the back. You can't argue with that. Once we finish here, freezing the enemy will work much better. He had a good point. Once they were outside the frost giant nation, freezing effects were going to be incredibly effective. Most creatures could be easily slowed or encased in ice if the magic was strong enough. It just didn't affect the frost giants and Yeti the same way, due to their ice elemental nature. How many more groups will we hit today? Lotus asked as they finished the cleanup work. Karl shrugged. I say that we head back just after lunch. We're going to have to start moving back and forth to get the groups, as they're not all following the same path, so we will want to be back for an early dinner. There were no arguments to that suggestion. They had been sitting for days, and the first day back they had been working hard to eliminate the frost giants. An early dinner and a long rest were just what they needed to be ready to target a new region tomorrow. After all, hitting the same one every time would only cause the frost giants to avoid it. Chapter 296 Still the same. Tessa frowned down at the body of their last kill of the day. The frost giant was a commander, one of the many team leaders that they had killed that day, and unfortunately, identical in appearance to the others under the war paint. Doug stepped up beside her and turned the corpse's head to one side with his boot. It would have been better if they were different looking, he grumbled, agreeing with Tessa's silent complaint. Well, we can say for certain that they still have the means to summon more frost giants, and we now have a decent idea where they are coming from. Lotus added helpfully. Karl checked a corpse for magical items before he joined the conversation. And once we radio in for the evening, Command will know as well, but I'm not certain what they will be able to do about it. From the sound of things, this front is being withdrawn further every day, and the number of actual elites on the line is nearly non-existent now. They have been called away to the other fronts, and the regular army has been left to deal with the frost giants. The battle wasn't lost. In fact, it was far from it. What the army was doing was luring the frost giants down out of the mountains, where they could shell the enemy lines with impunity. They did have to evacuate a few villages, but that was a minor loss in the grand scheme of things, and the relocation would cost them less than a day's worth of wasted munitions if the frost giants continued to hide in the hills. The same general was responsible for this section of the line, and it sounded like he had gotten a single elite strike team to stay with him for security reasons, but almost all the other scouts had been swapped for regular soldiers with a battle cleric. The change was obvious to anyone in range, as the radio call-in patterns were different for the elites, who gave their number, and the clerics working for the army, who gave a team designation by regiment and company. Theirs was the only regular daily check-in that was still coming to that position by elite number, and they were considered to be too far behind enemy lines to be extracted, so the army just accepted the numbers that Karl and Bob gave for the day without question. They certainly weren't going to send anyone out here to find out for sure, and they didn't want the teams to stop hunting if they were giving accurate numbers. Intercepting them in small groups before they got to the main lines was much more effective, it seemed, than hitting them with artillery. Once they were safely back in the village for the night, they began drawing up a map of the frost giant reinforcement routes, and marking them the same way that the officers marked the battle lines. It still seemed like the best way to do it, but with so few details on their map, anyone else who read it might not even understand what they were looking at. So, what do you think? Should we go for a spot near the other attacks? Or should we go all the way over here, to make it look like there are multiple groups hidden in their territory? Karl asked with a gesture to the map. Bob pointed further down the border. I think that we should hit them over here so they believe that it might be something coming out of the ash zone and killing their reinforcements. They would naturally suspect it, and it would make for a good cover instead of sending them looking for humans immediately. Karl looked to the others, and they nodded in agreement. All right, that sounds like the best plan we've got. I will have Hawk scout the area in the morning, and we can attack the frost giants further down the border, closest to the ash wastes, first. With their plan made, they settled in for the evening, keeping a light watch from inside the village. The cave mouth was open now, as the presence of snow over the ash would actually make it easier to find them instead of harder. But when they arrived, the cave was open and nothing had ever disturbed it, so none of them were too concerned about it, especially with the spider golems standing watch in the tunnel all night, prepared to deal with anything that might try to attack them. Karl didn't have a turn on watch that night, so he woke up to the smell of breakfast cooking and Hawk's first morning scouting report. We don't need to go down by the border. There are no frost giants there. The glowing red things ate them, he reported. Glowing red things? Maybe fire elementals? They are red, they burn everything they touch, and they really like turning frost giants into ash when they get too close to the border. Hawk replied. Hawk says that there are fire elementals in the ash wastes, and they are attacking the frost giants who get too close. Going there to fight them might get us attacked, but there aren't any more frost giants there this morning, even if we wanted to go look for them. Karl explained to the others. How did he describe them? Doug asked. Red and glowing, on fire, and they burn everything they touch. Doug nodded. Ask him if they look solid. They might be magma elementals, a hybrid earth and fire species. They're common in magically rich volcanoes, and the magma dragon might have been nurturing them. It makes sense that they would serve as the guards for his territory, but we need to know for certain before we report it. If it is a proper fire elemental, it looks like living flames and just moves through the air without anything to burn. Yeah, that first thing sounds right. They're kind of small, but really hot. They go dark red, almost black when they touch the frost giants, but when a bunch of them do it, the whole giant burns to nothing. Karl relayed the message, and Doug relayed it back to the main lines. We are going to have to change our plans. If we're working near the ash wastes, we should burn all the bodies so the giants can't tell if the group was eliminated by us or the elementals. If we're further out, we can leave them like usual and work through them at a higher rate. More importantly, we need to pick a new area to target for the day. If this is the first time that the creatures of the ash wastes attacked out into the snow, then it might be the start of a new conflict as the dragon attempts to expand his own space as well. Or they might have just been too close for comfort, and his minions were defending their border. The elementals have an innate hatred for water and ice element magic. Bob explained as Doug sent the reports back to headquarters. Understandable. Hawk replied as Karl explained the situation to the beasts. When it came to elemental affinities, Hawk was definitely on the side of the magma elementals, but it was more important that the frost giants not know that they were being hunted from this particular edge of the ash wastes. If the frost giants thought that this was the weaker end of the dragon's defenses, and not just an outlying area covered in ash, then they might well send a full offensive here, and the 10 of them didn't stand much chance if they were caught in the open by that. Everyone knew it was a dangerous game they were playing, taunting so many of the frost giants. But the odds were strongly in their favor, as long as the frost giant army didn't know where they were sleeping. Combined Team Mackenzie. Your intel is received. Hold for further updates. 3. The last bit didn't make sense to Karl when he heard it over the radio, but Doug smiled happily. 3 is the number of days before they plan to take action. As that action involves us, we can guess that it's going to be an offensive of some sort to try to push the frost giants back. For all we know, the freezing enchantment might have been broken not only near us, but all along the line, and the borders might be returning to normal. The nature priest explained. Or they could be running short on clones, and the front lines are actually making progress. Tessa reminded them, right? That brings us back to the topic of the day. What route are we going to ambush? Karl agreed. Chapter 297 Inland Route. Bob looked at the map and pointed well inland of any of the major routes. What if we don't ambush any of them, but instead, we zigzag across the pattern, as if we were a wandering monster pack being chased from place to place? It would confuse them with its disorganized nature, and it would let us search their territory to see if there are any signs of where they might be making the new clones. I suspect that it is actually in the city where we won't be able to easily get to the next summoning spell, but if it is still out in the wild, then there is a chance that we can break their reinforcements a little more, and not just by killing them in vast quantities. If one spell can make a group every half hour, we would have to kill them every 15 minutes during daylight hours just to keep up. That isn't feasible in the long term, so it would be better if we could find a way to either distract or delay them, assuming that there isn't a good way to stop the cloning. Karl nodded. That works for me. The main lines will thank us for every frost giant that we kill, and if we happen to find something that can stop them from continuing to make more attackers, it will be even better. I know that we reported it, but who knows if High Command took it seriously enough that they are going to actually do something about it and not just throw more bodies on the line to face an unending tide of frost giants. Eventually, even we will get tired and worn down by the fight, so anything that has a chance to change the balance is worth trying. They led the group out again, hunting groups of frost giants, who were no more on guard than the first day back had been. That made no sense, as they hadn't cleaned up the bodies. They had to have passed at least a few dead groups of giants on the way, but they hadn't taken any additional precautions, and they were barely paying attention to their surroundings. But their inattentiveness began to make sense when the group reached the second path. They giants there were almost running through the tundra toward their spots on the main lines. So, it wasn't that the first group was inattentive, they were all rushing, and the frost giants were just doing the best they could while following orders to make it to the front as soon as possible. Well, we should kill a few groups this way. We will still be fighting when the next group shows up at this rate, so we are going to eventually have to rush a fight so we can break free and make it to the next path. Bob realized as they prepared to fight again. Doug shrugged, unconcerned. We will do what we can. If it turns into a huge fight here, then it is what it is. Ty and Harry gave him a look that said he should be concerned, as it would lead to an all-day fight until they were exhausted and made a mistake. But the nature priest had a level of confidence that they could only aspire to. Today, Thor was pulled back to the second line, defending the casters, but by the time that the fourth group made it to their battle, that proved to be a valuable bit of foresight. The frost giants pushed past the warriors, taking light wounds to shoulder them aside. If it hadn't been for Thor, they might have made it into the much less durable magic users, and that would have been a disaster. With Thor's lightning barrier on them, they weren't just squishy and easily killed, but they didn't have giant strength, so they could end up being grabbed and hurled through the air, while they were unable to fight back. But with Thor blocking, the giants ended up boxed in, and were quickly dispatched by the arrows fired by Karl and Ty. This is a mess. Ray, finish those quickly, and we will withdraw to the first line, but further toward the city. That way, we can make a fighting retreat at the end of the day. We're not going to make it any further with so many giants on the path today, Karl announced. Hawk broke away from the fight to scout them a route to the next fight, assuming that they could get away from this one, but came back with bad news. There is no more first line today. They're all on this path. The elementals have chased them away from the ash wastes. He explained. Hawk says we have 2 routes worth of frost giants to fight. They abandoned the line closest to the dragon's territory. Karl informed the others. Bob nodded. Finish these as quickly as we can. If we can charge into the next group, we can take them by surprise. Advancing into them so they don't see the other bodies should give us a little bit of an advantage, and we can use all we can get. When the day starts to wear us down, we will retreat toward the ash and see if they follow. Karl burned extra mana to add flaming body to all the arrows. In addition to chain lightning, the extra damage took the giants out fast enough that they still hadn't heard or seen any sign of the next group when the fight ended. So, they charged forward, away from the growing pile of corpses and into fresh snow, where they could ambush the frost giants from inside of Remy's blizzard. The change of pace was just what they needed, and the group picked up a new rhythm, hitting the frost giants hard, and then taking a short breather before charging into another group. They didn't move far between fights, just enough that the next group didn't realize that the blinding snow wasn't a natural phenomenon, as the day was windy, and blowing snow was a constant phenomenon in their lands. They managed to keep the pace until the middle of the afternoon, when Hawk informed them that the flow of giants was slowing, and that would give them a chance to retreat and hide before they got too hungry. There wasn't enough of a break for them to sit down and eat a proper meal, so they had been snacking between fights. That was enough to keep going for a while, but it wasn't good for a whole day's worth of combat. They weren't uncaring bureaucrats who saw fighters as data on a sheet, just numbers to be added and subtracted, so they would let the rest of the frost giants go, and take care of themselves first. They were about to retreat when Lotus pulled an interesting item from the body of one of the commander-rank team leaders. Check this out. I think that it's a drawing of the statue of the All-Mother that Remy is holding on to. They're still looking for it, so there has to be something special about that particular statue, she announced as Ray flipped the tiny cleric onto her back for the run. Did we find anything similar on the others? Karl asked as they jogged off toward a stand of trees closer to the ash-covered lands near the volcano. No, the tube that it was in caught my eye because they never have scrolls or anything with them, and I'm not sure that they even have a written language to read. But it's just the drawing, so I don't know what they are planning to do when they find it. For all I know, it might be a drawing to get someone to make another statue. Lotus realized. Karl shrugged and slowed his pace once they were out of sight behind the trees and headed into the ashes. Anything is possible, but my guess is that they can't recreate whatever magic is on the old one, so they want it back, and they've got the reinforcements looking for it. We just happened to find someone who didn't dispose of the instructions before leaving town. He offered. Bob frowned as he replied, an expression that made him look much older than he actually was. We will know more tomorrow. If there are more scrolls, then it's a new thing. If there aren't, then it was a one-off and likely not so important. But I get the feeling that the giants are getting desperate. They are running to the lines, which could only mean that they are urgently needed. None of us heard anything on the radio, but that's no surprise. We can barely hear the messages from the closest front, and during the day we can't even hear that. Despair is good. Let them suffer. Ray cheered. Chapter 298 Light Reinforcement Day. The radio reports of the soldiers on the line were so happy to have a reduction in the frost giant numbers that it felt cruel to report in their numbers that day. The main lines were celebrating that the frost giant reinforcements were finally slowing down, but that all came to a crashing halt when they found out that it was only because Karl's merged group had killed hundreds of giants today and nearly prevented them from resupplying their lines. That news was a shock all through the command structure. There was something definitely amiss with this double-strength group, but none of them were privy to the details of the group's strength, other than their official rankings. On paper, they didn't look like anything special. There was one extra cleric from the usual composition, but that shouldn't change the outcome of the fights in a highly positive way. If anything, it would normally reduce their efficiency, as the clerics weren't known for their damage output among well-equipped elites. It was only among the average soldiers and the faithful on the line that they really shone as the beacons of power with their blessings. So, the generals in command of the theater were thoroughly baffled by the number of frost giants that the 10 elites were managing to kill. So much so, that they even sent a scout up the mountains to watch the frost giant city through binoculars. They could see that the giants were leaving the city, and then at various points they just stopped coming over the hills. A few times they did manage to get a view of the fighting, but it was so far in the distance that none of them could make it out clearly through the blinding snow. Seeing all those giants disappear before they could make it to the front lines was a wake-up call for the soldiers. The elites in whatever group was hunting out there were even more scary than the groups of frost giants that they had been hoping not to run into during this mission. But more than that, they could keep up their kill count all day long. They seemed to have left the battlefield mid-afternoon, but you could only be in combat so long before becoming exhausted, and by the preliminary count of the scouts, they had killed hundreds of giants in a single day, just as their reports had insisted. Most of the top brass would not be happy to hear that, as they had thought that the threat was tapering off, and they could claim credit for their stalwart defense. But if it wasn't the case, then they were only resting while the frost giants found a new way around to attack their lines. But for groups that had retreated, other than the two who were closest to the volcano, it was a golden opportunity to move up to a better position. They could retake the best defensible spots and fortify them as much as possible while the numbers coming at them were lower than usual. It might be their only chance, and they didn't know how long that group would be in the area. The suspicion was that it was an unannounced royal rank elite, and not two commander-led groups working together, as the official report said. If they had a prince with them, it would make sense that they could mow through frost giants so quickly. But even 2-on-1 at the same rank, it would not be easy to defeat the groups fast enough to get out of the way before the next group was on you. The sun faded from the sky, and the scouts bedded down for the night, hoping that Karl and his group would be back out in full force the next morning. The next morning brought the generals just the reprieve that they were hoping for. More disappearing frost giant reinforcements all along the paths leading to the closest sections of the line. But what Karl and the others found was not nearly as encouraging. Tessa sighed as she picked up a wooden tube with her spear. That's the 15th one this morning. Every group leader, whether it's a commander or an ascended, has one of the drawings of the statue. They are definitely hunting for it, and that means they're not going to give up until they either find it or run out of soldiers. But if they're still making more clones... She trailed off, letting that sentiment linger. If they were making more clones, they would never run out of troops, they would just keep hunting for the statue or whoever had taken it. Lotus shrugged. At least the flow is lighter today. There are only a third as many groups as before, and that is with the first route blockaded by the magma elementals. I think that we might be able to push further forward, or up into the other routes, soon. If we can find out where the ones who aren't coming this way are going, we can relay that back to the lines and maybe save some lives. Don't you think that it's getting warmer here? I mean, it's still frigid, but it is definitely warmer here than it was a few days ago, Doug noted as they fought. I think it is. That warm breeze coming from the volcanic ash area is taking the chill out of the air, and it's only a little below freezing now. At this rate, it might actually be comfortable to wait on the front lines, instead of a constant struggle to keep from becoming an ice cube. Bob agreed. Karl looked up at the faint haze of ash still in the sky. But the giants don't do well in the heat, so it might change their deployment routes. If they stop coming this way entirely, then what do? Tessa chuckled. Then we kill giants somewhere else until they give up and go home. If a magma dragon wants to hold this portion of the border for us, I have no objections to that. However, I do want to see what is in that city. If they're still cloning frost giants, it would be best to find a way to destroy another of the statues or crystals. The group paused for a snack, as the groups were so far apart today, and Karl looked off in the distance, where the city should be if it wasn't hidden behind the horizon. If the rate drops again tomorrow, I say that we head for the city and see what's going on. Perhaps they're sending them on a different route, further from the dragon. If the combination of us and the elementals has completely rerouted reinforcements to this portion of the line, then the army should know so that they can push their advantage. Want me to go look? Hawk asked. Yeah, go ahead. We will do our own scouting here for the next few hours. Let us know what is going on in the city. Karl agreed. Hawk is going to go take a look. We will keep clearing what we can while he is gone, and then we can use whatever he finds to make our plans for tomorrow. Karl explained. Dana frowned at him. We're not seriously planning to raid a frost giant city, are we? Karl shrugged, and the clerics laughed. Doug shook his head. The chances of that are very low. The summoning stone will likely be placed outside the city limits so that they can gather the troops and send them on the way without bothering the citizens. If it's right in the middle of the city, there isn't anything that we can do about it, and the army isn't going to press all the way out here into frost giant territory to attack a city. They would rather save their manpower to defend the existing border and hope that we find a way to return the cold to the area it covered before the war. If that happens, then this front will be considered a resounding success and the army will focus on the other fronts where there is much more danger. Then we should smash the city and make the giants go away. I want to be warm again, Thor complained. Thor says he's all for driving the frost giants away if it means he gets to go to another front. Karl laughed. This might be the supposedly easiest front when judging purely by the rank of the opponents, but the pure numbers as well as the freezing cold certainly didn't make it the most popular. Chapter 299 They ran away. What Hawk found in the frost giant city was not at all what anyone had been expecting. The city itself was nearly demolished, with a large breach in the wall that faced the ash wastes near the volcano. He was not the first one there, the elementals had beat him to it, and from the look of it they had either taken the city or done enough damage to make the civilian population retreat. There was still a sizable military contingent nearby, so the elementals might not have won the battle, but the city was demolished anyhow. That began a search for the summoning spot. If he could find that, they could smash it and stop the reinforcements entirely. There was nobody on this team who wanted to leave more than Hawk did, and that included Remy, who couldn't survive the cold for long in her current state. The logical place for him to start was where the remaining giants were. If they were still being summoned, the stones had to be there. But there was no big stone. No giants standing in a circle to cast a ritual spell, just a bunch of weak frost giants standing in rows. Hey, these frost giants are strange. They're not identical to each other, Hawk informed Karl. Of course they're not. There is a whole city full of them. How is the military situation there? Karl replied. The city is empty and most of the buildings are smashed and burned. All that is left are a few awakened and ascended giants standing around outside. But they're the ones who aren't identical. Hawk explained. Do you see the path where the other frost giants left? They must have sent the ones who can't fight, the very young and the elderly, out of the city when things got bad. Karl asked. Yes, back further into their lands. Lots of them went that way, too many to tell by footprints. And they're gone over the horizon already, even from your altitude, Karl confirmed. Long gone. Not even traces left, except the stomping that broke all the little bushes and flattened the snow. That is excellent news. If we can find where they were summoning from, we might be able to gain another statue. Hawk snorted in annoyance. I am looking. It's not by the soldiers, and it's not in the fields near the city. But there aren't any more frost giants. Well, there is a chance they took it with them when they left. But we will head there tomorrow and clear the area if there is a small enough group left for us to fight. That sounds good. There can't be more than 300 left, but they're almost all awakened, and they don't even have the good weapons with them. Hawk agreed. Now, Karl just needed to sell the idea to the others, who would naturally be very wary of approaching a frost giant city, even if it looked abandoned. They might not have taken their slave species, who would have been ordered to defend what was left, and whatever took the city would not be happy to see random humans either, so no matter what they ran into, it was likely to end badly for them. Karl didn't realize that everyone was watching him so intently until he turned to talk to them, with the intent to sell them the plan to go check the frost giant city. Well, out with it. I can tell that it's a bad plan already, but we might need to do it. Bob insisted. The frost giants have abandoned their city after it was attacked and mostly razed to the ground. That is why the number of attackers dropped today. They were too busy fighting to send anyone to the front lines. However, there is still an awakened rank garrison of giants there, plus any slave species or possible attackers who might still be in the city. What I am thinking is that we need to find out if they managed to take the summoning materials with them, or if they were destroyed in the attack. Karl began. Bob nodded. Because if they left with them, the attacks won't slow, they will just be reinforced from a new direction, and that doesn't help us at all. But if the materials were destroyed, the frost giant front lines could very well be in full collapse within the week. They've already lost most of their summoning ability with the spots near the front lines that were destroyed, and while they could theoretically make more, if it were just that easy, there would have never been peace with them. Exactly. Now, is there anyone who has a good reason why we shouldn't at least go check it out tomorrow? Karl asked. Torai rolled her eyes as she glared at him. Other than the fact that you're insane, that is a suicide mission. It's a city full of frost giant magic traps and possibly thousands of lesser ice monsters? Yeah, other than the obvious. Hawk says the city is mostly empty, and I really do want to know what they did with the summoning equipment. If it's destroyed, that's perfect. But Hawk can't tell from the air. There's just no sign of it. Karl explained. The mage looked around for support, but everyone else was either resigned to the fact that they were going to have to search for the summoning location, or kill off the rest of the frost giants in the area and then wait to see where the next batch were coming from. All right, I suppose it's not actually more dangerous than fighting them in the fields, as long as the city is actually empty. Hawk wouldn't lie to us about that, would he? Torai asked. No. If there was anything to kill there, he would have informed me. So, anything that is still in the city is in hiding. Karl replied. Torai looked suspicious, but Doug had a knowing smile. If he had found anything alive in the city, he would be hounding Karl to go kill it. Hawk hates all things water and ice element. He wouldn't hold out and miss a chance to attack them. He explained, while straightening his robes to check them for stains. Karl began to draw out a new map in the dirt, relaying what Hawk was telling him about the situation, and the lack of new frost giant reinforcements from the city, as well as the location of the forces that were still in the area. He would return before it got dark and the glow of the elementals would give them away, but for now, he wasn't seeing any of them lingering in the area at all. Of course, there was a chance that the city had been destroyed by something else, like one of the other dragons that they had upset, but as it had happened while they weren't watching, they would have to get someone more skilled in forensics to make the determination. Hawk knew that the walls were breached and the houses burnt, but that was about the extent of his analysis ability when there were so few bodies visible during his high-altitude scouting loop. This is the situation now. The remaining forces are here by the wall, and there is a flat section of ice there which should be a lake. There are entrances to the city here and here, both of which are open, and the wall is breached here, closest to the volcano, and there is a smaller breach on the other side of the city. The bodies are most prevalent near the wall breach nearest to the volcano, but there are some scattered all through the city. Hawk reports that there is a stomped-down section of land headed over the horizon in this direction, which we can assume is the refugees. Is there more that we need to know? Or can I call him back for the evening? Karl asked. Bob pointed to a spot behind the city. There is a valley there, roughly round like a crater. Can you have Hawk check it out before he returns? It's not part of the normal search area, but there is a chance that the summoning might have been done there to keep it out of sight of the scouts. Hawk flew over the area a few minutes later and relayed his findings back to Karl. There might have been something here. There are signs that giants were in the valley recently, but there is nothing there now except fresh snow and fog. No sign of occupation, but you were right, they were there recently. Why, we can't tell, as they didn't leave anything that Hawk can see from the sky. But they were there. Karl relayed. Well, that's one more spot to search. Central Command is going to owe us big time for this one. Chapter 300. A city raised. The next morning they were moving with the first light before proper dawn, so that they could get to the city before the frost giants could see them coming. Hawk had been sent out early to scout their route, and had informed them to stay further from the ash, as the heat was increasing, and the areas closest to it were becoming muddy as the snow melted. That was bad news for the giants, but there weren't any of them out at the moment. The flow of reinforcements had entirely stalled, and the only enemies that Hawk could find were patrolling around the city's perimeter. There was no sign of activity in the city, and the signs of previous occupancy were fading as the wind blew the snow over the roads and paths. A few hours after dawn, Bob gestured into the distance. Turn right a little, but stay out of the slush. The valley that I was referring to should be over there, and I'm curious to see if it's still frozen. Karl led the group forward, with the less physical members all mounted, though that meant that the spider golems had to take passengers to bring their travel speed up to standards. Ty was a ranger, not a warrior, and while he was quick, he didn't have the sort of stamina for an all-morning run the way that the warrior classes did. So, he needed a ride, and Doug was more than happy to take a place on the other spider golem, so that Thor wasn't overburdened. The lightning Sero had hit a minor growth spurt after reaching commander rank, and he could easily accommodate 4 on his back with a suitable harness, but it was better to just have Tessa, Dana, and Tori so their bodyguard didn't get too tired to fight. Karl slowed the group as they got close to the valley that Bob had mentioned, and had Hawk circle the area. That place isn't right. It's all melted now. Hawk reported. What's there? Just slush? Karl asked. A small lake. Karl led them cautiously forward, in case there were still more magma elementals or other servants of the dragon around. The temperature was rising rapidly as they approached, and Lotus was getting excited. I know what this is. This phenomenon is common after a volcanic eruption. There was an underground fissure here, and now the frozen lake is a volcanic hot springs. The little nature cleric declared. Her hair had changed to an icy blue today, nearly matching her cloak, but looking more like thick ice. That seemed somehow appropriate to their situation as they came over the ridge, and saw that the whole valley was covered in ash, while the lake was gently steaming. That's too hot. The water is nearly boiling. I was hoping for a spot to swim, not to become soup. Lotus sighed. Check everything. There might be magical items dropped by the giants, possibly fire element-infused gems, and if we're really lucky, the remains of a summoning circle. Karl announced. Tessa laughed. Flag on the play. You can't just ask for the prize to be in the first spot you look. That's definitely a red flag. If there had been anything in the valley, it was long gone now. There were some signs that the frost giants put up a fight, bits of obsidian stone that Doug assured them were the remains of a dead magma elemental, and a few charred bones, but no loot and no sign of the summoning circle. See, what did I tell you? Now, let's take out a patrol and see if we can sneak into the city. I have a good feeling that there is something left to kill hiding in there, Tessa declared. Karl thought that should be counted as a flag as well, but it was most likely divine guidance. There was a small stand of trees between them and the city, so that was where Karl led the group to wait for a patrol to pass and then attack the next once they knew the timing. If they were patrolling in sight of each other, it would be a huge fight to enter the city, but if they could find a way to sneak past, their search would go much more smoothly. The first group didn't reach the open area between them and the city for nearly 10 minutes, then went down the hill and out of sight. That valley is a blessing. If we attack there, we will be able to take out a scout patrol without them seeing us coming, and then we can make the city before the next one arrives. Bob noted. The team moved into position, and when the next patrol came over the edge of the valley, Thor led the charge out of the trees, letting Karl and Ophelia fall in on his flanks with the warriors outside of them. "You'll enjoy this. Just watch them work," Torai joked to Bob and Harry as Thor ran, and she tried not to fall off. Karl fired 2 shots as they ran, causing the awakened rank frost giants to stagger under the effects of chain lightning, and killing 2 of them with the arrows themselves. Then he switched to his hammer, coated with flaming body. The first swing shattered bone and sent the ascended rank leader of the team flying like a rag doll while Thor charged through the lines, and Tessa stabbed at everything she could reach. Ophelia leapt into combat with an axe in each hand, hacking at the giants in a frenzy that would make Ray proud, and caused nearly as much of a mess as the bloodbath spider usually did. In seconds, it was over, and the rest of the group didn't even get a chance to engage in the fight before Remy pulled the corpses into her space and intensified the snow of blizzard to hide the battle. Ty whistled in appreciation from his spot on the back of a spider golem. "No wonder everyone said that your team were monsters. Even without the advantage of numbers, your attack power is just stupid. What sort of skill one-hit kills an ascended frost giant?" the ranger asked. "The maul lets me stack layers of the same skill on it before I attack. That first hit was 5 layers of flaming body at the same time. Even if he was a commander, taking that hit square to the chest would have killed him," Karl explained as the group ran for the wall of the city. The blast went outward, so whatever had attacked had already been inside the city. That was not a good sign for the residents, who were sensitive to even normal heat. Their entry point was a small secondary breach, where something had melted the stone and caused it to run in liquid form. The blast went outward, so whatever had attacked had already been inside the city. That was not a good sign for the residents, who were sensitive to even normal heat. The team made the wall without being detected, and paused just inside the city to take in the level of destruction that had come for the residents. There were bodies everywhere, and not just frost giants. There were yetis, some sort of satyr species, and even mountain ogres who lived in the hills before the border expanded. Each and every one of them showed signs of fire damage, and they were all long dead, likely 2 days, as they were frozen solid and covered by a layer of snow. The dragon wasn't holding back, Karl whispered as he looked over what used to be a residential area of the city, and now didn't have a single standing building. Not even the little ones had been spared. Everything had been leveled as the invaders had passed through. From their entry point, they could see the main breach, so this was the start of the fighting, but that meant that the destruction didn't make much sense. If they had seen the attack coming, they would have at least evacuated the vulnerable to the other side of the city, so there wouldn't be many non-combatants near the walls. Tessa looked over the destruction and drew little lines in the air with her finger as she worked to recreate the battle in her mind. They attacked from the other wall first, a diversionary attack that breached the walls and made the frost giants retreat. Then they breached this wall, probably from the hot springs valley, where they wouldn't have been seen. This side of town should be nearly completely destroyed, and the number of bodies might be more than everyone is prepared for, she explained.